I don't mean it. I don't mean kill. I mean just stand. Hey, what you gonna do when they come for your brother? Will you stand like a fool? Stand for his brother. Hey, what you gonna do when they come for your best friend? Will you stand like a fool? Stand for his best friend. I don't mean kill. I mean just stand. I don't mean kill. mean, just stand. Hey, what you gonna do when they come for your brother? Will you stand like a bull? Stand for his brother. Hey, what you gonna do when they come for your best friend? Will you stand like a bull? Stand for his best friend. I don't mean kill, I mean just stand. 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 Hey, what you gonna do when they come for your wife? Will you stand like a bull? Stand for his wife. Hey, what you gonna do when they come for your child? Will you stand like a bull? Stand for his child. Hey, what you gonna do when they come for your brother? Will you stand like a bull?
Join the debate, join the discussion, share your voice, share your opinion, swallow your ego, expand your mind. DPA open mic, free speech zone. DPA open mic, we are live. DPA open mic, we are live. Don't hold back, 'cause here we go. Let's go, let's go. We are live. Fucking safe space. Let's go. We are live. DPA open mic. We are live. We are live. We are live.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to DPA Open Mic episode 110 for the DPA Open Mic. Yeah. The title is Ukraine War, Russian Winter Offensive, Kursk counter-offensive by the Ukrainians, and knife is scary. We all learned this week that knife is freaking scary. So, yeah. It just makes me feel very differently about knifing in games. Because knifing in games is always like very heroic. If you're able to knife someone, you basically own them. But in real life, it's very different. It's pretty scary. So anyway, so okay. The DP Open Mic is multicast on multiple platforms on Twitter, Telegram, Twitch, YouTube, and Rumble. YouTube and Rumble is both on the Open Mic channel, and I'm going to drop the link for you to join and chit chat. And then give me a second. Let me pull out my copy and paste. So the link to join, I have dropped it in the Twitter's, not Twitter, YouTube's live chat, as well as Rumble's live chat. I have pinned it as well. And also gonna be over on Twitch, which I'm now setting up. And I drop it on Twitch as well, is pinned. And Shadowy, hi Shadowy. Give me a second. I need to put on my earphone. Bonjour.
So, how was your holiday?
I don't have holiday. I'm working very hard every day. But
You didn't use Christmas or the New Year's for a family reunion or something?
reunion, not
Meeting.
necessarily, but yeah.
Meeting.
But I mean, I did meet my friends. Yeah, yesterday. I think yesterday or the day before yesterday, my friends came over to play board games, so it was fun. Yeah, so not bad. It's not too bad, but I'm more concerned about money, so I need to work very hard. So I work very hard this year because I just moved house. A lot of money to pay. And thank you, Johari, for the super sticker. Hi guys. So actually it's actually quite a crazy week, right? Because I think the past week is the New Year Eve, New Year week. So pretty shocking. All the terrorist attacks, and then the Ukraine war finally come back into focus because the Russians are expanding their operations. The Ukrainians tried to do a counter-offensive in Kursk. Didn't seem to go very well. And then we have the knifing attack, the knifing fight, the one-on-one knife infantry fight. That is the biggest news, I think, over the past week, because everybody is shocked by the video.
Well,
and the best part is the Ukrainians even drop a drone version, the drone perspective of that was what's shocking to me, because it's like, why are you helping the Russian propaganda to make this guy even more heroic? So it's like,
when a Russian drone? Is it Ukrainian?
I read it's Ukrainian. When I saw the video of the drone,
honestly, I thought it was Russian. It was like epic, so I was it was Russian.
I know. It does make sense to be Ukrainian, because the Ukrainians later sent hunting party to hunt for this guy. So it could be a Ukrainian drone observing, and then the drone continued to follow the guy and send in the hunting squad, which also failed. So yeah, Von.
Actually, that's one of the worst things about this story, is that probably that man, which has been popularized so much, now is a real target for stupid Ukrainian propaganda. Unfortunately, there wouldn't be anything more mediatic than Ukrainians killed him in a terror attack somewhere in Russia. This is so sad.
It reminds me
it makes the entire North Korean thing look stupid, because he looks.
It reminds me of the Sinwar footages too. It reminds me of Israel with the Sinwar footages. For me, it's the same thing. It's like, you are making him hero.
Yeah, the more you show the world, like, I think they wanted to demonize him to show how barbaric he is, but no, it's like end up like the Russians like, yeah, knife attack. One.
Yeah, I was going to say, I saw a report earlier, and it was more like the real story of the 155th Mechanized, that NATO-trained French unit that was, touted to be one of the elitist military units in Ukrainian's army now. And, the big story was supposedly they defected, like 1,700 guys defected. Well, that's not really probably the real story. That's probably the story they want you to focus on and talk about, because that's embarrassing, but it's not as embarrassing as and remind you, these guys were equipped with an entire battalion set of Leopard 2 tanks, an entire battalion set of Caesar artillery, plus other stuff. And the truth of the matter is they were deployed towards Kursk, and they got wiped out, and the surviving elements were deployed into other units by force. So more than likely what happened was you had your defections that have been going on, as they move around and train and stuff. But maybe after they got stomped, a bunch of guys defected. So before everyone defected, they rounded up the survivors and they forced them into other units. But apparently the true story of the 155th was they got wiped out. And there was defections, and that was part of it. But the fact of the matter is they were NATO trained, sent to the battle. They were not prepared for the amount of violence the Russians inflicted on them, and they were, for all intents and purposes, destroyed.
Yeah, I remind everyone. I remind everyone
before me.
They were trained by French. What do you expect, guys?
Okay, huh?
Well, yeah. If I may, there is something more to this story. Well, there's several points to this story that I find really sad. One was the one I actually had some suspicions about, which is the fact that many of these countries, European countries, are actually training forced conscript people. And one of the stories about that brigade as well is that several dozens of Ukrainians already fled from France, from the French camps as they could. And there's also the story about in Britain how they now the training camps are more or less like concentration camps where they guard the perimeter all the time to avoid that Ukrainians flee. So I find it really disturbing to know that this is happening in Western free Europe. It's not even disturbing; it's more like disgusting. And the countries that are doing this, they should be shamed about. And the other point about this brigade as much is talking about that is that Macron visited those people. Macron made a big mediatic show visiting them, and a bit on outside the cameras, but the cameras was filming. He was asking if they were volunteers, and they were saying, no, I was conscripted. So of course they were forcibly conscripted, and they're all middlemen, they're aged people, they have no motivation, and I think that the whole humiliation. I don't know if you guys saw the History Legend video of yesterday. It talks about that, but I find that it's a bit of a paid job what he made, and the video tried to excuse these countries they are training and they are making a bad, and the result is very bad because these soldiers perform very weak and badly. And they try to put all the blames into the Ukrainians, and it's a bit sad. It's more than obviously that his History Legend was making a paid video, but it's quite repulsive as well of him doing that, because if there isn't a morale, if the army is not able to in charge the soldiers, Ivan and other few guys that have been in military. If the army is not able to in charge you of the rightness of what you're doing, it's obviously it's very difficult to go anywhere. Go on, Shadowy.
Yes, I wanted to add something about the French training. If I understand very well what happened, a lot of soldiers already decided to run away in France already. So we have not all the soldiers, of course, but some of them have already fled when they were training in France. And the main issue in the French army, to answer to the Nika remarks, is that the soldiers are more or less really good, I think. The main issue is the high-ranking officers. In France, since Napoleon, most of the high-ranking officers are really bad. It's very sad, but it's things. For instance, I could tell you something that's really funny. In Afghanistan, at a point, we had 2,000 soldiers in the base we had there. And for 2,000 soldiers, we had 40 colonels. For those who know military, it's just crazy. Basically, we have a way top-heavy military system in France. Way too much high-ranking officers and way too few fighting soldiers. But the fighting soldiers, they are well trained and they do their best, like in most of the countries. Yes, that's all. And about the fighting knife, for me, it's just an anecdote in the war. You know, I tend to never watch people dying in a video because it's very sad. But I don't want to physically see how this war is horrible, because if I physically feel how an horror this war is, I think I'm going to stop to follow it. So I prefer to stay far away and to have this kind of discussion which is very abstract, basically.
I agree with you. I was not able to watch the video as well. No, I read the description. I said to myself, no, this is too much. It's almost like a voyeurism in a way. and there is nothing nice about it. But on the other side, there is something very interesting. I said many times, once I had a very big discussion with RL about the ethnicities in Russia, and he was saying the West was trying to part Russian, small little part, and I told him, yeah, they can do, but they won't be able. And I tried to explain there are several ethnicities in Russia. They are organically included in the construction of the Russian Empire already, and these are the Yakuts, these are the Buryats, and these are the Cossacks. More or less, the Kumias as well, a bit less, but the Kumias as well. And these peoples existed and coexisted and occupied certain parts of the Russian Empire exactly for that, to provide military service, and for that they were given better places to live and conditions and so on. And I think what we have been seeing sometimes, some of the most fearful fighters in the Russian army have been actually these ones from very specific ethnic origins, like the Buryats, Yakuts. We talked more and more about them, but there are more inside of Russia that have coexisted for centuries with that precise mission. And there is not surprise that these people go in big numbers to try to join voluntary into the war in big numbers. Go on, Shadowy.
I just wanted to add something about the fact that the new brigade has been destroyed in the Kursk area.
The fairy tale from Zelensky.
Yes. The thing is something that we always forgot behind the screen, because we only watch a video on Telegram and so on, is that the main thing that kills soldiers today is artillery. Everybody forget always about artillery. Artillery causes 60 to 80% of the deaths on the battlefield. And I think it was that which could destroy, shock, terrify something. The drone add to that. But the main issue for me, I think, from where I am, it's very easy, is the main issue is artillery for me, I think.
Yeah, with that 155th, what they were saying was they had their eyes on them, they were watching them, and once they deployed into Ukraine in the Kursk area or started moving to that area, they were targeted by long-range weapons, artillery, drones. So they made a concerted effort to target them specifically and go after them and take them out. But it was a continuous process from when they entered Ukraine until they got to Kursk. Plus, if you throw in the defections from France and all along the way, I'm sure by the time they got there, who knows what kind of shit show it was anyway. Because everybody knows if you're moving around to reinforce or fall back, you're getting hit. So, I mean, look at all the hits the Russians do on, supply routes and troop concentrations or deployment areas. That's exactly where these guys would have been when they were getting hit, trying to move up and get into positions. Because they were billed as they were supposed to change the tone of the Kursk, front and really take it to the Russians and fight the Russians, and it just didn't happen, obviously.
Yeah, I just wanted to comment about Prata's ideas. I don't think that the Russians have the intention to conquer those areas, to mobilize and use those people to do you hear me, guys?
Yes.
Yeah, but I think you misunderstood what I said.
Just
I didn't say anything in that. Yeah, okay, go on.
No, but maybe I misunderstood it. But it's maybe I misunderstood. But it's the history and the conditions of those regions that made them tough and made them joined by in a lot of numbers, because it's very far areas throughout the history of Russia. It's very poor areas because the infrastructure is very, very difficult to reach there. It's even here in Canada. It's the far regions are very difficult to reach with infrastructure, to build roads and.
You keep talking about these Yakuts and other people. You're going to summon Dan.
well, Mike.
No, but they are tough
we-
because of the conditions. Tough conditions make
sure.
tough soldiers.
Well, they talked
Yeah,
about
sure.
it. They talked about it in that video. I mean, a lot of those guys from those very areas, a basic soldier's contract salary is like 6 to 10 times the average salary. If you throw in like a sign-on bonus, in some cases they're talking 3 years worth of salary. I mean, that's a lot of money for a guy to put in the bank.
Even compared to Western salaries, I'm telling you, compared to Western salaries.
Yeah. Well, that and then you
it's
factor in,
comparable.
just real quick, you factor in the buying power and the cost of living. It's like, they're really getting a good deal. I mean, yeah, they're going to war and they
honestly,
might die,
today,
but they're
if you are
being
from
compensated
Bulgaria
well.
or Romania, if you want
Well, at this moment,
to join the Foreign Legion or something like that, maybe you just join the Russian army.
I think by pure US dollars is similar to it matches a lot of the militaries in the world. I think
It's
by
more.
pure US dollars.
It's more than a lot of militaries. It's more than
more,
a lot of
more for
Western
most.
militaries.
And you at the prime.
Okay, so you can talk about the conditions and so on, but at this moment, the unemployment rate in Russia is so big that people even with very low education can get a very well-paid job. Of course, you're talking about the areas that are very, very rudimentary developed, but when I was talking about these groups and their organic function within the Russian Empire and how they got integrated, we saw, for instance, you were saying many of the Buryats, for instance, they were distributed some of the best lands in some parts. They didn't came from where they are now, or the Kumyats as well. They were also invited from the steppes to the Caucasus. So many of these people actually moved to some parts of Russia in order to have better conditions. And if we look at the Yakuts, Yakut is a huge place, of course, I'm not putting into question that, but the Yakuts have been privileged against other peoples. They lived in the area where Yakuts today dominate. But let's not go into historicist developments. Of course, being paid more is more, but I think what I was trying to say, and this also explains a little bit, I'm not saying that what Nika said is not true, is just that there is some ethnic or some cultural background in many of these communities to be driven into joining forces when Russia needs as an organic constitution, just like that. And we see there are many other poor communities living also in very unpleasant situation, and those ones, for instance, don't contribute in the same way to the Russian army. You see, if you understand what I mean. So we could talk about Dagestan, we could talk about so many other parts of Russia where ethnic minorities live very badly, although sometimes they live very badly because of their own cultural orientations. And as you probably know, the Russian as a multinational state, well, it's the power where Putin actually has been building itself on, is the idea that each nationality should be given its own cultural orientations, freedom, and within that argument, the country holds together. Nunya.
I just wanted to make a couple points. Yes, Prata, I agree with you. I think not just Russia, but pretty much every country will tend to pull their military stock from the poorer areas of the country, right? So I don't think Russia is alone there. Like if you look at the U.S., same thing. Canada, it's poor people who join the military, regardless of country. And the Yakuts, what make them good fighters? I guarantee you that guy, he was probably born with a rifle in his hand and he's been hunting his whole life, guaranteed. I'll tell you that now, just looking at the region he's from, they're all hunters for sure.
Yeah, so I can confirm that, the poorer people are always the one that sign on to the military, like myself included. No, I'm part of the lower strata. When I was young, my family is the poorer people. So and to me, if I join the military, immediately I have like a like a back pay to the first day of my conscription, and then there's like $10,000. Then it's like, wow, there's a lot of money then, and then I got to get like a monthly salary. I don't need. That means I'm not doing conscription anymore. I will be paid as a full-time job for the 2 years of conscription, which other people have to do, and then I will have a higher salary when in my early 20s than my friends. So yeah, and imagine in Russia, in this Ukraine war, you're getting 10 times. That is like the $10,000, but every month or more, or $20,000 for me, every month. That's a lot of money. It's stupid amount of money. So for me, it's like I will take the chance. I will join the military and hope that I don't get sent to the front and I get the money. Everybody will be praying for that. So, and the chances that of you being in the front line is much lower than the military is actually pretty huge for the Russians. So, to be sent to the front line is.
And we have to understand that today the risk is way lower than 2 years ago for the Russian soldiers.
Exactly.
So it may be a good idea to join today. 2 years ago, I'm not so sure, but today.
Yeah, the training
if you look at
the rotation and stuff, I think it's more beneficial. Even the incentive is more. Yeah, why? Sorry.
Yeah. You go in and out, right? You go in and out. Like in World War II, if you listen to a lot of the stories in World War II, is that most soldiers don't even get to send to the front. Like they're still in the rear positions. They haven't get to use combat. And even when they send to combat, there's nothing to do. They're just doing nothing.
Yeah, because
the people who actually see combat is actually very few. Like even then is the rare people.
Even if you see the proportion of frontline soldier with support soldiers, you will find like a large number.
NATO is 1 to 8.
Yeah, it's a large number.
1 front soldiers for 8 back line soldiers.
Yeah, you need to feed them. You need to transportation, food, ammunition,
administration.
A lot of things.
Super chat. Nice camo. Speaker of the year.
Something also is I confirm, even for a poor country as mine, even poor country, there's the poorest will want to go to the military, but the middle stratus, I mean, they will go for the officers, the schools. This is the middle class. I mean, they will want to join the officers' school, and the poor ones will go to the normal like soldiers stuff. So even in poor countries, it's the same one. Prata.
Well, that tends to be a dynasty somehow. So it's like in many of these liberal professions. So if your grandfather was a lawyer, your father was a lawyer, the probability that you become a lawyer is the same. So the same for Navy, for the Army. This is especially in the Navy, is still in most countries is still very much the case. Most people don't come from outside. These are families have been that have been going to the Navy offices for centuries. What do you think of the UFS? Well, the going back to the front line, the new offensive with Kursk, it sounds like it was a big blow. Well, Von is probably going to be more able to explain about it. The EU troops will send. Well, this is about. That's a really great one to answer. But let's go to the first super chat before we go to the European troops, because there is a lot. Yes, the second one is the good one. Go on.
Yes, it's for later. It's going to last for a long time. The second one.
Just real quick on the new offensive. From what I've seen, it looks like it was a complete failure. I mean, it looks like they got hit with artillery drones. I mean. It just looked really bad. I mean, it looks like they were pretty much covered all the way in. I don't know if anyone else saw it. There was a video, I think, in Turney where the Russians are pushing or holding two. And there was a T-72 moving down this road. And it literally got swarmed by like probably half a dozen FPV drones and taken out. Like it was, it's driving. You can see an artillery round or something go off. Looks like a drone dived at it and missed. Then another drone hits it in the front somewhere, it looks like, or maybe on the cage. and then it turns the corner, and I think it gets hit again. Then another, and then this one flies into it and hits it. I mean, it's like yeah. I mean, literally, it was like a swarm of FPVs all over this thing, and it, you know, I don't think they got anywhere.
For them.
But yeah, I mean, it looks like basically the same kind of deal in Kursk where they launched. They watched them go in the whole way, and then you saw that battle where the tank jumped the 2 Ukrainian tanks, and they got into a point blank shootout, and they were able to survive it, I guess. And they killed those 2 tanks. I mean, I don't know. It's like the other one. Send a bunch of troops and guys to a place to die instead of using them down south around Pokrovsk or somewhere else to try and slow that advance down. I mean, they're on the verge of losing that one highway on the backside. I mean, and they're going into Kursk again, or some, you know, now they're talking about maybe Belgorod too, like Wyatt talked about the other day, or somebody did. A new offensive along a river. But
probably not me. I'm not sure. Can I remember?
The second one, I don't think EU would send troops.
No.
So I just want to add, though, because the Ukrainian, the offensive operation went very badly. When you see Deep State UA cope very badly, Deep State UA was like they're blaming everyone. You know, they're blaming that. People revealing the information like almost immediately within 2 days of the Ukrainian offense, the attack. It's like, come on, the Russians are not stupid. You know, they see it and then they're winning. Of course, they're going to publish things and then people will be talking about it. Then they blame a Spanish fugitive journalist or reporter. I kind of think that's Surya Maps. I'm not sure. Surya Maps
it's dumb. I mean, you can see in the videos there's drones just sitting from some way off place watching their Max Pros drive down the road. It looks like miles away.
And not just that, the Russian state media actually literally have a journalist sitting inside the HQ watching with the commander on the screen of the attack, and then literally the commander is like calling attacks onto the Ukrainian column on basically recorded TV. It's like the journalist is literally there. How do you going to run away from like this kind of thing? Like, so anyway, JN Super Chat, love the video on the highway. So, thank you.
Well, it's very interesting the reaction of the Ukrainians to that.
I think it's Nika turn.
Prata, heads on.
Sorry.
No.
Turn, Nika.
Yeah, just I don't know about you guys, but I find it difficult to think that it's an offensive, a real offensive. I think it's a test run or just a diversion, because I don't see the numbers. I see a couple of tanks, couple of armored vehicles, but I don't feel it's the real offensive. I hope they are not as stupid as that to attack from the same place, from the same vector, with the same tools. But maybe it's just a diversion, first of all, or it's just a test run for something else. I think they will attack from another area, and just wanted to focus the attention of the Russian to that area. Because another thing that pushed me to that is like the bombardment, the attacks that the Russians conducting to the border with the Ukrainian in other regions, as Wyatt said in his videos. It's like even in the border, you will see that like there's bombardments on the border, on the tree lines. I really don't think, for now, I don't think it's a real offensive. Shadowy or Prata?
I think it's my turn.
Yeah.
What I want to say about this offensive is two things. First, I think it's a political decision, not a military one. Like always in the Ukrainian army, it's always about politics on media, never about military efficiency. And basically, we have the Trump who is going to take power in 15 days, something like that. So they had to do something now. That's the first point. The second point is that Ukraine is very sadly extremely corrupt as a country. So that means that if a military guy is a military officer is okay to receive money to avoid some guy to go to the front line, he's going to accept money to leak intelligence. I'm pretty sure that today for the Russian intelligence service, it's basically a field day. It's very easy to have information about the offensive, where they're going to go, where are the troops, and so on. They just have to spend a few dollars, and they're going to know everything. And like you said earlier, basically even the news media in Russia were ready for this offensive. That means that basically they knew everything before the Ukrainian troops, basically.
I just want to add one point on Shadow's first point. Do you guys all watch Lord of the Ring, right? You know the part where Boromir's younger brother was sent on this suicide charge against the orcs, where they already is lost, all is lost. Then they send this cavalry charge.
Faramir. His name is Faramir.
It's called
Faramir. Yeah.
It's called the Battle of Osgiliath.
The Osgiliath is already lost. Like they are just
not the Battle of Osgiliath. They went they withdrew.
They just went on a suicide charge, against a city with cavalry. And then when I saw the video footage, the Ukrainian attack in Kursk, that was the first image that came out immediately. It was like they're storming, they're charging, heroically for nothing. Like it's exactly like the Faramir's charge. It's like they just charging in and there's nothing to do. You can't do anything actually. So that was like there's an immediate feeling. The first image immediately within seconds when I saw that.
No, it's a major operation.
But I think that it was very interesting when I saw the reaction of Yemak, saying that a whole battalion, the Russians lost a whole battalion, and Russia is getting what it deserves. I found it very strange, and suddenly even the most respectful newspapers in Europe or news outlets were reproducing the same story without no confirmation, just what what Yemark said, and it was taken for granted. And then as we was watching what was happening in that area, we realized that everything went wrong, like Von said, very much. But what is interesting about Suzda is that 2 days ago, or more or less, the Russians were already on the borders of the city. And we know that Suzda is very important because of how Europe is going to solve the problem of the gas supply through the Ukrainian pipelines. And last open mic, many people talked about, but more or less that station, that entry point of Russian gas into Ukraine, and how gas is countable, is counted, the amount, and how Ukraine actually was planning in stealing gas from Russia and not paying for it, and convincing other countries to agree to go to that scheme, which nobody decided to go in that direction. On the other side, we see also that at this moment it's getting more and more difficult to convince European officials that they should give more money or weapons to Ukraine. Things are getting blurred. And this was an attempt. You have several mediatic attempts. One is to say that Russia is at the brink of economical breakdown. You probably guys noticed that in the last week that all things are saying that Russia is going to break. We are now there. Just hold a little bit more. Russia is going to fall apart. The other one is that the Russians don't have weapons again. They don't have enough missiles. They don't have enough artillery shells. Again, repeating the whole story all over again. And so this was a necessary attempt to make it was probably like this, that other parts of the Russian border were not so accessible to do something big, and everything went wrong. But the idea was to convince officials in Europe that, yeah, we are on the right path, hold a little bit more, tell the populations, convince the populations that we are on the right path, we shouldn't divert, Ukraine is going to win because we are going to bring Russia to their knees. It's a story that repeats itself again and again. We know that the real purpose is just to hold the old military industry. All those spin doctors and lobbyists are now very active again. And when we see them appearing again in the mediatic space, there's something wrong. And that's also why we are here to to discodify it. Gabriel.
You're muted.
Oh, me? I thought Nunya was first, but I can go if Nunya wants to wait.
Sure.
Well, yeah, like we're here on the clock, sort of, not necessarily because something bad is happening, but it's hard to be at any time without something bad happening. We're in that sort of times now, and yeah, there's definitely a main thrust coming somewhere, and it has been pretty tragic to see these valiant and foolish cavalry charges. It's fun to remember that it is because of how much Denethor despises Faramir that he throws him to that suicide charge to try and retake Osgiliath. He really doesn't like him, and so kind of throws him to die. And we can sort of see that happening also right now. And it's not the only place where things are intense. We're on the final days of this U.S. administration, and things are escalating in a crazy manner by the day. And it definitely is gonna escalate in Ukraine. There's gonna be all the savage desperation of these final days. Go on, Nunya.
Yeah, I just wanted to follow up with what Nika, Prata, and Shadow we were talking about, because I agree with their various points for different reasons. Like Nika, when I first read this story about this, quote, offensive, I was kind of confused because there wasn't much to it. And I said to myself, like 400 men and a couple tanks and a couple infantry fighting vehicles, like they're going to get slaughtered. So I didn't really understand, number one, why they were doing it, and number two, why the media was even calling it an offensive. And then I quickly realized that it's all propaganda, and that's all this is. Like I think it was Shadowy's point. I think to Shadowy's point, I think they need some sort of distraction because Trump is 2 weeks away and they need to try to keep this thing going. So that's first point. But I think the other important thing is I think that the rest of the front line is collapsing a whole lot faster than people realize. So they're trying to distract people from that too. So I think that there could be an element of that as well. Go ahead, RAB.
All the distraction they can get.
Yeah,
they're trying all the distraction they can get.
It's my turn, right?
Go on.
Yeah, I agree with most assessments which has been discussed. I mean, that this is a kind of like a waste of man and material. But I just want to make a point as well in favor of the Ukrainian army. The fact that after almost 3 years, they're still in the field, while most people has from the outset doubted the capabilities of the Ukrainian army. So, and especially myself, I mean, I was among them. I thought that the expansion of the Ukrainian army would not succeed, but they did it. And despite all the degradation of the Ukrainian army in the last 2 years, I would say, they're still capable of attacking. And we also should keep in mind that the Russian army is also trying to diminish the Kursk bulge, but they also have lost quite a considerable amount of equipment and men doing so in the last few weeks. So I've been also watching with interest what the Russians are doing, and that basically so far the Russians are also not very much impressed us with their attacks. I mean, they are advancing, but to be honest, at a
considerable cost as well. So, and what we see, basically, in my opinion, is that the Ukrainian army is still in the field. It's still fighting. There are hardly any surrenders, mass surrenders. I mean, maybe they don't like to fight. They're exhausted. They're kind of weary of the war. But yeah, most of them, they don't easily give up. They fight for every meter. And even in Kursk, you can see it. So I think it's really quite remarkable. And I think we should really be a little bit modest regarding, the Ukrainian fighting spirit.
I was just going to say real quick, it might just be another attempt to grab some territory before Trump gets in, like Kursk, and it just didn't work.
Yeah, just one thing about that version. Yeah, it might be true, but don't forget that. What I was gonna say, I forgot, man. First of all, if you have NATO behind your back, it's a kind of a big thing. It's not like the Ukrainians by themselves are trying to. It's like they went through 2 or 3 armies in a whole. Don't forget that you have the might of Germans, French, British, American, all of those. Not all the might, but all the support of those.
Don't forget that the main strength of the NATO army is the Air Force and the Navy.
Yeah, but they give them weapons without any cost. So it's something. Secondly, it's the personality of the population itself. So it's not like a Western French guy who will surrender when the German army will. Sorry, Shadow. I wanted to say.
You could say that. So, like I told you earlier, I-1 officer in France, they are not the best.
Yeah, it's in this, the personality is very different. It's not like Western personality. People will endure more, will suffer more before they will surrender. So it's like a Russian with a Ukrainian accent and with a Ukrainian equipment. Secondly, don't forget that Russians are not dealing the attrition war very harshly, because they will suffer too. Because if they will try to attrish the Ukrainian in a very hard way, they will lose a lot of manpower too. So I think they are very hesitant about manpower, so they are doing it extra cautionly. This is, I think, a reason why they are holding more than everyone else thought. This is one thing. Secondly, I want just to add one thing I remembered about the offensive. It's not coming from me. I watched it from a video. I will not say the thing. It's like they are testing new equipments and new stuff with that offensive, so they can see if it will work on a larger scale. So this is. I mean, the equipment here is the one they will use to electronic warfare equipment. So maybe it's another reason. I don't know, but I'm still convinced that they are just trying to lure the Russians from other places. Prata, I think, or Gabriel?
Yeah, well, taking into account what you said it very well, Nika. The Ukrainians already are in the 3rd, 4th army. So what Aaron B said needs to be disconstructed. It's not that the Ukrainians are still holding. Once you have, and it's also not that the Ukrainians, like the Russians, are not post-heroic societies, still being heroic societies. I also don't believe that much. I think, although the cultivation of the patriotic war and the cultivation of all the wars and people that fought in the war is very much more vivid in post-Soviet countries. Nevertheless, this is a psychological instrument, and it would work in a Western country as well, very well and very easy. You need to create a state of exception created a generalized exterior, and this is very easy to do. It's extremely easy to do. This has been studied, has been applied several times. What probably it's amazing is that in Ukraine, this was applied with such a dimension like we have probably never seen before. Even in the era of information, like we called it today, the era of internet, where theoretically you can access to information everywhere, but that's not the case. So they created a state of exception. Put it inside as much exterior. The exterior in the first days in Ukraine was amazing, and this was enough to create a whole perception, or where your individual choice doesn't apply. So you create this idea that your identity, cultural identity, or collective identity is in danger, and people react they are very easily manipulated once these start. And we saw, for instance, that happening in the Donbass in 2013-15. It was exactly the same thing. Suddenly neighbors start fighting each other, and they were creating a new identity in the Donbass, which on the end did work out after 8 years of suffering, which was the big stupidity from Ukraine. They shouldn't have done it for so long. They would have conquested people's back. But the thing is that Ukrainians, and the other thing that I wanted to bring about is that in the field, in the battlefield today, you have, especially because of the Second World War, but already from the time of Napoleon, strategies have been created how to put people to their certain death. If you look at how wars were in the time of Napoleon, you would send people to the fields where they would be decimated by the cannon shots. And thousands and thousands of people would go, and they would see thousands of bodies and going over bodies and going over bodies. During the First World War, it was exactly the same thing on the trenches. And they knew they wouldn't be able to go further, but they would try to go over the trenches. They will be liquidated, and they would try. How do you do that? There is a whole psychology on how to do that. And the Ukrainians have been doing this as well. And we have heard about it. For instance, our very ideologic committed people, those soldiers, they are not the ones going to the front. They stay in the backyards and are there forcing the others to stick and fighting. So there's a lot of things in military. This is not a war like Von has fought, where he was forced to go somewhere, or how probably learn how to conduct war. This is a psychology war where you put masses of people in front of their certain death, and how do you convince it? It was very interesting, though, about Prigozhin again, and we were talking about how many people died, and now it's better. But during the Prigozhin time, we had something unusual for modern times. They had a toll rate of 20%, which is amazingly high. 20% is like a pandemic that kills a lot of people. But these people that were conscripted or brought
Penal
from
battalion.
the prisons.
The penal battalion.
They were being brought from the prisons. They had a very high motivation. They wanted to get their freedom, and that it worked very well. But these are extreme cases and very unusual. Normally, what you have is a psychology process where you force people to stay in front of your most possible death. Go on, Shadowvir.
I need to say super chat first.
I think I'm going to let someone else speak first.
Yeah, I was going to go next.
Go to the second topic.
Wait.
Continue
Super chat. Happy New Year, everyone. Where's Maddie? I hope he's okay. I just private message Maddie in reaction to this super chat. Let's see what he replied. And France won both wars in Europe. since I'm
I,
not sure
on,
if
many,
it
I'm
on,
was
many,
not going
one
to
since
confirm that, okay?
Napoleon.
on Medi real quick too. He's around. He was posted on Discord like the other day, so he's around.
Great, great.
And
Yeah, if you
GG
see him
Chenavi.
around,
It's Gabriel and me.
yeah, if you see Mehdi, tell him to drop by from time to time. It's been a long time. Yeah, the psychological warfare or the conditioning for disregard of our own survival is on one hand it's super hardwired into our psyche. It's like we're such a social species that part of our adaptation is our willingness to die in battle. And like most men, not all men, but at least most men who are men, fantasize with dying in battle. It's something very common, extraordinarily common. And so we have that sort of ingrained into us. And also the Mongols, for example, they used a lot of prisoners of war as shock troops. They would push them into battle, and not only the Mongols, but it's a common practice. So there's been methods since ancient times of how to push even your enemy to fight against his own side, and that's probably also one of the issues that we're seeing in Ukraine. But to what Brugins was saying, there's the common misconception is that like this huge massive superpower Russia, which is like the Schrodinger's Russia, is crushing tiny defenseless Ukraine. But the reality of it is that Russia is a broken superpower trying to lift itself up again in these past 20 years, and being actively suppressed in every possible way by the major world powers, specifically the coalition led by the USA. And in spite of that, they've been rising nonetheless with the support somewhat of China. And they're facing this entire military coalition that has been escalating gradually, as has Russia, which also explains like the particular pace and casualty averse methods. So there's what we're seeing isn't a massive power, and I'm not disregarding the courage and determination and perseverance of the Ukrainians. I think it's absolutely admirable in every case, even when it's absolutely misguided. Courage is admirable even when it's absolutely misguided, and they have been courageous and they have fought super persistently. And sometimes those are even like the worst elements of the society, those that are most capable of giving everything because they don't have anything to lose but everything to win. So extremists, prisoners, they can give more than regular people because they have less to lose and more to win. But nonetheless, the thing is that we're seeing a near peer, a peer battle between equal forces. And yeah, Russia has a manpower superiority than Ukraine, but it would be super reckless and unwise to utilize that advantage because you don't know how much reserve Ukraine has. Because if the situation goes critical, you can always be backed by its multiple supporters. So say that Russia commits a superior amount of forces to crush the inferior numbers of Ukraine, and Ukraine starts collapsing. What tells Russia that he's not going to have to face Poland next, or Poland and Germany, or a EU coalition, or even the United States? And the only thing that's preventing that right now is the reserves that Russia can keep in that contingency. So yeah, that's what I wanted to say about that.
Hey,
Want to
just
go
real
on?
quick on the Kursk thing too. I mean, the biggest problem with it is they're going into Russia proper, and they're going into the area like Kursk. The first incursion it's already been well documented that the Russians have artillery superiority, dominance, whatever you want to call it, air dominance, ground dominance in that area. So they've basically pushed into another area where it's not going to be very hard for the Russians to shift all those supporting elements over onto that. So that's the main reason that thing failed, is because they basically went into an area where the Russians are already dominating the Ukrainian forces that are there.
Yeah, definitely.
Brozhin.
Oh,
Go
yes.
on, Nico.
Thank you for reacting to what I said. I mean, I'm happy that people acknowledge that the Ukrainians are determined and brave. But what I also want to say is that at the beginning of the war, I thought you would need more to create an army. And what Brian Baletic always says, and today also, is like it takes many years to make an army and blah, 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 blah. But actually,
But they have had an army all the time.
Yeah, but I mean, what the Ukraine war teaches me.
Brushin, one thing, a capable army. You can create an army, but to create a capable and functional army, that's a different.
Yeah, but
they have a huge army.
I will make my point. What the Ukraine war taught me is that you can create an army, and actually it's quite easy, because what happens is that most Ukrainians that don't have any military experience, they have even no conscription until a few years back. So a lot of people are being drafted in the army, and they how shall I say, they are being armed with 1970s 80s equipment, and are doing actually quite well. And if you consider that the Russian army does have conscription, does have all the advantages in artillery and air superiority, and that actually they are doing actually quite poorly, to be honest, regarding the capabilities vis-a-vis the Ukrainian army. And the Ukrainian army is actually doing quite well.
But the Russians are only deploying about 20% of their military power into Ukraine.
And don't forget the drone. If you remove the drone,
yes, but the Russians also have drones. I mean,
sorry, we are fingers.
Yeah.
Just I need to push on Brozhin. I'm not like against you, but the idea. First of all, saying that Ukrainian weren't like conscripting and weren't prepared. This is like a bit that you didn't see from 2014 what's happening until 2022. Practically, they were training. They were with the Donbas militia. It was like they are doing rotation. So a lot of a big portion of the population were trained and were like rotated to that area. American were like basically preparing the Ukrainians to wage war, even in the peaceful Trump were providing them with weapons. So they had a lot of weapons, a lot of because we know everyone was pushing Ukraine and pushing Russia to invade Ukraine. So they're providing not a lot of tanks, but they had a lot of small arms and RPGs and anti-tank weapons and stuff. And the manpower was trained with the conflict in 2014. So saying they were not trained, I beg you pardon, is Nunya.
Super chat. Super chat. Bridget, were you impressed by 20-year-old NATO Afghan war?
We're talking about Russia and Ukraine, and not the coalition war in Ukraine, in Afghanistan. This is we compare the Ukrainians and the Russians, and again, what Nika says is correct, that there have been training of Ukrainians and there have been conscription, but never on the scale which they needed to fight this conflict. I mean, there were the level of conscription in Ukraine has been relatively low, and I would say 500,000 men were trained max with this whole program. And I mean, it doesn't. I mean, of course, it did to some degree prepare Ukraine, but I don't think to the same level as the Russians. The Russians,
Well,
they have
we need to keep in mind that we're now on Ukraine's like third army, right? So when the whole conflict started, Ukraine, by all accounts, had the most powerful army in Europe. NATO equipped, they were well trained for 10 years, and they all got wiped out. So now we're on like version 3 or 4 of this Ukrainian army. And the more versions you go down, the more it gets depleted in terms of quality of men as well as equipment. So, we're pretty much at the bottom of the barrel here now for Ukraine. So it's time for them to wrap it up.
I mean, if you think, just real quick, if you think about it, they probably should have just done a full mobilization at the beginning of the war, and they might have actually gotten the manpower they needed. I mean, by dragging it out the way they did. I mean, think about it.
They did.
They
did the mobilization and went through it.
No, but I'm talking like a 100% lock it down. Everybody's going. And they didn't. No, they didn't go pick up every. I mean, I'm talking full mobilization. Drop it to 18. Every swinging dick
but
goes.
You don't
to
have
the
the
front.
capability. You don't have the capacity.
It don't matter if they would have spent the last 3 years doing that. They would have. And think about it. They don't give a fuck about if you got a rifle in training. They're giving guys 4 weeks and throwing them in the Bakhmut and shit.
Those 18-year-olds would be 21 now,
I mean, the
right?
So they've dragged this process out so long that people have had time to see what happens when you get dragged off the street. Bagari talks about how everybody knows it's bullshit. Nobody wants to fight. Every motherfucker can runs away as soon as they can. I mean, it's. They probably should have locked the whole place down and done mandatory. Everybody goes 18 to 60, and maybe they would have had enough guys.
The problem is that on the beginning, the state of exception was enough to convince people to go as volunteers. And then, as we know, there aren't any volunteers anymore, and people are being forced to be conscripted. And as I said before, we have to analyze several things. But I think one of the problems on the analysis of Bruins, I don't know how to pronounce it. Look, Bruins, there is a very well-known phrase: "War is politics through other means." So war is never war for war. Perhaps in the time of the Stone Age, but even back then, I'm sure humanoids were intelligent enough to understand why they want war. So you want an objective to go to war. And so you are analyzing two armies going one against each other. You see a stalemate, but you understand there on one side that has much more capacity, that has much more available things. They don't go over the stalemate, and many people say, well, they could. They have the weapons, and they have been proving they have the weapons. So whenever there is an escalation, the Russians have an answer, right or wrong. Browns. So whenever Ukraine started as a very low intensity war, and that intensity has been rising, going down, depending on the objectives. They are not war objectives. Those are political objectives. And if we understand what exactly, which I've been saying for a long time, Putin has, and everybody as well, Putin is trying to blood Europe. This war is becoming so expensive for the Europeans. Ukraine is an extreme corrupt country. This war is costing the Europeans an immense amount of money.
It's costing them their life.
The strategies are very similar to the United States founding some extremist groups in the Middle East, but that was cheap. What we see nowadays with Ukraine is immense amounts of money. We are talking about billions and billions of dollars and euros that every month need to go to Ukraine to support the war, to support the country. Europe is so in debt, and United States is so in debt like never before in history. After the pandemic, Europe should have had a kind of a jump, like a post-pandemic boom. It didn't happen. Why? Because the war started. Because the Russians were able to asphyxiate Europe slowly, never too fast. slowly.
Hey,
Even today,
sorry,
the Europeans knew that gas. Wait, I'm finishing. The Europeans knew that the gas was one of the big weapons of the Russians. We all know that. We all heard about it. After 3 years, the Europeans are still dependent on Russian gas. The Russians did everything so slowly and equitably that they were able to asphyxiate Europeans, not at once, but slowly. So these are political objectives. So brains, if I hope you understand my position, is that we have to look at the war, not just as the battlefield results, but also to the political objectives that have been achieved by the Russians, and they are the ones winning. Not the West. The West wanted to break down Russia economically and was not able to. So who is trying to speak the whole time that can't shut up? Oh, okay,
Prata.
Gabriel, you can wait. You can wait for other people because Wade has his finger
Real quick.
and Nika also has his finger.
Hey, real quick,
Super chat. People really expected Russia to run over Ukraine as if there's other factors to consider. There's a reason for the SMO label because it's slow motion. So is why.
Yeah, definitely. No, but just real quick that about what Prata was saying. Like, it's not that Russia has been strangulating Europe really slowly. Most of the cost, like what Europe and USA has given to Ukraine, is nothing compared to the loss that Europe has caused to itself on account of the political and economic war. They've lost way more money by cutting off themselves from natural resources and gas and energy from Russia than by giving money to Ukraine. Just that, real quick. Go on, Nika.
Another thing. So we're all getting into the flow of the actions, the minutia of the actions, and forgetting what happened really. Don't forget, it wasn't an invasion. First of all, in 2022, it wasn't an invasion. You cannot do an invasion of Ukraine with 200,000 people.
It was less. It was 80,000. 80,000.
Maybe, yeah. Let's go to the upper echelon and say it's 200,000. You cannot do an invasion with 200,000 army. You're not invading. You are just doing political pressure. You are doing pressure. It works, and that gives the Ukrainian and so the first phase, the most important phase, the shock phase, it's the weakest because Russians weren't like doing it to invade Ukraine. Because if Russia was planning to invade Ukraine, it will not go with 200,000 or even less numbers. It will go with higher numbers, with bombardment, with very systematic bombardment, with a lot of things that go with it.
Massive bombardments in the real.
Massive bombardment to all
logistic lines, infrastructure,
logistic,
energy, government.
Exactly. So it wasn't an invasion. The most important phase was the first phase. And when you get to the shock phase, now you can prepare. And they use the negotiation as they do always. The negotiations and the fact that Russian backed from those territory to prepare themselves and you do another mobilization. So of course, when you lose the shock factor, it's easier to defend. It's not like you don't need a lot of intelligent troops to defend your areas. So don't forget the two wins that happened in the war. The first one, it wasn't even the first one. Yeah, it was the Russians that a lot of conscripts, their contract were ended and they get back to Russia. Yeah, get back to Russia. So we had a lot of areas that we had a lot of empty places. So the Ukrainians could invade those areas, took back those areas. So you need to see the timeline, that what happened and what was the issue. So Russia from the beginning didn't intend to invade, and after that it was stuck and they have the shortage, and after that you need to see the whole situation. Who's
I'll go.
Yeah, go.
No, yeah, like everything Nika said is pretty coherent, and like the facts that you're stating, you sorry, I can't remember your name, but
Nika is saying the truth.
yeah, I agree. Good for you. Like I think you're trying to point out that Russia has had a bad has executed the war badly. I think that's what you're trying to say, which I think it's completely different to saying that Ukraine has performed well. I think that, like, by going back to Commander Wyatt's metaphor at the beginning of my appearance, where he talked about how it reminded him of Faramir's charge against Oskilia. I think that there's definitely a level of systemic disregard of the Ukrainian resources from the beginning, because it's not it's not a self-determined battle. It's not being carried out for their own interests. Like, one of the main reasons why people underestimated Ukraine at the beginning and thought it was going to fold, it's not because Ukrainians weren't capable of fighting or didn't have a shit ton of material and ordnance to fight back. They were one of the most armed countries in Europe, and they had a lot of battle experience from the Donbas wars. And I think it was more like how illogical it has been for Ukraine to resist this long, to inflict over itself such catastrophic losses to its economy, to its population, and to its military. That's the most, the greatest factor to me, at least in any intelligent person, to underestimate Ukraine's performance, because it's an ill-fated task, you know? Like, it's a hopeless battle from the beginning because of the disproportion of forces. Of course, probably no one could have anticipated that the United States will go so batshit crazy and risk nuclear annihilation to such a reckless degree. And so that has also maintained the fight going for so long. But it's how illogical it is. That's the main reason. Like, any intelligent person would have said, no country in its right mind, no leadership is going to sacrifice its entire population for such a ridiculous task of, like, defeating Russia. And it was completely illogical, and they would have gotten a way better deal if they would have followed through with the Istanbul Accords of the beginning of the war, which was the objective of the whole SMO in the first place. And then they've had countless opportunities to renegotiate, and every time they dismiss an opportunity to negotiate, they get worse conditions, because they're, like, even when they take back territory, even in the high watermark of their counteroffensive in 2022, they totally wrecked their army, and they had to build it back from the beginning. And so, like, to judge the performance of an army, of a nation in war, you have to assess what the objectives are, and if those objectives are met or not. This war has been super limited in casualties for Russia. Like, if you compare this to any other major high intensity peer warfare, like when the disembark in Normandy, it was chewing through manpower like crazy. All the Eastern Front campaign was a massacre of Allied forces over and over again until they were able to, and that's what happens in a peer war. Like, you chew through your armed forces, and to a degree that we haven't seen on Russia's side in this war. That was it. go on. I think there's super chats, and then Vaughn wanted to go.
Super chat. So, super chat. This conflict has opened a lot of eyes in a way that wouldn't have been possible if Russia moved quickly. Western elites are hanging themselves by their own hubris and arrogance. A live Greek tragedy. By Effie.
Absolutely correct.
And
I
Voss
would
saying
like-
that, Nika, it was a full-scale invasion and they failed. And then Jan said Russia will win, but the real winner is DPA.
No, but what I was going to say, if you look at like the beginning of the war, most people agree that that was a bluff. They were trying to bum rush Kiev and get Kiev to negotiate and give Russia what it wanted. And ideally, that would have been the best thing for them because they would have preserved their military. But and Russia wouldn't have been forced to go into which I think a lot of people here agree with, is the demilitarization, denazification policy, which has been far more brutal on Ukraine. So once Russia realized the bluff wasn't going to work, they pulled back, they refocused, they made the corrections and adaptations they needed to make, and now they've turned it to the ground and pound and grind up the Ukrainian army, because literally all they have to do is push in somewhere and the Ukrainians come to them, and then they can deal with them at their will and their leisure. And sometimes they pick up a lot of territory. Sometimes it takes a few weeks. Other times there's really nothing going on, but it doesn't really matter to the Russians because they're just sitting there letting the Ukrainians continually come in and hit and hit and hit against the Russians. I mean, there's really no, they get bonuses for taking territory and capturing settlements and stuff. But, you don't get to cash in your settlement and go spend it if you're dead. And why kill yourself when you can send a drone down the road, find where they're hiding in the basement, bomb it a few times, then send the guys up on the motorcycles, clear it, then move up and rinse and repeat. I mean, and there was a story last week about how many booby traps, mines, and explosive devices they're finding left behind in these settlements that the Ukrainians retreat. And that's another reason why it takes time. They've got to clear minefields. They've got to clear the buildings. They've got to, get rid of the unexploded ordnance. I mean, yeah, the Russians, nothing's perfect, but, it's working for them right now. And I'm sure they're overall happy with the results.
I wanted to go to that. Thank you, Vaughn. I wanted to go to that open chart that we said that the European elites are hanging themselves. Let's analyze what really happened. When in 2021 the world economy started to jump again after the shock of the pandemic, we saw that the engine was kicked off in China, not in the Western world like it used to be. And China kicked off, and it was so evident that they were going to win that going up of the economy. So it was obvious that the war was coming. It doesn't matter to go. This is one perspective. On the other side, we have to look what happened after the war started. And what after the war started, you see that the part of the world is growing enormously, is growing economically, and the rest, the Western and even the United States, well, the Western countries as a general, they are stagnated like they have been for many years, but now they are really stagnated, or they are even growing, degrowing, okay, having deflation. So the thing is, you see a part of the world that is growing economically within just itself. There is a split. There never before existed. The global south is enough to make India and China grow. And then look, what is the contribution the Russians did? A lot. The Russians sold to fast developing countries energy at a much lower cost. India before had a problem. They couldn't get enough oil. They couldn't get enough energetic products to hold up their industrialization efforts. They were having blackouts quite a lot. Since the war started, they haven't had any blackouts. They are increasing their energy consumption like crazy, and they still have oil. This is a revolution. Whom are they selling their products? Which is amazing. You should look at it. Even all these stories about China, but China is not dying out. China is developing fast in terms of technology of the future. Technology really will rule our world. not really in the West. And the rest of this technology is still in Asia. It's in Japan or it's in South Korea. It's not in the United States. It's not in Europe. Well, of course, they are developing stuff. But what we see as well is the transference of industrial capacity to these countries in Asia. And that was pretty much achieved by the war costs in Europe. That's a contribution of Russia, and by the Russians selling their energetic products and refined commodities to the South, to countries that previously had difficulty, not in paying it, but in getting it, getting it to the market. And this is important to notice. And this is where I would like to say war is politics through other means. The Russians achieved a lot. And even people say, oh, the Russians are growing at 3-4% because they are in a war economy modus. It's not true. The Russian industry is exploding. They are producing as more their industrial output is bigger than before, which is impressive. I don't know if we should allow Burns finally to respond to all our counterattacks. You guys decide.
Hey, real quick, I'm watching about another 2 inches of snow come down now. I think I'll be at over 10 inches before this show's over.
In Leipzig, everything is white, but it's like a centimeter high.
Hey, Vaughn, just to be careful with that snow. Look at what happened to Zelensky with so much snow.
Yeah. Lava. No, but it's been snowing pretty good since like 7 this morning, and I already shoveled once and it was pointless. And now I just looked out, it was lightening up, and I was like, oh, it's lightening up, and I looked out again, now it's like a blizzard, so. Yeah, but I bet you we're supposed to get 6 to 10.
Salt.
And I think we're getting 10.
Do salt. Salt is more effective.
Oh, I did that already, but it's buried under snow.
Yeah, the thick one, the large grain one. I don't know if you have it. You need to do that one. It's not the small grain one.
Yeah, Vaughn.
I have all kinds. I have.
Learn from the desert guy how to deal with the snow.
Desert guy who's living in North Antarctica.
What the hell? What the hell are you doing? He's right. Gabriel's right.
I'm living in North Antarctica.
I know. I'm just
more
kidding,
close to that.
I know. But no, yeah, this is a good snowstorm for us. It'll be one of the years.
It's cute one.
Oh yeah, for you.
I'm amazed.
Watch out for the polar bears.
Brusian, yeah. Go Brusian so I can go.
No problem. I want to get one thing out of the way, and that's the illusion that Ukraine could win this war. From the very start, I have been of the opinion that this is an unequal fight, that Russia has all the advantages. But that doesn't mean that the Ukrainians are crap. And to be honest, I have been really impressed despite all their losses. And to be honest, we don't know how many losses Ukraine exactly has. We don't have any official numbers. And the same is for the Russians. I mean, the Russians have also suffered. And Bakhmut was, for both sides, costly. It's just that I just want to say that I have been adjusting my opinion regarding military organization, that basically you don't need to have like years of training to put together a unit, and that you can fight effectively against a serious conventional power. I mean, Ukraine has shown that you can put together within several months a brigade and arm it with 1980s equipment, and that it will just do fine in defense. And also, like, that Ukraine has shown that they have been that they can keep into the field despite Russia having all these advantages, like artillery, air power, trained manpower, equipment. So I'm really, to be honest, I'm seeing so many videos with arrows all over the place, and next year Ukraine's going to collapse and blah 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 blah. But so far, nothing of the sort. Okay, I mean, we have seen Ukrainian defeats in the last few months, for sure. But so far, the Ukrainian army is still in the field.
Okay, but
Yeah.
sorry again. It's just a confrontation. Wait. Where are those videos that Ukraine is going to collapse? Because I just see videos saying that Russia is going to collapse. So that's interesting. Why are you inverting the reality?
Because I have been following several channels, and pro-Ukrainian and pro-Russian, and what strikes me, for example, Weeb Union, but also like Military Summary, they always put a lot of arrows and, oh, now we're going to take this and this and this, and most of the predictions don't come true. And also, like, for example, last year there was this debate between History Legends and Weeb Union. Oh, it's going to be a big offensive coming from Kharkov, and there was a Kharkov offensive, but it was stalled just across the border. And I think it's just quite indicative. Like, Russia cannot take the capital of Ukraine, but also cannot take the second city, which is just over the border in Ukraine. I mean, to be honest, for so far, a Russian army, not a good show. Huh? I mean, they will be winning for sure, but don't tell me, oh my goodness, they are really top of the notch. No.
Well, can I just add into this?
It's my turn.
I gotta. Oh, is it? Okay, go ahead, Nika.
Then it's your
Let
turn.
Nunya.
No,
go ahead. Nika.
It's either Nika or Nunya. It's one of those two.
Okay, so one thing I will respond again, as I said, the Russian army. I will not repeat what I said, but don't forget, ASR is a big important thing. The introduction of drones changed the warfare, changed the landscape. So you need to take that into account. Don't forget that they are backed with money, with a lot of
everything.
They can drag people from streets. Everything. So it's a thing too. Yeah, everything. Weapons. So it's not like Ukraine versus Russia. This is what everyone is forgetting about. It's Ukraine plus USA plus Europe plus a lot of countries. So don't forget that. It's not like Ukraine is fighting Russia and winning and just standing. It's Ukraine is losing its youth, losing its human resources, losing its economy, losing everything. Don't forget it's the consequences too. You will persist, but what's the consequences? Ukraine is like in a downstream it's like in a hill, and they cannot go back because the population, the most important population are abroad. They are like settling abroad. The fact that the war lasted this long, it's catastrophic for the Ukraine because a lot of Ukrainian already wanted to go out, and now they have a reason. Now they are settling outside. So a lot of population, important population, did go away. This is one thing. The second thing, the Donbass is one of the richest areas in Ukraine. So they are losing a lot of resources, a lot of land. That's important. They are making an enemy of a big second or third army in the region, in the world, and their neighbors. They don't like
the first army
2,000 or 3,000 kilometers away. They are their neighbors and making an enemy out of them. This is
madness and stupidity.
Yeah, madness and stupidity. So I wanted to go back to a post that some will Europe send troops if Russia break through? Yeah, with what army? With what weapons?
With the Dutch army.
Yeah, you think the woke population that we have in the West here, because I'm living in the West, they will go to Russia and fight in Russians? They fight in one of those people that had the knife fight? At least the Ukrainian like give him a hard fight, but
he fought.
Are you guys seeing in the streets? You think that this population will fight? French, a German, Canadian. It's plus if the West is like going very hard. Russia have nukes, man. They can
Hey,
nuke
Nika.
out of Ukraine.
Hey, Nika.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure the woke Westerns won't fight, but the immigrants that they have there, they might fight.
Well, you know that guy, the Bob Bauer, that Dutch almirant. He is going to win. He's a lot of voice.
Super chat. Rujin, will the Afghan crap after winning? You know. Have we talked about the knife fight yet? If no, we can talk about it again.
No.
And thank you, Funa, for becoming a YouTube member.
Yeah.
None yet.
Yeah, we'll talk about it just because we became a member.
Yeah, Nika.
But go
Yeah,
Nika.
I think you took most of my points, Nika. But yeah, I think just to follow up, Brugen, sorry, I can't pronounce your name. When you say that Ukraine is doing well, they're not. They're losing. They're getting decimated, and that's
I never
evident
contested that in the first place. Okay, I told you, let get out of the way about the outcome of the war. What I'm talking about is military performance. Then
yeah, but let me finish. So the men there are all decimated. You got a generation of men who are now dead. That's evidenced by the fact that they keep trying to lower the conscription age because they keep running out of men. The reason that they're using 80s, hardware, to your point, is the fact that they simply don't have any of the good stuff anymore, and nobody in the West does. So, all we're seeing right now is grift. That's the only reason they want to keep this going. Your taxpayers' dollars are going towards Zelensky getting another mansion, his wife getting another, fancy car or something like that. That's the only reason why this thing is still going. Ukraine has been militarily defeated for a long time.
Hey, just real quick. The other day, too, the Russian Minister of Defense, I believe, came out and made a statement, and it's Russian statement, so take it for what you want. But he said that the Ukrainians have taken 1 million casualties.
They are not the only ones saying that.
Yeah, and exactly, they're not the only ones that are projecting those high casualties.
Me too. I also estimated like Ukraine by now should have lost around 1 million troops. Like by now, because it's a long war, like they have lost, like started with 300,000, then they'll probably lost another 300,000, then another 300,000. So probably there.
Like I said, we're paying for another mansion for the guy. That's it.
Yeah,
that's it.
And
the numbers
you guys
are
stop
because
exposing me. I'm not the Yakut guy. Stop exposing me.
Who is the Yakut guy? I don't know.
Yeah, the guy that knifed the Ukrainian soldier. Yeah.
Okay. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Right.
Yeah. Everybody says he looks like me.
No, he doesn't.
Clearly,
like
I'm more handsome than
No,
him,
you're
right?
much more handsome. Don't let
obviously, man.
you.
Look, after a fight like that, you'd probably
now
look
you got
like
your
him.
next Halloween costume,
Yeah, maybe you could do a Halloween costume of that guy.
Do you
just
see
have to
how
look
innocent he looked after he shaved? Do you see
okay, it was great talking to you guys.
Yakut?
I have to go now.
Oh, it was nice.
Hey, brilliant.
Oh,
Hey,
well, I
thanks
was
for
kind of
coming.
hoping to respond to
See you
him,
soon.
but I guess he's leaving. Guess it's my turn.
You can still respond. Doesn't matter if he's there.
Well, I guess I will. All right. I guess in terms of whether or not it's been a good showing for Russia's armed forces, I think that's an interesting question. I think that there's an article by Lieutenant Colonel Alex Vishin about attritional art of war. And basically his whole thing is that wars of attrition have their own logic and their own art and science of how to do it right, kind of. So somebody else brought up Clausewitz's famous, theory of war or dictum, whatever, that war is the continuation of politics by other means. And if the Russians manage to demilitarize the AFU, it doesn't have to look good on a map, right? Like, look at them. They've repeatedly shown that they're willing to retreat and take a beating in the realm of public relations when it makes sense for them operationally and strategically. So if the Russians manage to kind of demilitarize the AFU, which is one of the goals, then who is left to resist Russian demands? So like if you don't have an army anymore.
Yeah, I mean, it's like I
the
said
Russians-
before. I mean, when the army's gone and they're attrited, then you just drive where you want and take what you want because there's nobody to stop you.
Exactly. So this whole thing about, how good do the Russians look on paper? How good do the Ukrainians look on paper? I think that this war has been extremely heavily propagandized. And we don't actually know how well the Ukrainians had been doing and how poorly the Russians had been doing. I think there's a lot of that's shrouded in layers and layers of deception and war propaganda. But
the results will count.
Yeah, and if you take a look
In the
at,
end.
if you look at, the Ukrainians say there's 500,000 Russians killed. The Russians say there's 1 million Ukrainian casualties or whatever. That's not something that we're going to be in a position to like independently verify. Yeah, somebody like Wyatt is in a position to be like, dude, I've been staring at this war for years now, and I have a little bit of a clue of what's going on. But, that's not everybody is on that level. And that's still to a certain extent, that's an intuition and a personal estimation. So we'll see exactly where it ends up eventually, and by the results, we'll have to judge. Go ahead, Shadowy, I think.
Yes, about the performance of the Russian army. I think we are all forgetting one really important thing for them. They are trying not to kill. Sorry?
Go ahead.
Yes,
Your name
I
is
think they're
Fritz?
trying not to kill any civilians. And that's very, very difficult to do in this kind of conflict. And they have succeeded to do that. And we are forgetting how difficult it is for a military force of in such a huge war to avoid civilian casualties. And it's really a miracle for me to have so few of them. And it's a real, what's the word? Difficulties for the Russian army, because it's very easy to do like the the US army in Iraq, and to basically destroy everything. Okay, first things you do, you destroy the power plant, then the bridge, then the hospitals, and everything. It's very easy to do. And if they have decided to do that for the first 2 months, the war would be already over, but it would be a bloodbath.
Yeah.
Super chat. You are underestimating propaganda. I've seen 5 years old in a Belgium kindergarten killing Russians while playing. People are slowly being shaped. Honestly, we are killing Russians since I was young. It's not something new. I also killed Japanese, because of World War II.
And Arabs.
I must say that wait again. I think it was my finger now.
I think it was Vaughn.
Wait.
It was Vaughn.
Wait. We need to let the new guy introduce himself first so that he can join the conversation. Please introduce yourself.
Yeah, great.
What's up, guys? You guys hear me?
Yep.
Yep. Loud and clear, sir.
I'm from California, like small town California.
Sorry to hear
I
that.
used to be in the army.
Another American.
Are you NorCal?
Yeah, in Roseville.
Oh, hell yeah, dude. I've been there.
Yeah. Yeah, and I used to be in the army too, and I got out because I got blown up, stepped on an IED and blew my leg off.
Well, I'm sorry to hear
my
that.
leg,
Damn, dude.
A robot leg.
Well, thank you for your
cyborg.
sacrifice. We thank you for your service.
Yeah, man. But yeah, you guys.
I salute you for your service, but I don't thank you.
Yeah, I respect your service, but I don't
thank you.
approve your service, man. You guys went to Iraq, fucked it up, and come back.
I think Fritz will be the
man.
only guy, and Dan Castle had seen real combat. I think among our speakers, I think only you and Dan Castle had.
Living in a poor country is a combat on its own.
Hey, Iraq ain't that bad anymore, man.
Yeah. So what made you come on, dude?
I'm just I'm a regular listener, and I just wanted to meet you guys in person.
Hell yeah. That's awesome.
Well, thanks for joining, and feel free to share your thoughts and experience.
And also make sure you drop into the open mic chat
Voice chat. Yeah.
lounge.
Yeah, you'll be invited to the lounge. I will send you the email.
So
Wait,
what do you?
wait.
How are
need
you
to
seeing?
change the time?
Yeah,
Huh?
Fritz.
We need
So,
less Americans. We
So
need less
Fritz-
Americans.
fewer Americans. And Fritz, so how are you seeing this whole entire question of the way that the Russians have fought the war versus the way that we anticipated for them to fight the war, and even other Russians? What do you think about that?
I mean, to be honest, I think it's everybody's been saying the Ukrainians are using like their own way of attacking, but in reality, it's like really close to what NATO does. Because I was in the U.S. Army over there in Afghanistan, and that's pretty much what they made us do. Go on the attack, and then our officers were assholes too, man. They'd get super pissed when we like leave an area. They call our lieutenants, fire them.
Interesting. So you're seeing patterns of NATO in the way that Ukraine is fighting the war.
Oh yeah, man. U.S. officers, man. There's not the lower officers like the company level guys, platoon level, but the betrayers and all the guys.
The lieutenant
Same
colonel.
issue in front.
Like the generals and the guys that are like in charge of a whole province.
The strategic, the strategic approach is similar. They have the same sort of disregard for human life and personnel.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. That's how they fight. That's how we fight. But one thing that's different is in the army they teach us to fight at like nighttime only. Just like because we got all the night vision and all the infrared stuff. But I don't think they do it a lot in Ukraine because the Russians, they also have like night capabilities, so it's pretty difficult to move around in that area. So, but the Russians,
definitely look at all the thermal imaging they got on both sides.
That's probably.
So hey, what was your fighting like terrorists? Those guys don't have night vision or ISR, all that stuff.
So it's like so it's a budget NATO army from your perspective. They don't have the ability to do it at night. They don't have the ability to have as much high tech, high trained people in per capita in their army, but they're still trying to do the NATO thing.
Yeah, I don't think if you send in like Western troops in there, they're not gonna be like the best, on the field. It's way different now because all the drones and the suicide drones, that shit's crazy, man.
Yeah, but Bradley, I think maybe I'm wrong. Correct me if I'm wrong, Fritz. But what you're trying to say is more that the enemy has the similar capability. It's not that the Ukrainians have less kit than the NATO forces in Afghanistan, but that the Russian army isn't the flip-flop forces that they were facing in the Middle East. And so since they also have night vision and all that, that's why you can't do the same.
You can't really do the whole NATO thing with them,
as much.
But what's
well, going back to Ukraine.
Wait.
Again, does he have a model for his services as proof? He showed us his leg, bro.
Oh gosh, that is so stupid. That's so stupid. But then again, it's an open mic. It is an open mic, and people keep saying stupidity. If you look at what the live chat, there is one of you guys. They are offending everybody. Hey, yeah, sure. Wow. You don't need to prove yourself. This is ridiculous.
Thank you for the super chat. Okay.
Hey, come on, guys. Let me talk.
That's the.
Thank you for the super chat. Don't go bashing super chats, Prata. I know you. I know you well.
So freeze. What is that? Freeze.
I wanted to say that it's like this. Going first of all, the brains he had the false argument from. That was supposing all his argument that I found, and I intervened saying that videos or especially saying that Ukraine is going to fall apart. There are very few people that have been saying that, then he's watching the wrong propaganda. If he wants to read the propaganda where Ukraine is winning, he doesn't need to go. He just needs to open any Western news outlet. So, there, Russia is always losing the war. But that's not even the point. The point is that trying to understand that what's happening to Ukraine is, like many of you guys said, they're already in their third or fourth army. The thing is that without the equipment from the West, they wouldn't have come any further. So we have been seeing from supplies of technological fake Ukrainian existing equipment. So it was the Ukrainians wasted all their equipment, and they had a lot of equipment. They got all the Soviet machinery they could find around the world to supply Ukraine. And when that was over, they supplied the best equipments they could have to Ukraine. And this is an escalation. And in doing that, Ukrainians could obviously act a little bit better. But as we know, the offensive of 2023, where Ukrainians have the best of the best Western equipment, they failed. So, and the other thing too is the engagement of the Western powers. They are putting on their service people, satellites, much more now than before. So the real contribution of the Russian army, of the Ukrainian army for this war is getting less and less and less, and the Western is getting more and more and more. So this needs to be also put into question. Oh, he was saying, oh, the Ukrainian army, but it's not true. That's not true. What we see is a higher and bigger engagement of NATO in this conflict. And that's what Russia is fighting. And what we should recognize, which is amazing, because Bradley said, and it was also my previous thesis before, war is politics through other means. This is from Clausewitz, that Russian military specialist or architect as well, in a way. And
military theorist and philosopher in general.
Exactly. So in a way, we see that the Russians are doing politics all the time with the war, more even than the West. But both sides are. The Ukrainians are just the cannon fodder, nothing more. Well, there is some geniality of some dark, sadistic geniality coming from Zelensky up and down, but most of the times it's the West and Russia making politics. Each time the West escalates a bit higher, the Russians escalate higher more. So we see, for instance, I'm not sure which was the biggest event of 2024, was the Oreshnik.
Oh, yes.
That made a convulsion everywhere in Europe and around the world. No? So this is important to notice. And how this Burns explains that. Where did the Russians have that if they were performing so lousily all this time? Where did they get that improvement out of nothing? No? So they have more. And now Putin said they are ready to explore a new rocket, a new missile in Ukraine, not a Oreshnik, another one, a new one, as an escalatory measure. It will be very interesting to see, right? If I'm wrong. So who wants to go next? I don't see any fingers.
Well, I was going to say Wunderwaffe 2024 is probably Oreshnik, and Wunderwaffe 2025 remains to be seen. Go ahead, Gabriel.
No, yeah, I think it's kind of pointless to continue to respond to that Buzhin guy, whatever his name is, because I already responded to him in the first place, and instead of like answering back, he just continued recycling the same argument. It's like you can't expect a particular performance from a peer battle. There's no comparison. Like if you compare every war in history with like Desert Storm, then every war ever fought was a total disaster by incompetent commanders. Like even the Napoleonic Wars that lost like hundreds of thousands of soldiers in his campaigns. So like
Millions.
every military commander in history was a retard because it wasn't Desert Storm, you know? And as we can see right now by our veteran here present. Oh, and by the way, like I said earlier, Fritz, I completely respect and admire the courage and perseverance through battle, even under the most ridiculous and retarded causes. So I might bother you, like I've seen in my experience before. I might pick on you from time to time, but I fundamentally I respect the battlefield. So just
there's
that
a difference. There is always a difference between the people who fight, the normal people who fight, and the leaders who do the stupid decisions, the stupid invasions, and so on and so forth. Because I don't think all the Ukrainians who are fighting doing it like with open arms and willingly and knowing everything that we know here and so on. I think
the reality is that as a soldier, you don't have a choice.
You don't have a choice.
You're
Exactly.
a soldier, you just follow orders. So no, once
you
you're a
see,
soldier, that's
and when you are in the environment and the fighting in the fighting space, you will see it differently. You will see everything that an enemy. You will be like the camaraderie. You will have a different perspective if you
you definitely have to defend your own and kill the enemy. Definitely.
Exactly. So I understand. Yeah, I respect Fritz, but
though I will say
his leaders and his politicians, they
though,
fucked you up, guys, and they fucked our region too. Sadly, but
for soldiers, the priority is always survival and protection of your bodies. No, it's not about killing your enemies. It's always about protecting your bodies. And if the enemy is shooting you, then you shoot back. So if to save your life is to kill, then is to kill. So right.
That's exactly the point. That to save your life is to kill the enemy. That's exactly the point. But I will say, and I don't make this point as any form of condemnation. I consider the valor to confront battle like one of the highest human qualities. But then there's some very exceptional people that even as soldiers have openly defied like evil orders. There's also that. I don't expect it from anyone, but it's an extraordinary valor, like an even more extraordinary valor that does exist. Like in South America, there was a lot of dictatorships, and it was all of the militaries folded against their own people. Basically, it was a civil war, but against civilians. And there were a lot of brigades and battalions in the chain of command, in the armed forces that resisted orders and turned against the orders of the junta of the military dictatorships and refused to fight against their own people. So that also exists, but it's not to be expected anywhere from anyone.
Just wanted to hop on top of that, Gabriel, and say that you see a lot more of that in armed forces, a lot more of that personal backbone than you do, for example, in the political classes. So
definitely.
Always that.
100%.
Yeah, so you can see what it is in terms of it does take courage, and it does take a certain type of person to be a soldier. Even if you're conscripted into it, like a lot of Ukrainians, for example, right? It just shows you the measure of an individual. And you're right, this is something that who would want to, like, I'm anti-war. I'm a very much of like a pro-peace person, but you have to be able to understand that there's such thing as you could back a person into a corner and they're going to defend their family, or they're going to defend whatever it is, and that is definitely an admirable trait for whatever reason that it is that you do it. I just wanted to also say, well, there's reason, there's utility in disagreeing with the gentleman who left earlier because I think a lot of people, we don't have a lot of hardcore pro-Ukrainians. People are either pro-Russia or neutral. So it's good to understand kind of where they're coming from, because at some point in time, at some level, it just does not compute. Well, I mean, if this is going on, then things are not as I think they are. You know, well, if you're already able to discuss that, you know, you get pushback. People don't just change their minds like that with data. That's a very rare trait. But it's still important, I think, to be able to understand where they're coming from. Go ahead, Nico.
Yeah, I'm agreeing with Bradley, because if you are comfortable with your opinion, with your idea, you don't mind a push from another idea. So it's against that. I hope there is more like pro-Ukrainian. For me, I'm not neither pro-Ukrainian or pro-Russian, but because I'm not either. I will not benefit either way.
We have no dog in that fight, right?
Exactly. For me, I want Russian to win because
well, you should have a dog in that fight, Nika. You should have a dog in that fight.
I'm telling you, I'm going to that. First, personally, I want Russian to win to balance the Americans, because they are fucking like. We had enough of them meddling with everything and fucking everyone. So we need to balance this one, because poor countries as mine and as in the region I'm from, they don't have any choice but to follow the master in Washington. At least when Russia and China wins, I may be in total like disagreement in other fields, but in this one I'm with them 100% to make the world at least a bit fair.
Just for balance.
Yeah, in the Cold War, you can go to this one or that one and try to balance and choose the best benefit for your thing. But now you don't follow the Americans with all the shit show they will come with. You will be fucked. This is what was happening years ago. But other than that, I don't care. Russians did a lot of horrible things to Arabs and Muslims, so I don't have any bias in this regard. And secondly, I agree with what Bradley and Gabriel said in everything about Fritz and stuff. But just one thing, there's one army that doesn't apply. I don't respect any soldier of it, and I respect
IDF.
From this exactly from the lowest soldier to the higher ups.
The least moral army in the world.
I see the IDF. I don't see them as an army.
I don't see them either.
It's like a gang, a crazy gang, going with fancy arms. It's not a gang.
Well,
it's like even
that's the thing, because the thing I consistently see with the IDF is that they're the most coward people I've ever seen in combat. You know, like all the footage I've seen in combat of the IDF, they're the most cowardly people. So they're not they're more like pampered pricks with heavy weapons, fully defenseless, and that's sort of
like,
I used to think
soldier were like there's soldiers said they wear diapers because they're afraid. They're peeping themselves because they are so much afraid. They have a division. It was in the Israeli news. There is a division refused to go to fight because they were trained for defense purposes, and they have like full kit, full army, full support, and they refused to go to war in Gaza because they were like trained to do defensive works. It's fucking insane.
Oh yeah.
Anyway,
these guys, they're like I used to think that they were probably good soldiers because they had a lot of live practice, if you know what I mean, which is always an issue in the army, because it's hard to be able to shoot against another human being without the live practice. So you can do a lot of drills and all that, but when it comes to time to shoot another human, it's difficult. So I thought they were going to be probably a good fighting force because they had a lot of live practice, but now I realize that have a lot of live practice against unarmed opponents is terrible.
Children, against children
It's terrible for your military discipline. It leaves you completely unprepared to face an armed combatant opponent. Go on, Boshin. You're muted.
Can you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Now we can.
Okay, so I want a bit to disagree. Politics aside and morals aside, the Israelis are quite a capable army, and at least until now they're not losing. So whatever you want to say, they are not.
Your volume is super low for some reason. It's hard to hear you.
Wait a second. Is it better now?
A little bit better.
I don't think you're using that microphone.
Maybe. Then wait a second. I will sort my technical stuff
now.
out, and
you sound better now. You sound good
better now.
Yes, you sound
okay,
good.
Then I have to turn this on. The Israelis are quite a capable army, in my opinion. Sure, there are in every army there are better fighters and better fighters, better prepared psychologically and less.
Losing you again.
Speak louder. The microphone works. Just speak louder.
Louder. Okay. I hope you can hear me now.
That microphone is not in use.
No, you're not using
You're not using that microphone.
Okay. Wait a second, then. I will sort my technical stuff out.
All right, man. See
don't
forget your point.
Settings.
Don't forget your point.
I really max out your volume. So you go to the settings, audio tab,
continue.
and then check your microphone. See if it's actually using the correct microphone, because it can actually connect to all sorts of different devices, which might or might not be microphones.
I will push on Vosion before even he continues. Sorry about that. Sorry. When you see how they conduct themselves, how they behave in the battle, it's shameful to have a trained army with that behavior.
You're missing the point. His point is that it's a capable
listen,
army.
I know. I didn't finish. They have a capable air force that can destroy everything. Yes. They have a
military industrial complex.
Exactly. They have a lot of technology. Yes, they can use big guns. But you see just in South Lebanon what they suffered, and they couldn't even move a lot of kilometers. They're not like they have a lot of money, man. The amount of aid that coming from those guys taxpayer, those guys' money. The aid that comes from those guys' money, the US, is hilarious, man. It's more than
I think we got your point. Nika.
But
Boyan, did you sort out your microphone?
I think I sorted out my microphone.
Yes, you did.
Better?
It sounds good now. Yeah, go.
Yeah. So now, morals and political opinions aside, the Israelis are quite capable. They are holding their ground, and they're even on the offensive, in my opinion. They have not taken a lot of ground in Lebanon or stuff, but who is to say that they wanted to take ground in Lebanon? Well, yeah. Then you have also to see there is money coming in from United States or arms, whatever. Yeah, they're being supported, of course.
And soldiers.
But this is a matter of politics. You have to find your allies before some war starts, and Lebanon or the Hezbollah has also their supporters, and still. The Arab world is quite rich. In fact, at least some of the states are very, very rich. Some of the states are very rich and could afford a lot of support. So there is a lacking coordination among the Arab countries, which Israel exploits.
Well, that's true. But that's not in favor of.
Not true. Because they don't exploit, they control the Arab wars, man. It's a big difference.
Well, it's worse than I'm saying,
It is worse, but it's not their capabilities that leads them to that. It's their big ally, America, which their bigger slave.
It doesn't matter what the reason is,
but
Nika.
it's not
The point is that even if
armies,
hold up. If every single Israeli soldier was 1/10 of the soldier that, let's say, for example, every single Houthi was, the Israelis would still win a war with the Houthis because they have that much more equipment and that much more stuff. All he's saying is that it's still a capable army. Even if they're fighting in a way that maybe doesn't seem to make sense or in a way that doesn't seem to be effective, whatever, they can do that. They can suffer setbacks that nobody else can suffer. They can do it for a longer time than anybody else. Yeah, maybe partly because of their massive ally, America, but it doesn't matter.
In the past, like 50 years, they didn't fight a real war. You are fighting like armed insurgency, man. You are Gaza, for example, is like in
and they want to keep it that way.
I know, but you cannot.
As long as they can keep it that way, they will continue to be the strongest army in the region.
You cannot weight an army based on that, man. You know,
and Bradley.
It doesn't matter.
Saying that the Israeli army is an effective fighting force is like saying that a boxer that can hit 60-year-old kids in a schoolyard is an effective fighter. Like, he wins every battle, but he's hitting 6-year-olds. So, where are the
wait, I have to push back.
Hold on, why wants to talk?
These boxers, all the boxers opponents are all 60-year-old. Old guys.
Yeah, it is because don't it's like the example. It's like, imagine you have your dad is a big drug lord, and he have a son, like 10 years old son, and he's hit everyone. Of course, don't worry, don't forget, like hitting Israel is like hitting America. You will gain the wrath of the big dad.
The point is, Nika, the point is that you don't need to be the best in the world in any competition. You just need to be better than the opponents.
Yeah, we are talking about capable army. I'm not talking. They are capable politicians. They are capable extortions. They are capable genocidal people. They are capable controllers.
Have you ever
control a lot of countries like USA?
I want to respond, but I'll go after Wyatt.
Army is a different thing. It's like Gabriel. What the example is, the exact example that Gabriel said.
But actually, right,
a good fighter
it's not very accurate to call IDF not effective. IDF is one of the most effective military in the world. So that's a problem. It is actually our perception of what is an effective military is actually warped. Because we are looking at Ukraine war, especially like looking at United States. United States is a world-class military. Russia is now, previously it was not, now it's a world-class military. We're talking about the top-class military, and Ukraine is near world-class because Ukraine, despite of all its problems, they have trained and they have experienced war. They know what to deal with. But of course, they're not at the level of Russians right now because of
but they know what to do.
They got attrition too much. Too many people died. But they still are very effective. They are way more effective than any Middle Eastern military. But outside of Ukraine, US, Russia, IDF is one of the most effective military in the world. You will look at how the Saudi fight the Yemenis. They're horrible.
No one can win the Yemenis, man. Who won against the Yemenis? Who won against the Yemenis? No one can win against
Ottomans
the
or other
Yemenis.
No, not even the Ottomans won against the Yemenis, man.
Only other Yemenis. Only other Yemenis.
Only Yemenis win against Yemenis.
Yeah,
exactly.
so
I just say probably no oil there, not enough oil there. So
not enough motivation to go and fight there, No, but
it's like Afghanistan, but worse, man.
But let him finish, Nika, please.
Yeah, so if you look very objectively of all the different militaries in the world, like be it like Iraq-Iran war, Iraqi army, Iran army, even Iraq in the Gulf War is like horrible. It can't fight. If you look at the Egyptian army fought against the Israeli, both is shit. Like even when they have the most advanced weaponry in the world, it's still shit. They still lost the war against Israel in such a short time. Yom Kippur War. So the effective armies, the way how we imagine it, actually don't usually is not very in real life. Like even in Singapore, it's the same thing. Singapore is one of the most effective, efficient army in the world. But if you ask Singaporeans, the Singaporean conscripts or the people who have went through the military, we will tell you that we will lose any war. Like we feel that we are shit. But the reality is that if a real war actually happens, we will be so much more efficient than our enemies that we will actually beat them. Our perception is not reality. So actually most military are shit. It's very messy. Military is a very difficult thing. That's what I think.
I guess Nika, were you going to respond, and then I want to go after Wyatt.
It's Vojan before me, and then.
Well, actually, it's me before Gwen. Go ahead, Gwen.
This war in Israel against the Hamas and the Hezbollah has started a year ago, and people have been talking about the 100,000 of missiles that Hezbollah has and stuff, What is that now? So, however Israel did it, they have eliminated one of their major enemies on the northern flank to a large degree, at least rendered them incapable to be effective against Israel. Israel is gaining land in Syria. Hezbollah is not hindering them. Israel probably had a hand in the manipulations that happened in Syria as well. So war is not just the fighters on the ground, in the trenches.
No, but the army
is the complete system,
The army is the fighters on the ground. The war is economics and politics, but the army is a different thing. If your politician can make sanctions against the other country and starve them to death, it's not the same thing.
Sorry, Gabriel, it's not just politics. It's a hybrid war, what they accuse Russia doing a lot, Hybrid war, what Israel did against the neighbors.
First of all, saying that Gaza having a war, Israel having a war in Gaza, it's like, it's a big word. War in Gaza is a big word. Even SMO is a big word for Gaza. Don't forget that they were in isolation for 15 years or more, or 10 years. You cannot fight a normal fight with you are isolated for that long. Even the food were regulated, so they don't even they regulated the amount of food, so the population will not starve, but they will not thrive. Even the food were regulated. They were smuggling just weapons. They using homemade weapons. So it's not a war. You cannot compare that, man.
No one said.
Yeah. It's
no one said it has to be fair. No one said it has to be fair.
But how?
A pro-gamer fight against a noob is still.
I can hit a 5 years old, as Gabriel said, and say I'm a big fighter. No, I cannot. I need to say I'm a big fighter. You need a man in my age, in my weight class, and we had in my experience too, and had a fight. And when I win, I say I fight. But if you have I'm a capable fighter. To say I'm a capable fighter and going following 6 years old and beating them up, as Gabriel said, it's not a comparable. Even in that example, in South Lebanon, what is Hezbollah? Hezbollah is just a militia, man. It's not even an army. They don't have tanks. They don't have airplanes. They don't have any artillery.
You see, in another.
Listen,
even with that. No. I in the 2 years ago, if IDF didn't say anything, Hamas and Hezbollah is shitting all over the Israelis.
We're talking reality, man.
People will be saying, you see, the Israelis are cowards. No, they don't even dare to do anything to the Hamas and Hezbollah. So now they hit them. After they hit them, say, these also are cowards because they use fighter jets to hit them. No, you cannot fight.
No, I didn't say that. I said
Israel can't fight Iran, man. They can't fight Iran.
You are missing my word.
I agree.
What I'm saying. I say it's a capable army going with fighting with militias. They didn't even win in South Lebanon.
Nika, all right. You're making the same point again. I want to respond to that point. You already said this point.
Oh my
God. You
did.
You said you're saying the same thing again.
Listen,
you're saying that they're
South Lebanon because he said they winning in South Lebanon. Who said they win? They didn't even move like 20 kilometers in the area or 10 kilometers.
Okay, so
they
here,
couldn't do that. And the missiles, they didn't disappear, or they found all the missiles.
All right,
Who
all
said
right.
they found
We
it
got
or
that.
not?
Nika, you're making the same point again. Okay, so different armies are designed to do different things. That's why the Russians don't have aircraft carriers and the Americans have no hypersonic maneuvering glide vehicles yet. So the IDF is designed to do a different thing than the AFU. And they start winning the war by making sure that they are only fighting 60-year-old washed up boxers and 14-year-old noob boxers. By doing things like, for example, undermining Assad for decades, taking away the Golan Heights, working with the Turks and the Americans and the Kurds and even ISIS, acting as ISIS's air force and stuff like that. They made sure that when they went into Syria, it went like a hot knife through butter. There's not going to be a situation where there's going to be an army that is a 27-year-old boxer in a comparable weight class ready to go toe-to-toe with Israel. That might be Iran. And I agree with Toronto, Brad. If in a fight like that, I think Iran would probably wipe the floor with Israel. But I think the Israelis are crazy enough to use nukes. I think that they're that level. I mean, just look, they're committing a genocide in full view. They give no fucks. It's not like the Russians at all. So I think next it's going to be Fritz and then Prata, I think.
Oh,
Yeah, go on, Fritz.
yeah, I think
You're
the
muted.
Israeli military,
Go on. No,
they're good.
fine.
Like their technology is good, but their infantry skills are really bad, really terrible. Because I mean, I'm not trying to compare them to the U.S. Army, but the U.S. Army, the main fighting force is the infantry. You know, everybody's built around that, like special forces, Rangers. I mean, the Rangers are infantry guys too. You know, they're 11 Bravo is like, oh, but they're in a Ranger battalion. They're not in the regular units. So everything's built around the infantry, and that's why we fight. Like most of the army, current U.S. Army is like light infantry. You know, very little mechanized. It's maybe the mechanized units are like First Cavalry, First Armored, Second Infantry. I mean, those are the big three ones, but everybody else is light. You walk and fight. Like, I mean, in Iraq, we didn't use our vehicle that much. You know, we just walked out of our compound and patrolled the whole villages and got shot at. And yeah,
reinforces my point that different armies are just designed to do different things. You can't. It's an apples and oranges comparison. Go ahead, Prata.
Yeah, Prata.
First of all, I think we always have to take into attention that Israel is not a normal country. It's a very special country, and they have developed within its attempt to create a normal country. It has developed a lot of capacities and capabilities that other countries don't have or wouldn't even dream to have. And it's the networks, the influence networks, the ability to project their own narrative is amazing for such a small country. It's through their own international networks, in their capacity to influence the well-positioned people. It's a lot of money. The Israelis have been able to win the battles, first and foremost, in their political variance. And this is amazing. And a country that is, like many say, it's being accused of committing genocide, it's able to survive in this international architecture that this still exists. It works badly, but still exists, and Israel is there. Now, you guys are pretty much all true. We are just talking about different. It depends on the perspective that we are looking at. So it is not true that Israel won in Gaza, and it's also not true that they won in Lebanon. But if we understand again that war is politics through other means, the Israelis were genius. What they managed with that politically, it's amazing. One of their biggest potential aggressor. That was not Lebanon and it was not Gaza, because we are talking about organization. It was Syria. Syria is out of the game for many years to come. For many years to come. So what Israel managed, it's impressive, but at a very high cost, nevertheless. And we have been discussing it after almost a year. The cost that it will cost Israel, it's immense. Their economy, it will have a lot of difficulties to get up, and it's it's probably going to be to stay a rural country. And also its ability to project their own narrative around the world will diminish with time. But for at least a couple of decades, they have won, more or less, the geopolitical position that is comfortable for them. And the problem is that Israel has never sought, due to the process of creating that sovereignty, that statehood, the nation state, has been always in antagonic situation with all their neighbors, more or less. All their neighbors have an antagonic situation with Israel, and that's the way we need to understand. And Israel has never sought, and it was also not encouraged by the countries that see themselves as allied or partners with Israel, to create that partnership. We also see that Israel, unfortunately, has territorial interests in all the countries around itself. So it's an expansionist entity, sovereignty entity, that it's trying to find its own space in the ground, where they never are really 100% coexistent. Because if you guys, sorry for being so philosophical now, if you understand the ethnic composition of Israel, not just Jews are a lot of different things inside of Israel. They are also not a complete majority with a state that sees itself as a Jewish state, but a lot of the population that is inside is Arab and is Christian or other ethnicities. And the Jews themselves don't see themselves as a complete unity. And so as they expand more, actually they are just creating themselves more problems. But I think Vodjan is correct, and I think Nika is also correct in many aspects. We have to look, though, to the more political construction of Israel to the future. And in that sense, I see actually something genius that happened. But of course, I'm not with saying it. I can't approve at any time or find it acceptable to the killings, the indiscriminate killing. It's something that is so regrettable, but also so disgusting. Nika.
Yeah, just to clarify the situation. First of all, I'm not agreeing on the premises that they are the biggest win is Syria. Syria was a very safe area for them. Now it's like there is a lot of questions from that area. That's why they advanced. That's why they didn't attack all those targets before. They know all those targets. They had the capability to hit them, but they didn't. Why? Because they were sure that regime was supporting them in a way. A lot of what happens in Lebanon, though that shit that happened in Lebanon was because of Syria in a way, because there were like a lot of infiltration that happened from Syria to Lebanon when the Hezbollah aided Syria. Even some Iranians were against that. Anyway, it's a lot of mess, but I don't think it's a win for Israel. This is one thing. Secondly, even I will go with Bradley. Yeah, I give you that. Every army is like organized in a different way, but even with this organization, they are not winning. Even with those like kind of militia, I don't like consider. For example, let's take Lebanon, because Gaza is a specific reason. For South Lebanon, how on what parameter do you consider them winning? They advanced very little for that kind of numbers, that kind of artillery, that kind of heavy weaponry. They have the skies. They couldn't like advance a lot in those areas, even with an army that is focused on that kind of warfare. They are not winning because what are the results? They wanted the Hezbollah to. They wanted to eradicate Hezbollah and change the Lebanese political landscape and whatsoever, but they didn't do anything of that. They suffered a lot of casualties. They didn't do any objective. They just bombarded and destroyed a lot of buildings, killed a lot of civilians, do some terrorist acts. That's it. Even Hezbollah was like, they could like hit a lot of area that they didn't even go to that low with Israel, because they could have done a lot of damage with them. Even with that Bradley, with the Bradley standards, they didn't win. In my opinion, they didn't win. Anyway, evasion.
Well, I have no dog in that fight, in that war. But that makes it possible for me not to think in fanboyism way, What I can see, what happened in the last year is that Israel has taken out a lot of Hezbollah with these pager attacks and whatever, and is bombing a lot of the things there. Has taken, out all of the leaders of the Hezbollah. And it has rendered them basically not as an effective enemy for the near future. This is a clear win for Israel. And in Gaza, who's to say what their real goals are? Who can then define what is a war win? Maybe they just wanted to destroy Gaza. Then they have completely succeeded, and not defeat Hamas. Because Hamas is a useful tool for them. Maybe I don't know. The thing that Israel now also has in Syria and regime that is not anti-Israel, obviously, as the Assad was, is a clear win from the side of Israel. Obviously, we don't. All of us don't know losses what Israel has had. At least. Not the correct ones, only claimed ones. I can see until now only wins for the Israeli side, So I have to disagree here. Their only big loss that they have is on the international arena regards reputation, But on the factual position that they have in their neighborhood, they have clear wins.
Mission
and
accomplished. Yeah.
war is just a continuation of politics with other means. And if you can achieve with your war operations the targets that you politically had, then it was a successful operation. And I don't think that we can agree on who is a good or bad army or what. Everybody has some opinions, but we have to look on the results, and the results until now, for the one side, unfortunately, for the other side, fortunately, is that Israel has gains in this 1 year, quite obvious gains on the military actions. So
can I go,
Gabriel?
Wait, super chat.
Yeah, say your super chat.
Turkey, US, Israel, and Iran clash 3-4 in Syria by pulling back to Latakia with a bag of popcorn, which actually does make sense. Like, why get involved?
I agree with that.
I'd love to address that. Before I address that, though, I want to respond to Nika. But yeah, I guess I don't know. Go ahead, Gabe.
Okay, yeah. Like, I appreciate Vojin, your antagonistic discourse. It's lovely to be able to argue, whatever the reason. Doesn't matter how retarded the reasoning is. And so I'm gonna respond in kind, in appreciation to your, and yeah, I'm gonna disagree with you. Like what you're saying is factually correct. They are making gains, and it's hard to assess, like as a matter of fact, if it's a win or a loss. We have to wait for it to play out. Maybe it's a strategic failure, or maybe it just works out fine for them and they can walk off with all their gains, as you say. But maybe their diplomatic relation collapse is actually a strategic failure. Like from my point of view, everything they're doing doesn't make any sense as a sovereign state. You know, like it makes sense as obeying orders from an outside force. It doesn't make sense geopolitically for the nation in itself because they're surrounding themselves with enemies and so on. But to your point specifically, all the gains that you're talking about, they're true. They might be true if they bring positive results in the future, but they're still not a military. They're not achievements of the army. They're not an achievement of the armed forces. They're not an achievement of the ground forces. Like, yeah, their air force has done a great job in demolishing systematically civilian infrastructure, but it's not facing air defense. So you can't measure it as a capable armed force. It's like again, you can make accurate measurements of capabilities through the results that they achieve in relation to their circumstances. So like a football team is good or is bad depending on who they fight. Like if you have a football team that only plays in the an adult football team that only plays against the minors leagues or against women leagues, like say you have a female football team that is made up of all trans women, and they win the championship. Okay, you can't say that they're good players because they're actually men. And the same thing applies with armies. Like you can say that the American armed forces are total crap because they only fight against inferior armies, and yet they still lose, you know? So all of their capabilities and the finest fighting force in the history, it's objectively wrong because they don't face against peer armies, and yet they still lose. So all of it is just bluster. It's propaganda. In a factual sense, they're losing their wars against inferior armies. And you can talk about, yeah, no, but the military is just a branch of the political and economic. They win geopolitically, but that's not talking about the army. You're talking about the political and financial systems and the grand strategy, which might bring them victory. In spite of having a crappy army. So that's my point. Objectively, you're wrong because it's still a bad army because they still haven't beaten the flip-flop forces in Gaza after a whole year, and the guys don't have any supplies, and they still beat their ass, and they cry about it. They cry about it. They commit suicide about it. They have awful discipline. They shit their pants, and they get blown up.
Gabriel, real quickly, guess what? The only armies they have to face are flip-flop armies. Mission accomplished.
Yeah, it's still a bad army because it's still like not up to par.
That's not true. That's
it's
not
a perfect
true.
army.
No, there's one army that's not a flip-flop army. One army is not a flip-flop army.
They fought the Syrians, the Lebanese, the Egyptians, and many others. Real armies.
Anyway.
So it's also not true.
No, those are not real armies. There's only one real army in the Middle East, and that's Iran. And they got to fight. They got to deal with Iran, and I don't see that happening. Also, Israel got the military gains, Bojan. You were saying they got those military gains, but they're losing geopolitically in the United States because the core support for the Israelis is in the Republican Party, also the Democratic Party. But inside of the Republican Party, you have MAGA, and these guys are starting to really, really get sick of Israel. And then trust me.
Well, the biggest problem of Toronto was something that you
Prata,
just
there's
said.
a lot of
Okay.
guys holding hands, man. You're cutting everyone. So I'm just for the sake of the I'm biased, but I can use my head to differentiate, because it's not because I want someone to win. I cannot like analyze it rationally. I'm talking with a rational thought. This is one thing. Secondly, it's you are comparing you're comparing a resistant movement to an actual army. You cannot do that comparison version. If you in an actual army, you kill the leadership and stuff, the army will collapse. The country will surrender. But with a resistant movement, this logic it doesn't apply. With a resistant movement, it's the opposite that happened. You would make him a martyr. You make him a symbol. For example, if you go by your calculations, any occupation in this whole world is winning militarily in this kind of way. But for example, you see what happened in Algeria. France, like considering Algeria as a province for itself. They fought, like they stayed in Algeria for 100 plus years, 130, 120 years. Algerian never stop like fighting back. Algerian were like massacred and brutalized as what happening in a lesser way with what happening now in Palestine. But who wins in the end? It's the Algerians. French, they have the might. They were killing the leaders. They were killing the villages. They were doing everything like the Israelis doing now. But in the end, because they are not fighting an actual army, they are fighting a resisting movement. This is the difference thing that you need guys to understand. It's not an army, yeah. Plus, even with Toronto, what said, those we are talking about 50 or 60 years ago. Things have changed a lot. So yeah, they win before, but you need to see the actual detail in every war, because a lot of propaganda happened there. A lot of things that they don't say. There is like a lot of military aid that went backdoor. It's not like Israelis fighting all the Arab world with its own power and stuff. No, they had a lot of help. They had a lot of before that, because no country will be existing in this region without the help of the West. Because what Israel is doing now is because of the West, because of American support. Israel will never dare to do what's doing now and before without the Western help. So this is I forgot a lot of things I want to say. I think Bradley, then Vosh.
Yeah, so I want to respond, of course, to the two things that you were saying earlier. So number one, I think that you were mistaken, Nika, just in the way I view it, of course. I think that Syria is a huge win for Israel. Netanyahu, I remember him warning Assad publicly of dire consequences if he didn't stop arming Palestinian resistance groups. And if Iran is like Israel's number one obsession. I remember even in childhood, living in America, not knowing where to find Iran on a map, too young to do that, or Israel for that matter, and being taught, that, there's a place called Iran and they want to control all the neighbors in the region and they want to get a nuclear weapon and it's all about wanting to be able to pressure Israel politically. This is stuff that a lot of Americans learn before they know anything about the region. They already have this good guy, bad guy narrative that's already starting up. And like quick lesson in deciphering propaganda. So when somebody says the bad guys are really concerned with this or that, what you're actually being told is we really need to be concerned with this or that. That's usually what that actually translates to. So this is a huge concern of ours to make sure that we have some semblance of regional hegemony in that region. So it's, of course, Israel is a huge investment. And this dovetails nicely with responding to your other point.
How it is an investment? Sorry, Bradley. How it is an investment? This is a lie, a big lie that happens again and again.
Okay, well, I'll answer you. It's very one word answer: regional hegemony, because they have a regional hegemon there. It's maybe they can't always control it or whatever, but it's worth it for us in the same way that it was worth it for us to be able to do that with Saudi Arabia, because as long as we have that, we have a lever and entrance, a way to start the chaos, right? So this, like I said, this kind of dovetails nicely with your other argument. So I think that as a result, the IDF is very good at what they need to do. They're extremely effective force in their region. There is nobody their size to resist them. That is the first step of their success. They make sure that you don't get to that level where it would be a problem. That's why Iran is such an obsession. So, you know, they keep the region divided and conquered. So, you know, you're asking, well, what's the investment? That's the investment. The investment is that all of these countries, all these countries are not able to get together, because here we have Israel funding ISIS. Here you have the Americans funding the Kurds. Here you have the Turks doing their thing. Slowly but surely, Iran gets isolated, right? We don't have which places in the region are sympathetic to Iran, you know? So think about like Israel, right? Like they funded Hamas. We have this on record, Netanyahu saying it, right? So is it a loss or embarrassment for the IDF, for example, that Hamas pulled off this surprise attack on October 7th? Or is it the IDF being very good at what they need to do? It's the perfect excuse to begin the Gaza genocide. And they can be bombing hospitals with their airplanes, and you could be like, oh, this is a cowardly army that doesn't do, you know, what if they had to fight a war with somebody like, you know, the Ukraine or something? You know, they don't have to, and they don't plan on doing that. They plan on doing something else in what it is that they're doing. You can call it a loss, you can call it a win, you call it whatever you like. We can see that their long-term strategy to gain greater regional hegemony has paid off dividends. It used to be that people would argue Golan Heights is still Syria, right? Now, nobody's going to argue that. Golan Heights are gone, right? Now they're like they were recognized before. They took more land than that even. It went further. So that's kind of my point. The IDF is very good at what it is that they're doing.
Yeah. I think we need to change the subject.
Just one thing. I remembered one thing I was going to say. Sorry, I remembered one thing. When the army leaders, the army generals saying, the Israeli army generals from like months ago saying we don't have any objective staying in those wars, when those, even the actual army leaders saying we there is no reason to stay here, we are strategically losing, we did what we need to do. It's even when those, and they are speaking not for the Western population, they are speaking to the inside to Israeli society. You need to see what they say. They're saying we don't know anything. We don't have any objective. We are here and we don't know what we are doing. We are just losing men and time and effort. Sorry to cut.
Thanks.
This is one.
Thanks for the super sticker. Hey, do you guys think it's a good idea to change the subject, because it's a black hole that started with Fritz guy that already left, and we're just going around in circles. We're not going to get anywhere with it.
Levoyan and Prata.
No, wait. I actually don't know what's the point of the conversation. What
it's ridiculous.
The point of contention?
They're trying to
actually do not know what has.
We're discussing. We're
trying to say that a kid that got his certificate bought by his rich daddy is a good doctor because he got a certificate from Harvard.
Wonderful,
like
but you're also disturbing the flow.
If your daddy buys you your medical certificate. That doesn't make you a good doctor, okay? Yeah, he got
you
those
stop,
certificate.
Gabriel, because
Fine.
that's also not
It doesn't
nice.
make you a
So
good doctor.
now we can
Oh my
change the
gosh.
matter when the flow stops. So Voyagen wanted to talk about the topic. I'm still with my finger to talk about the topic, and when I finish, we can go to the next topic, okay? And you can introduce and you can make this in a very charming way, or you can do it in a very aggressive way, like you just did it. So
People are still trying to talk
please.
about it. Okay, Voyagen and then Prata. Go finish up the point. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Super chat, talk about Elon
I will
free
make it.
speech, manga, and H1B.
Yeah, there's a lot of
I will make it
I'd love to talk
important.
about that. Let's switch to that after these 2 points. Okay, let's go.
No. There's actually one super chat you all just now say want to talk about, but you all forgot about the Europeans entering Russia. But yeah.
Okay, put up after they're finished. Pull up the super chat. We'll switch to that. Go ahead, Voyagen.
Yeah. Okay. I was also not quite clear what was the point all about. Was it who has the best army in the world, or is
the point
Israel
was:
winning?
is the Israeli, is the IDF a good army or a bad army?
Effective army. We said if IDF is an effective, good army.
Yeah. It's in my view, it's obviously good enough for the things that they try to achieve, and I also. I would want to say that we should not only look on the proclaimed goals of wars, but there are not proclaimed goals of wars as well. You know, Afghanistan. One can claim that the United States has lost the war, but they have not lost a single battle, as far as I know. And who's to say that they really wanted something else than the state that Afghanistan is right now, you know.
I'm sure the Confederates actually wanted to
didn't want to take part of the discourse. Come on, why do you put up?
I'm sure the Nazis actually wanted.
Gabriel,
I'm sure the Nazis wanted the Soviets to take over Berlin. And so,
Gabriel, if you keep interrupting people, we don't finish. Okay, so let us flow. You didn't want to take part. You didn't want to take part on this topic.
I'm just keeping it real, Prata. Part of the reason why people want to interrupt you is because you take a long time to make a point. So sometimes people want to get their point in before you start, because you will go on for like 10 minutes. I'm just saying that. Okay, I don't know if Voyagen's finished. It's Prata's turn.
So Voyagen just talk about Afghanistan, right?
So
but I want to finish it with the point that we should also remember that the United States in Vietnam, for instance, they maybe have lost, but they didn't fight Vietnam alone. You know, Vietnam was supported by the Soviet Union and Russia, just like Ukraine is being supported right now. So it's not as simple as people like it sometimes to be. You know, the same in North Korea. So go on, Prata.
Yeah. So, anyone in this call have been to Israel and talked to people? Question mark.
Yes, I've been there several
times. Not this
times.
panel. I think some yes.
Yeah.
And I just want to I just want to add one more thing.
No, Nika, you don't do that thing.
What if the United States go to Afghanistan?
No, Nika, no, you don't do anything. You
respond to it after Prata. Go ahead.
So if the Americans go to Afghanistan to build opium farm, then they are very successful. The war is totally successful, no? So yeah, okay, sorry, Prata.
No, it's okay. So first of all, we have to take into account that all these countries, with the exception of Egypt, are very recent. The reason why they exist, why their borders were created in certain points, it has just to do with the occupation of after the First World War of the Turkish Empire, Ottoman Empire. The French had a part, the British had another, and so on. And so this is the reason why these countries pretty much exist. They don't exist on lines of ethnic lines or in geographic lines. It's a mishmash. And all these countries have had real difficulty in trying to find a common line of national interests. What is more important? Are the idea that one is Syria, or is the idea that one is Alawite Kurds? Whatever. So it's in all these countries there is this problem, be it in Iraq, Egypt, and so on. Egypt not, sorry, in Syria or Lebanon, even worse. And so we have to understand that Israel is also part of this ecosystem, and the response of these countries around Israel, being that they were so against the creation of Israel, and this mark the existence as Israel as a state, creates an opportunity for Israel as well to impose its existence on the ground. Unfortunately, there are countries that can survive with very bad neighbors and ignore their existence. Israel sounds like it cannot. And that's what brings me to the point, which is the economic visibility of Israel itself, and also the creation of Israel when it started. When Israel started, the Americans were against it. The British were against it pretty much. And so the Israelis got their first support from the Soviet Union. Later, it all turned around. We know that. It's a long story. But this tells us also that it's not for eternity that the Israelis will have the support of the United States forever, or even many European countries. Like we saw, many European states now are taking a very not very Israeli friendly, well, to what Israelis are doing at this moment. Spain and Ireland are very vocal about this, and others will be in the future, especially when the transatlantics will be dislodged from the power in Europe. Then we'll see very little interest to what's happening in Israel. And then look at as well, the Israelis had the control of the diamonds. The diamonds industry is dying out for many reasons. First, because due to the sanctions on Russia, it strongly migrated to Asia, to India, and to Dubai. And we see as well that the creation of a new financial system that is not Western is being very strongly centered in Dubai, well, the Emirates. And this system is very the Israelis don't have any access to it. So the Israelis they were saying that the costs that all these wars now, it makes sense in its geopolitical integration of Israel, but in the long term, in the global sense, the Israelis are in a very bad position because they are losing their comfort, traditional areas of subsistency. That's why I was saying, as Israel goes now, it will become a rural country, just to produce some vegetables for Europe, because all the really important things they had before, they are losing part of it. Also, very interesting thing about MAGA. The Republicans are the most supporting part in the United States for Israel. But many of those, some people call it the Zionist evangelists, I don't know. They are losing the touch, they're turning the current, and they are turning to the MAGA project, which make Israel great. Not make Israel great again. My God, make America great again, and that means going away from the support from Israel, because it's problematic. It's trouble. It's promised trouble. Israel is a trouble for the United States. It doesn't matter how. I find it difficult to understand how the interests of the United States is really complicit with the interests of Israel. And this is what, if we want a polycentral world like the one is developing, it means that the United States has to become a normal superpower. And in becoming a normal superpower, it needs to convene with all the other powers around. It means that destabilizing the Arab world, it's not in the interest of the United States. Being that it is not anymore the interest of the United States, the interest of Israelis, of the Americans and the Israelis, they go apart. That's it.
Thank you. All right, Wyatt, come on, let's see that super chat.
There is a chat before that. I didn't live in Israel, but I know the region. I know the region very well, and I read and I see a lot of videos about the Israelis society and the Israelis journalism and what's happening a bit there. So this is why I think I have more information other than the other people here about Israel, because I didn't live, but I know the environment. It's like Israel now, it's becoming more and more Arab in a way, in a bad way, I mean. More than, you see what the leadership there, what's doing, how they are trying to destroy.
The corruption? You mean
how they are trying to destroy, even because between themselves, they have like a good system, a good balance between different powers. But now the recent leadership is trying to destroy the political system, the judiciary system. Yeah, it's a big. They are very corrupt. By the way, don't forget Netanyahu is on trial now because he have a big issues with corruption. So the biggest loss of Israel is not from what's happening militarily. It's what's happening inside. It's what they are doing. What reflected on them societally. The society is fucked up. The economy is fucked up. Their image in the world is fucked up. Now we see a lot of Israeli soldiers. Like recently, I think yesterday, there's an Israeli soldier who fled, I think Brazil or what country, because he was against a trial because what he did in Israel. They are fucked up in a lot of ways. They are winning in a sense. They are killing a lot of civilians and destroying a lot of buildings. Yeah, but internally, societally, they are very divided. They are like in a bad situation. Wyatt, where is the comment? The chat.
The next
Which
super
one?
chat. The whichever one's the highest bidder.
This is the highest bidder.
The conflict
By
has
Epstein.
opened a lot of eyes in a way that wouldn't have been possible if Russia moved quickly. Western elites are hanging themselves by their own hubris and arrogance. A live Greek tragedy. I would love to.
But they didn't. I think they didn't. The Russians didn't do this intentionally. It is the consequences of what's happening, because Russian didn't want to have a proactive, a long war, like 3 years war. They never intended to do that. Even
You don't know that.
So I have a
going with that force.
I see it a different way.
In my opinion, just one. I finished then. In my opinion, Russia, Putin was intending to do a military pressure to try to have a good deal, because he tried a lot to have a good deal with the West to establish, because the Minsk agreement weren't like applied, and they are getting fucked by it. So I'm reading the text.
Yeah,
dude, massive
there is a big
plunges
explosion at a substation. So there's a big explosion at a substation in Lviv. So I believe that's the reason why Bigari is not on. Maybe that's the reason. Like because like there's not power. Maybe it's not a good idea to use up on his phone. And
he was on actually. He was making comments.
He was watching just now, but I don't think he got the internet or the power to come on.
Yeah, but going in live video, it will drain your battery faster. So the first like phase in the war, it wasn't like intention to have a very period. One reason the contracts, even the contracts, prolonged period, even the contracts, the soldier contracts weren't like a long-term contracts. They were like short-term contracts. You will not go to a proactive prolonged war if you have like a short-term contract with your soldiers. So I think it happened like by coincidence, but it wasn't the intention.
Okay,
this is the consequences. Bradley.
Okay, so thank you very much. So I think about to just respond to that super chat, which I think is an excellent subject change. Yeah, I think what's happened is that the Americans have learned how the Russians view war. Because I remember watching lectures before the war began, like pre-2014 lectures about, the Russian way of war. And the way that they were discussed it is very different than how the Russians ended up fighting this war. And we can see that based on our predictions and the predictions of other people, other Russians themselves, right? But what did Slirsky say? He said that it was under 100,000 troops. I think he said it was 80,000 troops, which is shocking. I think, let's say he misspoke and it was 180,000 troops. 180,000 troops alone wouldn't be enough to take just Kiev, And we have what is it? CH, right? That loves GD Bakshi. He's an Indian, I believe, general who does a lot of commentary on the Ukraine war. And one thing that he likes to say is, of course, Kiev was a target. But yes, Kiev was one of the targets of the Russians, right? But what was the target? The target was to pressure the Ukrainians into going to the negotiating table in good faith, right? And what did the recent podcast with PBD podcast, was it Patrick Bet Davis, I think, with Aristovich? Aristovich basically said that the Russians, when they got the Ukrainians to the negotiating table, and it was the very first day of the invasion, the Russians were trying to get the Ukrainians to the negotiating table. On the very second day of the invasion, they successfully did get them to the negotiating table. At first, they were discussing about going to Minsk in Belarus, and then they went to Istanbul, and Naftali Bennett was part of another effort to have talks. And he said that the Russians were willing to make massive compromises. Even then, their real issue was Ukrainian neutrality and American rockets on, and anti-air systems on their border. So that was their big concern. And so, yeah, I'd say that the initial Russian gambit, that first, very short contract army full of, special forces type guys who tried to basically pull a Crimea on parts of Eastern Ukraine. And even maybe they thought they could do something like that with Kiev, right? There was the Gostomel airport landing and all that stuff. What did these people try to do? They tried to everybody says that there was bad intelligence, but due to that poor intelligence, what do we do? Chance we could trick some Redditors into funding a Starlink setup for Bigari. Now you'd be able to be tracked then. So you have, where was I? So you have this, basically, to make a long story short, to try to make it shorter, right? The end result is that, we have discovered that the Russians always had a different way of looking at war than we do. And that's why you have people like Andrei Martyanov say, these American generals, they suck. They've never won a single war in their entire careers. All they know how to do is beat up on people, blah, 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 right? Because for a Russian, that not having this deep reserves is fundamentally not understanding the way that war works. And that's how they think about it. That is what war is. War is what happened in World War II and World War I, where you have to have the manpower and the equipment and the numbers in order for you to be able to do this, right? It's not that maneuver is not important. There's a lot of lectures on YouTube that appeared in the last month. Is maneuver warfare dead? Just like Google maneuver warfare, you're going to see a bunch of results. And the Russians are looking at that and they're saying, no, it's not. Of course it's not. Maneuver warfare is part of war. And the way that war works is maintaining a military industrial complex is part of war too, and other things like that. So this grinding way of attritional warfare is something that the Russians could do. And they knew that they could fall upon if plan A and B and C failed, which that's what happened. And now we're finding out the hard way that no, the way the Russians view war is on this industrial scale. It's all part of it. It's politics by other means. We will grind down the Ukrainians, right, until we can get what we want at the negotiating table. Now everybody's recognizing that. What does Ukraine need? It's not that they're going to win Crimea back. They need a good or a better seat at the negotiations, something like that. I don't know who's next. It's either Voy or Prata.
Super chat. There's a chance we could trick some Redditors into fundraising a Starlink set up for Bigari. Yeah, and then we have the receipt to show that it's sent to Ukraine for sure. they will never know. But it's dangerous. Later SBU will find the address. No. Don't do that.
I think it's Voyager first.
No, I think it's you, but I can go on if you like.
Then I will try to be very short. Because I also have to go sleep. So first of all, going to Nika's, Nika understands the process of the conflict in a very factual way. So the war started, and there is nothing before the war. Why did we come to the war? The war was going to come. And when the Russians decided they were going through that path, they made a lot of decisions. One of them is that they abdicated from the European path. So we have had all these philosophical discussions about Eurasia, Eurasianism. They are old. And they have been conquesting the population slowly throughout of time. When I was in Russia, I was very surprised that people kept saying, when I was saying, Russia is Europe, they would say, no, Russia is not Europe. And then perhaps Eurasia. It's like an entity. So people were being prepared for that dissolution, for that going apart. And it is to a point I say, when Nika understands war very factual, we have to understand that something was going to happen in 2021. There was, I said before, I didn't immediately perceive that it was going to be Russia, but it was very clear that there was a split, and Russia was splitting apart. And if the war was going to be short or long, doesn't matter. The moment that Russia started the war, they made a cut. And they also show the world that the country can make face, can stay strong against the West. Nobody ever tried that so publicly. And in that, against the whole system. And so even if the war ended 3 months later, somewhere in the world, a new war would be starting. And we have been seeing conflict starting, but not being so not having the power to really change the direction. But this is my point. So this is that this is a civilizational process within many countries around the world that has been splitting apart. And the moment the Russians started that war, something changed. Geopolitically shifted tectonically. And this tectonic shift, it doesn't matter if it was 3 months or 4 months or 3 years. It was going to split somewhere, and it's going to split. Once that one ends, it will split somewhere, in another place. Go on, Voyager.
Well,
can I have a small clarification, and then I will
go on.
Let you. Just a small. You see, what Bradley is saying. This is my opinion. I didn't say it wasn't inevitable. I said they were dragged to the war. I know that, but what my point is, they didn't plan to invade the whole country. This is what I'm saying. They didn't plan to invade that country because the West is saying Russia is planning to invade Ukraine, and they failed because they have a poor army and so on and so forth. That's not what I said. I said they planned for a quick wow effect to shake the leadership and have some concessions. And it was going to happen, and then it failed. And then we did go to the protracted. I will not be able to say proactive word. So this is a result. It wasn't planned to do it. This is what I want to say. Sorry, Vojan.
Prolonged, protracted.
Okay, well, regarding plans, we don't know what the plans are. We know only stated or proclaimed plans or goals. So what Russia really wanted, we can speculate. Probably they wanted to frighten Ukraine in a way like they did in Georgia, where Georgia basically after 5 days gave in or gave up. Kind of, though the Russians have not been massively superior or superior in any way. If the Georgians have fought the Russian forces inside Georgia, they could have a good chance, but they didn't fight. They knew that there is much more which will come if they fight, and the Ukrainians didn't decide the same way. So this was kind of a miscalculation by Russia, one could say, but also every state is doing planning, not just one plan A, but they do plan A, plan B, plan C, etc. And plan B was then the attrition campaign. But Russia also did clear mistakes in the beginning. Obviously, they had too few troops for the ground that they intended to hold. So they lost Kherson and Kharkov. So one cannot say that Russia has not done mistake. They have mobilized too late, or started recruiting volunteers too late. However one wants to see it, but the Russians' goals, as in the other wars that we discussed, we cannot really know. Maybe they really wanted to occupy a large part of Ukraine, in a sense that they wanted Ukraine to just collapse like Georgia did, and then stay there. We can't know that. We can speculate. So who gonna go next? Maybe other topics.
I can go next.
Go
Another
on,
topic.
Lude, you hadn't been up here, so go ahead.
Yeah, I wanted to announce everyone why Prata hates me. You know, I want to say why Prata hates me.
Sorry, I take it back.
Look how he runs away.
I think he's making a joke.
How he runs
Let him
away.
make a joke. Let him make a joke.
I'll go next.
No, it's not a joke. It's a true. It's what
If you're gonna bring ridiculous soap opera old wives squabbles, then I can continue.
You can fuck off. Yes, you can fuck off if you want. But let me say what happened. Why Hata hates me and has to insult at any point. So it was. I feel that Prata is reading while on open mic, right? He turns like he suddenly becomes like starts talking in perfect English, right? So I was like looking, why is that? Like how that can happen? Like he doesn't have a good English, but then suddenly turns into perfect English, and I was like, he must be reading from somewhere. Let me check Wikipedia. So I check. He's reading from Wikipedia, right?
Do you have anything more boring to bring to the table?
Okay.
Do you have anything more ridiculous, adolescent, and boring?
Let's not change the subject. Can we please try to keep it to the subject, please?
This is the reason. So I didn't want to say anything to anyone, anything. But I was like watching. Just it was interesting. But once when he jumped into the discussion between me and Wayne, he jumped in. So I had to say, you're just a Wikipedia reader. And that's when he got pissed off and left for a few months.
We got it. Okay, we got it. We got it.
Last year, and
why don't
he just
you
cannot take
your
it.
mommy about it? Tell your mommy about it.
Take it. That's what happened. He
All
was
right.
reading from Wikipedia.
This is unbelievably.
Let's not change the subject. We're still discussing the subject. Yuda, did you have a point about the subject, or are we moving on to Gabriel? We were still
Why you don't want to let me? I could have finished. I'm fast.
Bro, nobody
like, what's
wants to
wrong
know
with you
about
guys?
We don't want to know. We don't want to know. We don't care. Yeah, we don't care.
Everybody reads Wikipedia. Just to say,
Yeah,
I
but at the same time, while reading, pretending that he's talking. That's the difference.
All right.
And then
okay, whatever.
Being so ashamed of it, he didn't show up for a few months on the open mic.
I guess go ahead, Gabriel. I guess Yuda doesn't have anything else to say. Go ahead, Gabriel.
Yeah, it's lamentable. Yuda is a smart man.
Is it?
I'm pretty sure you have good opinions. if he could take his head out of his butt for a while and stop obsessing on Prata.
I'm not
No, but
obsessing.
Sirkan is
It's
here.
love.
Say
It's
Happy New
love.
Year to him. Hi, Happy New Year, Sirkan.
Happy New
It's
Year,
love,
Jim.
man. He loves Prata. He's
Long time
love
no
it.
see.
I don't care about him. That's the issue.
nobody cares
I don't
about
care.
him. We don't know why you're bringing him up. Like we care about what he has to say and whatever you have to say, but unless you're sharing old wives' tales.
People actually dig it. You see, this is the intellectual debate I tune in for. No, people dig it. People want to hear Jure talk about.
People want to
Prata.
hear you go off on Prata.
You've been approved by the super chat, so go on rambling about Prata.
Sorry, you guys are all cool. What I don't know why everybody's freaking out.
My intellectual
why are
sensibility.
you freaking out, Gabriel? Gabriel, why are you freaking out?
My intellectual sensibility.
Why did you freak out,
are
Gabriel?
irrelevant compared to the money.
Why did you freak out?
Gabriel also is a Wikipedia reader. So
Are
you
you
don't
in
know.
love with Prata? You liked his discussion? Are you in love with Prata, Gabriel? Why did you freak out?
It's
because
it's retarded.
This is the love triangle problem now. You see,
It's retarded.
I freaked out too because it's stupid. It's just no reason.
It's a love triangle.
I think it's diminishing of your person because you often resemble an intelligent man that has interesting opinions, and to hear you waste it on such ridiculous arguments is kind of off-putting, so to speak.
Yeah,
but my intellectual sensibilities are completely irrelevant compared to the money.
Intellectual sensibility is not being freaked out. You freaked out. That's emotional sensibility.
If the money says,
you know,
if the
that's
money says
emotional
that,
sensibility.
if the money says,
Can we go to another point, please?
Now,
if the money says that it's interesting, then please go on against Prata. Go ahead. Like, I was just afraid of like the reputation of the open mic on account of such ridiculous discourse. But if people like it, then by all means, go straight ahead. Bring it on. You can also talk against me or against your mama or your ex.
People love love stories. Love stories. They love it.
Love drama. Yeah, people love
They
drama.
They love
so
the hard love stories.
It's super popular because of that. You know, Korean. Oh, let's talk about the Korean drama.
In French, they said "Qui aime bien châtie bien." Who loves?
Did you hear about this Korean drama in which, like, the president's wife had some issues with corruption, and so he tried to make
martial law.
Yeah, martial law, and then they tried to impeachment and it didn't work. You know?
Yeah.
It's crazy.
They
Korean
still haven't arrested him after 1 month. The whole shit went on for and they still haven't arrested him.
But Wyatt, what do you think? What are the possibilities that this leads to war in Korea?
In civil war? I'm not sure, man. A war with
not civil
between
war,
North
but
and South? No, I don't think so. The problem is that North and South Korea is so they have been apart for so long. They're totally different countries. They're totally different people. They wouldn't want to live with each other. I think that is the main problem.
My point, Wyatt, is that wasn't it reported that the reason for this martial law was to create false flag operations and
do you know why Prata hates you? Prata hates you because you're Ustasha.
Okay. Oh, nice.
I think, guys.
He can smell me. He can smell me. That's why. That's
my
why he
God,
hates,
can you stop the gay stuff, man?
But look, I showed up and he had to insult me in a private chat here on right before I said anything. Look, he started.
You like that stuff too?
Coming, right?
Oh my
What
God!
did he say? Look at
You
this.
like that stuff too, man? So
Where's
I think
Toby and Lambo when you need him? Toby and Lambo would really just, it would be a love
Just look
like
how
song.
much he keeps insulting in a private chat.
Please don't cut me.
Smell you from here.
Yo.
Just look at it.
I was
Just read.
talking.
He
I was
talks
talking.
about me. Look at this.
I was talking. Stop,
Can
stop,
you see it?
stop, stop,
see
man,
it?
stop, man.
Yeah, can you see it?
So, oh my God, I'm talking.
Oh my God.
My
No,
hand
you're
is
not
freezing,
talking.
man. At least
Sirkan
respect
here
that.
said something. You weren't talking. So I started
For the
talking after
love
Sirkan
of Odin.
said something. So Nika, you interrupted because I was talking, right?
Or vanquish the
After
homos.
Sirkan. So you interrupted Nika, right?
Yeah, I interrupted the gay stuff. Sorry about that.
Again stuff, yeah. There you go. So before I open my mouth, Prata had to insult here in a private chat on StreamYard. I didn't say anything, right? I just showed up. Look what he said. I will leave you guys with the butchery that is coming. So I'm going to do butchery. And after he closed his camera, he keeps writing here. He keeps insulting.
Let's see those comments. They sound spicy. Where are the spicy comments?
He's an idiot. He doesn't know what he's saying. He's emotionally alarmed, and he just cannot stop hating me because I told him that he's reading from Wikipedia, and he has to hide because he has to show how smart he is, right? He keeps on writing. Look at this. Look how funny it is. How crazy, emotionally crazy he is.
Only the 6 of us can see. Or 7 of us. No, Prata is in the backstage, but no, only 7 of us can see. No one else can see. So you stay like this, no point. We have a few hundred people watching.
Can we stop the stupid stuff and talk about other
Prata.
things, man?
Ask Prata. Why do you ask me?
Prata is not here. He's not. Can you? Okay. I will speak then. Keep your family stuff and your love stuff away. So I was saying, I think that what happened, the coup in South Korea, is just a scheme. So they can, because we know that South Korean politics is owned by American, it is a part of it. But, so they cannot give Ukraine any weapons because of their law, and it will not pass in the parliament. So I think this coup is just prepared by the Americans, so they can have a martial law, so they can be free when they wanted to give the weapons, because South Korea is a large weapon producer. I think it's about Ukraine. That's what I'm opinion.
Super chat. It is almost like Israel has created an international conspiracy made up of people who act in the various nations of the world for their interests. I mean, there is nothing new, but not Israel. It's actually like all the other secret societies. So, or the Illuminati. Yeah, I don't know who's next.
Prata is next.
Okay, so then I go next. Yeah, we were talking about South Korea, right? I think South Korea, the issues, unless people really watch, like at least watch my video on the latest updates, you don't really get the sense of like how stupid the thing is. Like, the president can just anyhow call a martial law, and then rejected by the parliament, but he cannot be arrested because the presidential guards are still guarding him. So, and then the supporters are blocking the police, and then the police cannot use violence. So everybody is stuck, So, yeah, it's kind of like weird situation in South Korea.
No, yeah, but like my question is, Wyatt, if you had seen that info about that there was part of the plan for the martial law was to make false flag assassinations and blame the North Koreans.
No, so his reasoning is a bit weird because he said that there is like they say like something like agents of North Korea, right? Like operating within the parliament and whatnot. Like he's the only savior for the whole of South Korea. It's like it's really stretching it. It's really hard. It's like there's no democracy. So if the democratic will of South Korea is to become North Korea or join North Korea, then that is democracy. That's my point of view. So
yeah, but what like South Korea isn't a democracy. It's an occupation by the United States, and the army of South Korea is directly under the control of the United States, and the United States never ended its declaration of war against North Korea, and that is like part of the American legal justification for continuous military operations in that whole area. They have legal permission in their own legislation because they're still in war, technically. Legally.
I would say that you have to view the world. So the thing is, people always confuse a lot of things together, which is actually what you say is still correct. It's a bit like when I'm reporting on the Syrian war. People say that it's not a Syrian civil war; it's a proxy war. The reality is that there is always two realities. One is what is official and on the surface, and then another one is the meta truth. So, for example, South Korea is a democracy. It is a democracy. It is an independent country. But if you go meta, then it is a tributary, or it is like a puppet country, or it could be a conquered country, or a colony of United States, and then it is still being used as a proxy against the North Koreans, which is actually backed by yet another country. So that is the meta. But in the surface, it's actually just South Korea. It's an independent country. It's democratic. Similarly to Germany, Germany on the surface is a independent country. It's a democracy. You have independent foreign policies. But if you go meta, then it's actually a United States colony, and then it's entirely controlled by the United States.
For example, we can say that about Britain. For example, we can say that about maybe the Baltic states. There's a lot of countries that are like officially, but there are some countries that it's not necessarily the meta. Like Germany doesn't have its own constitution. Neither does Japan. Neither does Korea. They have a foreign constitution ruling over them. So in their fundamental legal structure, they are not an independent country. Like it's a lie. Like there's countries that you can say, yeah, they're democratic and all that, and they're sovereign nations, they're our allies, and they're not. And that's the meta. But then there's countries that like actually the fundamental facts on the ground, the legal stance is of not a democratic.
It's a bit like a more well-packaged Hong Kong when it's still a British colony. It's like they are all like Hong Kongs. Like they're actually a colony, but the Hong Kong people think that they are like very great, they're very independent and whatnot. But actually, they're just a colony. So it's just that it's more well packaged. These colonies have their own army and whatnot. But although I find it really strange, like okay, for example, Germany. That yes, there's a lot of United States bases inside it. There's a lot of US troops in Germany, but let's say if Germany decided to revolt and decided to go in real independence, okay, and what can the United States do other than sanctions, economic attacks? Would they use the military on the Germans?
No
but
need.
that is actually the good question, because once you do it, you are going the way of the Israelis. It's like you just go and flatten the whole of Gaza. You're going to get condemned by the whole world. What you guys think?
No need to do military. They completely own them by the supporting the money.
But if
It's the
supposing
central bank.
that the Germans revolt, what
Central
would
bank
happen?
is absolutely in control. A Fed is in absolute control. So there's
currently
only...
there's euro. So I'm just saying hypothetically. For example, AFD gains full control, like they get a majority, and they are not under the pockets of the Americans,
or
and then they
some
decided to
Austrian
detach.
painter. Let's say some Austrian painter comes and starts.
No, Austrian thinkers. No, Austrian painters. Maybe the AFD, decided to, go all pro Russia. They decided to like just trade with Russia. They don't give a damn about Ukraine. They cut fundings. They demand money back from Ukraine and whatnot. What can the Americans do with all the? They have all the military base. They have the soldiers inside Germany. But will they overthrow the German government?
No need.
No need.
They can force them economically. They can force them economically to do the bidding, whatever. It's much more effective, less expensive.
But they can pivot to Russia, right? But they can pivot to Russia, and then they can now sell goods way cheaper. They have cheap energy. Of course, then the Americans will have to blow up the other pipeline. So I mean, I understand.
No, yeah, I think that like what would happen is definitely we would see a massive escalation, but an unconventional war. We'd have a massive regime change movement, and like whoever revolts against the United States would have to have a very strong, consolidated popular support. And then after all the color revolutions and sanctions and everything fails, because of course the European Union would not recognize them, and NATO would not recognize, and there would be a massive outroar and all sort of protests, freedom protests, like a color revolution, like what we're seeing in Georgia, but massive. And when all of that fails, then we might get bombs in Berlin.
Because now that you talk about like hybrid, like it's a war, but it's a hybrid war, but not military one. Then I'm thinking about because there's a lot of immigrants in Germany, right? So maybe the Americans could CIA some of these
activate
into like rebel groups, terror groups, extremist groups, and create trouble within and terrorist attack within Germany, and then they can use this as an excuse to assassinate politicians. So I mean, this could be the way, because I'm trying to predict what's the pathway for Germany, because whatever path they're on now is doom, is shit.
Yeah.
So it's like if they the only that's why you see Elon Musk was saying he's supporting AFD, because he feels that is the only way out from the deep state's control, because Elon Musk is against the US deep state. The US deep state is want to control Germany. So there's all these battles even within the United States. So I'm just predicting what will happen, because AFD is now rising. So who knows, they really take majority or slight majority or joint ruling party with some other parties, then they will go very anti what the American deep state wants. Then we're going to see some chaos. But I'm just trying to predict what's going to happen.
Yeah, it's going to be really
in South Korea, wasn't it that this president wanted to start a war with North Korea for the purposes, and also the prime minister resigned, right, in South Korea. It seems like they started dropping the shit bombs over there by drones in North Korea, and then North Korea retaliated the same way, dropping the shit bombs in the streets of Seoul, right? That's what was happening, and that's when they started all this parliamentary play, and it's the as far as I see it, he wanted to start a war for the Zelensky, to help Zelensky, right? To because if Russia and North Korea have the war agreement, I mean the support agreement in the case of the attack, then Russia will have to help North Korea, right? That will be like a second
opening a
second
front. Second front,
opening another front. Yeah, it seems like that was the intention of this failed president. right?
No, yeah, that's the impression that I had as well because of this whole story about the false flag attacks that they were going to assassinate like the head of the party of the president, and they were going to kidnap him and assassinate him, and they had like North Korean uniforms. This is all coming from South Korea, and so that's why it's funny, because it's like a Korean drama, 100% Korean drama. Like I haven't seen anyone, but at least like I've heard of them, and that's what I imagine that. And
But
so
I got a strong suspicion North Korea will be very patient. But because now they are allies of Russia, so previously they were alone, right? So now they are allies of Russia. I'm quite sure Russia will put them back. Like what Putin is now doing in Ukraine, I think North Korea will be very patient. So whatever all these provocation from South Korea, I don't think it will work on the North Koreans now. Like because they have the Russians backing them. Like they know that in no scenario South Korea is going to win this war. So yeah, so like I mean, we see in Ukraine war, ultimately the war comes down to attrition, how much you can actually spend, how many bombs you can make, and now they have energy supplies, from Russia and whatnot. I think the second Korean War is very unlikely for now. There is no reason to fight it. I think Russia is winning geopolitically at this moment. So North Korea is in good hands.
Super unlikely. But I do think that the United States might have a very strong interest in making that happening, and clearly it's failing because the coup that the president wanted to, like the self coup the president wanted to make, didn't actually work out, and now he's like scrambling to see what the fuck he's doing. And that's kind of like what the Americans have been doing with their foreign policy ever since Biden administration. So it's going to be really interesting to see what Trump is going to do once he comes in, because it's definitely going to be different. Like it can't be this retarded.
Imagine this martial law thing is a CIA thing also. The CIA was working with him and plan all these things. It's like how many times CIA need to fail, these past 4 years.
Yeah,
they have been failing and failing.
In Venezuela, they failed in Peru, in Bolivia, they failed in Korea. Well, but they won Syria.
Yeah. So it's like
Yay,
the
great
incompetence from the
success.
presidency, right? Just leak all the way down to the rest of the administration, and like CIA become like shit because the president is shit and everything went shit.
Well, regarding North Korea, South Korea, obviously we don't know the real facts on the ground. How good are they really, both sides? Maybe it would be tough for one side, or maybe it would be quite easy, like the Syria debacle, by Assad, was also supported by Russia, like maybe North Korea would be. But I kind of wonder, some people say that United States wants also to bind China in a proxy war or whatever, just to keep it unbalanced or weak. Would it really be Taiwan, the proxy, or would it maybe be South Korea?
Well, who has the worst demographics?
Personally, I think Taiwan is very unlikely. A war between Taiwan and China is very unlikely. Like the chance of war is much higher in the past, like in the 70s, 80s, when they just out of the Civil War. Now today, China is very strong. It's not just strong in terms of economics and military. So militarily, Taiwan already know that they cannot beat the Chinese. Although the Chinese still do not have the confidence of conquering Taiwan, because Taiwan is like Afghanistan on an island. It's very mountainous, so it's not so easy to conquer. So the main issue is that China's culture is very powerful now. They have dominated all of entertainment, Chinese entertainment, from variety shows to dramas to movies, animation, games. Everything is now China. Social media as well. So in the past, like 20 years ago, it was always Hong Kong movies, Hong Kong drama, Taiwanese dramas, Taiwanese variety shows, and maybe
Japanese
some Singaporean
animation.
dramas. Yeah, the Hong Kong singers, Taiwanese singers, like then the Chinese are listening to Taiwanese songs, Hong Kong songs, and then they idolizes Hong Kong actors, actresses. They even watch some of the variety show from Taiwan or from Singapore. So the Chinese, the culture was outside of China, the strength of the culture. Now it's changed. Now all of it is in China. They basically out-budgeted everybody. It's like we have Singapore's number one drama show, like
you throw 10 million more.
Yeah, they thumbstand the budget and then they redo the whole show, but then everything is like, wow, they just maximize all the budget and everything. So there's no way you can compete with China. So basically like Hong Kong, Taiwan, and Singapore entertainment industries are all under this huge shadow which they cannot beat. Like even like The Voice, like the American Idol, like then they adapted into creating The Voice, and then it's like, wow, super successful. They have so many versions of this kind of singing variety shows, and they're dominating everything. And then all the Chinese people who are not into politics, or maybe they tend to be more and more using Chinese apps, like WeChat and whatnot. But not all. No, a lot of people don't like. In Singapore, it's still not that much, but definitely a lot of people is watching Chinese movies, Chinese dramas, and this culture could eventually conquer Taiwan through cultural victory. That means that one day Taiwanese will do not feel the difference between being Taiwanese or being Chinese. Like they don't.
Something that happens with culture also is that you wish to be.
Yeah, you may wish to be part of China. So the thing is that China needs to have this cultural victory, but before they can have that victory, they need to become a country of government or structure where the Taiwanese may find palatable to join. So this is the challenge for China. They don't have to conquer militarily. They can't win because it's Afghanistan, If the Americans cannot eliminate the Taliban, which is just sandals and AK-47s, then they're not going to conquer Taiwan easily. But North and South Korea is like the opposite. They are so different to the point where they can never be the same country. So South Korea go to North Korea, they would die. North Korea go to South Korea, they would die. No, they can't survive in each other's country. Sure.
So it was even the problem.
You're not Shere Khan.
But I was keeping a finger up for our.
I don't care. I call his name. I call his name.
No. I resign in favor of Europe.
Thanks. So even the question about AI training, it was because AI take the info from internet, like partially, right? When Taiwanese would ask AI, when is Taiwan's Independence Day, the AI would give Chinese Independence Day because it didn't consider the question as Taiwanese as relative to the question, because so many more results would be Chinese results, right? So when it searches through internet, it finds numerous examples of Chinese results. That's why it takes. So it was the Taiwanese that had to spend enormous amount of money to separate, to get AIs to recognize Taiwanese as separate country. Even that problem was very apparent, and I think that's now the case. Why is the doing all these independent moves with AI is why Chinese are trying to get ahead,
You're gonna
no,
have
I
you tried
haven't.
doing a Slavoj Zizek impression?
No, I haven't. It's too many moves. Too many ticks he has. I don't know. Maybe I can do it. Maybe I can try. I don't know. Maybe.
You see, the thing is that the spirit of not spirit. What do you say? The fundamental ideological principle of China is that they believe in the whatever.
In a toilet spinning in opposite way. Why they have a toilets built like that? What? Why I wouldn't give the toilets that spin. If the Taiwanese ask me, maybe I would let
So
it
he
sit
have
there
itchy
for
nose
a
like
while.
me. I also have itchy
Let
nose.
Mike
so-
speak. Mike, give us your predictions for the next months.
Nice to see you guys. Sorry. Happy New Year to everybody. Let's just say, for my first statement, I will say, rest in peace to those who have died in this war, and those who are about to die, and those, hopefully, they die in peace. The question, I'm going to respond to the statement about the Elon. First thing I'm going to say is that Elon is agent of deep state. Period. Okay. Elon is not a hero; it's a con artist. Okay, it's a agent. It's a MI6, CIA agent. I just slash it at MIC/CIA. Period. Nothing more to do than that. Okay, whatever you guys think he's doing is not an hero. It's a con artist. Okay, so everybody tried to label him. I've been seeing that in the beginning. That this guy, when he go and join the MAGA, try to make it look like, oh, I'm giving $1 million a day. That's why everybody should have to know, okay, this is ridiculously crazy. Should pay people attention that, okay, this is a con artist here. Okay, when you see a con, you can tell this is a con artist. So that's all about that. And I also say that something about it. What my vision, what I see, and what I think it might be happening soon. That this war, this offensive with the Ukraine, okay, if Russia defeat Ukraine, because this is just the beginning of the war, big things about to happen. It's not about the Russia alone or Ukraine. It's going to be all over the world. I say something a couple years ago, say between now to 2026, we're going to see big things happen, and we are moving toward that now. I could say big things about this is what we are saying right now is nothing to what is about to happen. The war just started. That is it. The war has just started. And then for those who are not prepared, I will tell them, get ready, get prepared, learn how to get a map, learn about your environment, because nobody knows who is going to survive. So if you're lucky to survive, I would say learn about your environment, learn about how electronics work, how electricity work. Because if you happen to survive, you have to know how to survive after survive. Okay? How the food system work, how to farming and other things, learn it. Because things are the shit about to go down.
You're talking about which country now? I missed
it's not just about country anymore. It's not about country anymore. It's all over the world right now. Okay,
I'm doomed already. Singapore is so small. I will consider I'll kill myself.
I advise people that everybody has to learn what's about to happen next, because
I will freeze, man. I will freeze here.
Why
I need to go south.
Hide in China.
Nowhere to hide anymore right now. Nowhere to hide. Nowhere to hide.
From the ways of your ancestors.
Hopefully, I'm wrong.
Really
I'm just praying that I'm wrong.
You went from Ukraine will do some major thing to Russia maybe do something, then suddenly now you tell us World War III,
No, yeah, because
escalation is so fast, in 2 weeks' time.
Hear me, Wyatt. You must build an ark. You must build an ark, Wyatt.
There is not enough trees for me to cut,
Oh
man. My thing is this, like the other thing I'm about to say is about I came here last time I said that some guys really pissed me off when they are not a YouTuber, they just call themselves a YouTuber. They are just like a MI6/CIA agent, right? They are con artists run on YouTube telling people like, they are sick or something like that. Oh, their head is out. They are having that. Yeah, they're having that. They are con artists. This guy is a real con. Don't let him deceive you. Okay, he's gonna come to you, use a fake to find a truth from you. Okay, it will tell you, say, this war is about to do this. He's just using people, and he's telling people that the other people say people have blood on their end. Where he himself is not just an agent, is one of the architects of this war. Is one of the architects of this Ukrainian war. Okay, not just a regular agent. It's an architect.
Which YouTuber guy?
You guys know it already. I don't need to say too much, but you already know what I'm talking about.
Mike, what happened that you draw these conclusions now?
I've been saying it before. I already said it before. Because this guy, you can tell, is an agent. It's not just agent. It's an architect.
Not about Elon Musk, but about World War III.
Yeah, okay. My Elon Musk is that all what is doing, pretending as if try to use Trump, because Trump are much easy to convince. If it seems like you're on his side, right, you easily convince him. So now, the way these guys are, I told you that America do not control the world. I've said that before. It's not the first time I'm saying it. America do not control the world. Everybody thought it's American, but it's not the Americans. I say that when I say United States is boxer, it's a riddle. I mean, it's a riddle. Okay, United States is a boxer. Okay, have you anybody ever read the book Animal Farm before? If you read the book Animal Farm, you will understand all what I've been saying there and the riddles. Okay, United States is a boxer. United Kingdom, British are the Napoleon. Okay, they are the one that control everything. It's not United States. Okay, all they have to do, right? I've seen it. I'm not just saying it. I've seen it before. Okay, British are the Napoleon, and United States is the boxer. And the thing is that whatever British say, they're always right. If they say it, they are right. And they control. Matter of fact, they are destroyed Germany. The God Germany is way too powerful. And the bamboozle they have in German, they're supposed to understand that they are about to destroy them. They don't understand that they are the one that are going to be victim. And matter of fact, hopefully, if everything goes settled at the end of the day, they are the one that are going to blame for everything that happened in Ukraine. German are going to be the one that are going to be blamed for everything. They will be the slave goods for the whole thing that's going on right now. Whereby they are not even the one that started the war. Okay,
I think the weather turned cold in your area, Mike, so you became a doomer, right? But no, where I find the danger is copying of the trick from magicians, like distract your view on something that is so while you're doing the major thing. Like I see it more and more. They copy Trump's the trick of saying bullshit in order to be talked about bullshit instead of what's important, right? Like now I see Zelensky fully copied. He talked about, well, in so much lies about Ukraine, he started talking about how one of the soldiers that couldn't walk, he talked to him and he started walking. So now this is distraction, right? Everyone is started doing this distraction, saying stupid shit in order to distract from important points. It seems like this is the trend that that is gonna overwhelm the social interactions in the world and politicians.
Yeah,
I think that's very dangerous.
But there's also a strong resistance, and that's also why they've been incrementing. And that brings us to all these terrorist attacks in the United States. It's like usually when there's a psyop or a terrorist attack, there's a narrative behind. Oh, the Muslims did it. That you have to bomb this country or whatever. And now there is none. It's just random. It's like everything is a distraction. every other day, a new distraction. And that's also because there's a resistance in the population. Like people aren't believing narratives. So it doesn't matter. We just need to throw them things to talk about. Go on. I think Sirkan hasn't talked.
Yeah. I'll go back step a little bit towards the Pacific area. And that with all due respect, with all due respect, I have to disagree with you on Taiwan, because Taiwan as an island, it's unsustainable. They cannot fight prolonged warfare. They're cut off. Taliban's in Afghanistan had supply lines coming from Pakistan, in both wars. And for any kind of a guerrilla, yeah, you can put, you can bury caches of arms and ammo for some time, for 6 months, a year, maybe a year and a half, but you cannot do it indefinitely. And it's a small territory. It wouldn't be that difficult to control. So in theoretical case of Chinese invasion of Taiwan, I mean, it would be a done deal. It might take a little bit while, but it would be a done deal. But
do a blockade.
More importantly, Chinese don't have to blockade. They can just isolate it, because when you're an island, it's very easy to establish naval and, in this case, aerial blockade. Nothing gets in, nothing gets out, and you just leave them there to cook in their own oil. So you can do it easily, very, very cheaply. And it's very, very questionable if Americans are going to actually escalate all the way in with the nuclear weapons and everything to save Taiwan from such a destination. So, but yeah, you're correct. Chinese are playing the long game, and they don't really have to do anything right now. They can just, buy another 50 years, and in 50 years' times, everything will be naturally, due to gravity of the China mainland, will just fall in. And the same thing is with Korea. South Korea is in such a poor demographic condition. North Koreans can just maintain their level of population, and in 50 years' time, they can just walk over and they take over. Nothing more. Like no destruction, no kinetics, no anything. Just walk in and take over from the population of 70-year-olds. Like, who's going to fight them? So, but if the situation escalates right now, I mean, kinetic warfare between North and South would be slaughterhouse that we haven't seen since, I don't know, Second World War.
The Korean War. Since the Korean War.
I will, at very least, but nowadays there's more of the firepower involved than in 1950s. So it might be even worse than that. And it's unimaginable. The Ukrainian war would look like live fire exercises compared to that. We were talking about hundreds of thousands of people being killed within a framework of, I don't know, a few months at most.
Hey, can I say something? Well, no, go, Wojin. I'll go later.
Okay.
You've been
sure. I wanted to comment something on Mike's prognosis about World War III, but I like Sirkan's Stanislav's topic more. So I will switch. So I also agree with him that Taiwan is not as hard country to occupy for China if China builds up a big military, what they are doing now, and surely they can blockade a lot of stuff coming into Taiwan. Interestingly, what I have seen, that Taiwan does not produce a lot of military themselves, military hardware. They buy a lot, and that's when China protests quite loudly when they get something from the United States. But what for me was a bit of a surprise in the Israel war was that no one was using boat drones against Israeli ships, which were coming to Israel for supplying Israel, because Israel is kind of an island itself, because it's surrounded theoretically by enemies, but not really. It's all Arab states around Israel. And around Taiwan.
That's wrong. Sorry. If you think Egypt is an enemy or Jordania is an enemy, you are mistaken. They are a client for the
that's
Americans.
why I said theoretically.
Yeah, it's not even theoretically, man. Don't forget. Egypt and Jordania are client states for American, and they are supporter for Israel more than Israel itself. So to be clear,
say that, but it's not true.
The question is, could China blockade Taiwan? And I think they could. It's not such a huge goal for them. They have produced most of ships and the military ships also, and they have an air force which is quite large, and they could blockade and they could starve Taiwan out of their capability to resist. So, who's going to be next?
Can I? Oh, hi, Toby. You're missing your
guys.
Yeah, I was gonna go, but Toby just jumped in, so he can introduce himself. Hi, Toby.
Hi, guys. Happy New Year. I'm not sure what you guys have covered because I haven't been watching it so far. Have you all talked about Elon the Great?
No.
You can start.
You haven't talked about Elon? What are you talking about? It's been 4 hours.
Yeah, we're talking about some black hole about whether Israeli military is good or not. Like we spent
black holes and soap operas, Toby. Black holes and telenovelas.
And Euro and Prata love story. So they're very confusing. Yeah, it's a bit
it's a love triangle now.
Gabriel is included.
Hey, don't get me in your bullshit, okay? No homo.
You did interrupt. You did jump in. Why are you denying that?
Because I was dying of cringe, Jude. I was dying of cringe.
Why? What happened?
Oh, seeing a respectable, smart man as yourself debasing himself in such a shameful way was hard for me to endure. Seriously, it was my respect for you that made me jump in.
It is love triangle.
May I speak, Yura, or are you going to keep interrupting?
Yeah, Toby, you can start. You can talk now. Now you're like up to date to the latest of the open mic.
Yeah, right. Israel, goodness me. So, Elon Musk, what a hero, single-handedly bringing down the entire UK multiple times in like 24 hours. I don't know if you guys saw how quickly he went after Farage. He said Reform UK is the only thing for the English. And then Farage said that he wouldn't accept Tommy Robinson into Reform UK. And I don't even think Tommy Robinson is asked to be in Reform UK, but then Musk came out and said, that's it. Farage is no good. He's not the way forward. They need new leadership. So the new leader of the UK is a gentleman named Lowe. I forget his first name. But that's who it's got to be according to King Elon. I think it's kind of glorious because I've known the situation in the UK for a long time. My law degree is from the UK. And the situation there is basically, it's quite a complex, right? But they legalized child prostitution in the UK. And when I say they, I don't mean like the Muslim gangs. The way the way a lot of people are spinning the situation in the UK is they're blaming the Pakistani Muslim gangs for like going around and like raping heaps of kids. And while it's true that Pakistani gangs did go around raping a lot of kids, what's being lost in the anti-Muslim fever is that the Muslim faith had nothing to do with it. It's not like there were imams instructing them to do it. And secondly, in nearly every case, it was statutory rape. And so that is sex with a minor, having sex with the child, even if the child is, say, prostituting themselves. And so if you look into the case files, that's what was going on. Basically, the UK had an epidemic of child prostitution. And that's what you get when you have an epidemic of prostitution. The two things go together because every business is a family business. And so prostitutes introduce their children to the family business. This is why prostitution is such a very great evil everywhere. Because it always includes child prostitution. And it's been around, it's the oldest profession, right? It's been around forever. So, you know, you ought not be deceived by imagining that it doesn't go on. But anyway, Britain had a real problem with it. And all this occurred at the same time as Prince Andrew was entrapped in the Epstein operation. I'm going to call it that because I don't think anyone thinks it's anything else. So I think it was pretty clearly a Mossad/CIA operation to gain influence over politicians and public figures. And Prince Andrew was caught up in all that. And he was Queen Elizabeth's favorite child, right? And I think that there was a lot of ill feeling, to put it mildly, all across the UK about the Epstein operation. And, you know, you can see their point, right? Who wants to get entrapped in that kind of thing, and who wants to see that the Epstein operation going on? But what it meant was that there was very little sympathy in the UK for teenage prostitutes, right? Which I think is extremely unfortunate and invalid, because I am actually strongly in favor of the protection of children from prostitution. I think it's a great evil, and I think that statutory rape, where consent of the child is not an element, I think that's a very important law, and it should be prosecuted absolutely. So I think that not only were the British wrong to legalize child prostitution, but I think that they were wrong in a way that may cost the monarchy its, this may bring down the British monarchy, and it will certainly define the UK for hundreds of years to come. There's never been anything quite like it. We should make no bones about this. This is not speculation. The British, at the very highest level of their elite, legalized child prostitution. And it was a bipartisan thing too. You could go out there and find videos of Boris Johnson saying that they had wasted $60 million on this, frivolous, investigation into child prostitution. And, he openly doesn't care. But then again, he's appealing to the zeitgeist of the UK at the time, in the elite especially. Right? And it's because of, I believe it's because of the Epstein operation. There was a real hostility towards child prostitutes. The police were instructed by Baroness Smith gave the instruction. So she's a British peer. And then Keir Starmer, when he was director of the Crown Prosecution Service, he passed this on. So he's directly involved. And this is why they if they have a full investigation, then he's going to go down, because he absolutely was part of this, and giving the instruction to police to not investigate because the children consented. But he knows that consent is not an element of statutory rape. It's the whole point. I mean, this is law 101, right? You don't pass first year law school if you can't comprehend that statutory rape does not have the element of consent. So everybody knew, and so that's why I say what it was the UK legalized child prostitution with predictably catastrophic results. Now, just to balance this out before I move on, and this is also like, Elon may be a CIA asset, right? Elon may be up to all kinds of shenanigans, but in this issue, he's not wrong. And I think there's genuine disgust. And anybody who reads the case files and sees the scale of it, because we're not talking about a few hundred, we're talking about tens of thousands of cases of child prostitution that went unprosecuted by the British authorities, right? And the corrosive effect of what the British have done cannot be underestimated. Every decent police officer left the force, right? So imagine who you've got left. Is it any wonder they're all wearing fursuits and waving rainbow flags, right? And it's the same in the judiciary and the legal institutions. People have grown very, very sick and tired of the British attitude towards child prostitution and also towards child mutilation. And vast numbers of decent people have left the legal profession and the judiciary. And so what you have left is highly questionable. So this is a crisis in the UK that, you know, I think it's scarcely believable. And so I think Elon is genuinely revulsed by it. And why wouldn't you be? And we'll have to like see what happens with CARE, because like the British can try and blame everybody else, and apologists for it who are patriotic about Britain can deflect as much as they want. But facts are stubborn things. And the fact is that the Brits legalized child prostitution. Now, the alternative is going on in Syria right now, the extreme alternative, where the new Syrian government is executing prostitutes in the streets. Now, that's pretty harsh, right? And I don't advocate for that necessarily, but at the same time, you won't get any child prostitution if you do that, right? So you know, we can see this issue it's everywhere, always, in all cultures, right? Because it's the oldest profession, and all businesses are family businesses. So moving back to Elon, so that's all I'll say about that. It's a pretty distasteful topic, except that I am personally very glad that it's being put out into the open air, because, you know, I've been aware of it for a long time. It's one of the reasons I left the law and anything to do with the common law. And so I think it's a very, very good thing that it's being exposed. Now, Elon is going full ham. It's glorious. He gives no fucks, right? He does not care who he offends, and it is kind of glorious to see. Now, I'm perfectly well aware that, you know, it'll probably only last a week, and then he'll move on to something else. Might even only last 48 hours, and he'll move on to something else. And he may be running cover for all kinds of shenanigans. I think that it's absolutely astonishing that Trump is kind of staying well out of it. And just imagine the relationship between the UK and the US right now. I've never seen anything like it. This is supposed to be the special relationship. These glorious allies. Trump's pit bull is just taking strips out of the throat of the UK. I mean, he is going for their elite, and in no uncertain terms. At the same time, Keir Starmer, a strange man, he has sent an ambassador to the UK who is on record as calling Trump a fascist. This guy is well known. He's been around for a long time, Mendelsohn. He's open in his contempt of the Trump administration. He's on record of saying that they're the worst people of the worst. Why would you send a man like that as your ambassador to your closest ally? It's very, very difficult to appreciate. I mean, even if you don't like the guy, what are you trying to do? Are you trying to like sever relations between your two nations? It's either extremely juvenile, right, because of like personal animosity, or it's because they knew that this was going to happen, right? And it's a panic reaction and they don't know what to do. And if that's the case, that means that for all Trump's pretty words about the royal family and the rest of it, like, he may intend to end the monarchy in the UK. He might intend to be that guy in the spirit of George Washington. It's a curious situation, the relationship between the UK and the US.
So Britain won't become the 51st state in the next 4 years?
No, it might, but not willingly. Not willingly. But listen, perhaps it will willingly. I do not, you know, I do not judge the ordinary British people, and I include in that ordinary British Muslims, right? Because like, I would say, you know, that this legalization of prostitution by the British elite is being pushed onto the Muslim community, which I find, you know, predictable, and you know, for rather obvious reasons, given the conflict in Israel. And you know,
throw some sticks in the wheel so that Britain doesn't become 51st state, but Australia takes its place, you know.
Oh, listen, but this is what I'm saying. This is not the common British people. I have a great deal of sympathy for the common British people who not only have to put up with this policy, but have been vocally against it. There have been a lot of very good British police who've resigned. You know, they're you know, this is not a situation like, the Lord and Abraham talking about the cities of the plain, and Abraham's like, fine, what if there's 50 good people? And the Lord goes down and checks, and then he goes down to 10, and there's not 10 good people in the cities of the plain, and so it ends up smoking like a furnace. I'm not saying that's the situation in the UK just yet. There may be 10 good people there, but they might not too. We'll have to wait and see. But I do think it could be the end of the monarchy. Because it's unprecedented. It's not going to go away. I mean, it might drop out of the news cycle, but people will be talking about it in hundreds of years. But why? I've been read.
Then the 1984 book will come true. You can form Oceania.
Yeah, Oceania, right?
Yeah, Oceania.
We talked about. I mentioned this because of one of Wyatt's posts online. In 1984, for people who don't know, Germany and Russia are united, right? Because it was obvious even back in 1948 when he wrote it that that was an economic and energy marriage made in some celestial palace, either heaven or hell. And then so that was Eurasia, was basically Germany and the EU plus Russia. And then there was East Asia, where China had taken back Taiwan and most of the South China Sea. And then there was Oceania. These were the three major powers in 1984. And Oceania was the Anglo world. Airstrip 1, which was the UK, America, and Australia. So, yeah, it does actually seem like that could be on the cards.
No, that's our reality. And then
my question is, where is Singapore?
We will be part of the war zones.
No, the war zones are in the Middle East and Africa in 1984, which is.
Then we will be part of East Asia. We will be East Asia.
No, you could be like
always at war with Eurasia.
You could be Oceania in the South China Sea.
So anyway, super chat. Let me read the super chat first. Who's right, MAGA base or Elon Vivek on the H1B visas? Non-Americans don't really care. So I just want to say, no, we don't give a damn. And one more super chat is by Footstop. The stuff Elon is drawing attention to in the UK is real, but the suspicion he's mainly using the topic to make right-wingers forget his huge H1B flop. Very conspicuous timing.
Yeah, Mr. Dot is absolutely right about that. There's no doubt that this is being used, but at the same time, I think it's genuine as well. But I think the main thing to take away from all this is the power of Elon Musk and X, right? And just the power of that man and the technology. The mainstream media may as well be irrelevant. It may as well not even be there. We are arguably as influential as the mainstream media with our, few hundred viewers. I'll shut up now.
Isn't it internet great? I mean, the importance of all that that's happening. I think we are just getting to know the perversity of the wealthy and royalty, right? I mean, just remember Jack the Ripper. There was a theory that it was the member of royal family that was doing the killing, and the media hid it, right? So it's one of those things. How it's always been that perversive, the wealthy, elite. What Toby was talking about, how it's the child prostitution or rape is normalized, right? So now we are getting to know what is really going on, and it's thanks to internet, to disinformation, to the social media, to all of that. There's a lot more bullshit, and that's why they want to censor it, just as old media was censored and controlled. They want to have control of the new media. But the question on H1B, who's right? I mean, it's not a question about who's right. It's what's going to happen after the new government sets in, what they're going to implement, what policy they're going to keep, right? Is it going to, the H1B, is it going to be in million numbers, or 60,000 as it was constitutionally, the congressionally set up. The number should be no bigger than 60. So are they gonna implement a rule that anyone on visa working there has to be paid just as much as everyone else, so that they don't import? Well, it's not gonna matter because it's obvious they are pointing to that they like immigrants to employ because they work hard, not that they're cheaper. Besides that, they are cheaper, but they work hard, and they're cooperative, right? So it's way more beneficial for the employer to employ the immigrant that's going to work hard because he doesn't have an option, and it's a culture of working hard. Because, as we know, the Westerners don't want to work hard and don't want to cooperate. They're always looking for the blackmailing into bigger money, right? That's my experience of the West corporate business, corporate work ethics. So I think that's one of the big one. McLady, you want to go on? Answer H1B visa.
H1B visa. Well, when it comes to H1B visas, the way it works is, the US may call it that, but a lot of people get hire labor from all over the world whenever they have a deficiency. So it's like a marketplace. If you remember the last time Narendra Modi went to the United States, the biggest topic was he was trying to reduce the number of H1B visa people coming to the US, and Trump was trying to convince him to get in more. And people think it's more the tech industry. In reality, it's the medical field. So I have a friend of mine in the US who is a doctor, and he graduated with $350,000 in debt. So there are a lot of people who would not want to finish medical school owing what would be the price of an expensive house, right? So there's all that. But to me, at this point, most of this is just distractions. They are more important things, I believe, that society should be talking about. But I wanted to talk about somebody asked about Israel and its power and whatnot. In my opinion, Arab nations, for some reason, are very weak. I think Saudi Arabia had the best deal when they bought, when they got that protection racket from the United States, because these countries are just weak as hell. I'm even questioning the strength of Iran itself. When you look at the number of protests they've had that have completely shaken the government, there's a high possibility the strongest force they have is just the Revolutionary Guard, and their main military may be somewhat of just a stronger Syrian army. It's a surprise. These guys who just entered Damascus, most of the guys fighting there, the hardcore fighters, were most of them from Central Asia, right? So, from Tajikistan and them, there were a whole bunch of them in there, and it wasn't even that many. But Arab nations, for some reason, even though they look like they have a warrior culture, they don't seem. I think they should just stick to being scholars. I think they're better at inventing algebra and whatnot. So Israel has an easy time because the neighbors are just weak as hell. What is Jordan? Saudi Arabia, when they were fighting with Yemen, most of their soldiers were Sudanese or from North Sudan or what you call now Sudan, the country. So yeah, I really don't see Israel being that powerful. It just has some really insane weak neighbors. You can go back and say Salahuddin, that was a time of warrior culture, but man, that's a very long time ago. Yeah, he was a Kurd. Yeah, he was a Kurd. So that was a long time ago. And somebody was talking about what's happening in the West, UK and whatnot. In my opinion, again, this is just an opinion, but I think the West is suffering from hyper-liberalization. When you don't have anything to fight for.
Corruption.
You start coming up with other things to to fight for, and the problem is that your nation eventually ends up being weak, because a society can survive with nothing, but there's some societies that survive with no major struggles, right? I will give you example of so many African nations like Botswana. They don't fight, but they reproduce quite a lot. They don't have war, they don't have any general struggles. I've got a friend of mine who is studying in the US, and the Botswana government cuts him like a $3,000 check every month, because they have the money from diamonds and stuff. But they don't have to have anything strong to strive forward. They just live. But if you notice, their societies are quite friendly. They have very good family relations. Most of that has been destroyed in the West, for example, right? And now, like you see France, they were saying that 43% of young French people don't want to have sex because they don't want to touch another person. You're like, well, what kind of where's that madness coming from? But it's because of that.
You have to understand them. They don't
Sorry?
bathe.
They have
They're
to put
French.
cheese on women.
They don't bathe.
Cheese on
So,
women. And
so anyways, I'll finish my rant. So that hyper-liberalization is a problem. There's a big YouTuber. His name is Vosh. He's like I don't know how to describe him, but he's a YouTuber who debates everybody and whatnot. In one of his YouTube debates, he was talking about the benefits of CP. If you guys know what I'm talking, I don't want why to be demonetized. Yeah, imagine that is a conversation, and that's supposed to be an intellectual conversation about the benefits of having a child. And you listen to that shit. Oh yeah, I'm not kidding. He even
Are you serious?
He even talked about that there can be a benefit from a relationship between a child and an adult. This is on YouTube, and he's not demonetized, right? So to him, that is an intellectual debate. So he's saying, oh, we should be able to talk about everything. So when somebody tells me that, oh, that is civilization, I'm like, yeah, no, that is demonic work right there. That's Satanism. But that is the direction now being seem to be progressing with this whole freaking hyper-liberalization, But yeah,
freaking chicken popcorns, CPs, chicken popcorns. Yeah, you never called a name. Who's next?
Sorry. I think
you can go.
Nika was next.
You want to go first? Go, but
yeah, I had to respond about what he said about us, about the Arabs, of course. Yeah, it's weak because we have a corrupt leadership. It's not about the population. It's part of the population there is corruption, but there is a corrupt leadership. But Africa is even worse than Arab world. So I don't know the rant why the targeting of plus we are fighting Israel, and behind Israel, don't forget it's the US, the biggest military in the world. I think in 1 year they had like $17 billion as military aid. Good luck with fighting that. So this is one thing. And no, it wasn't like in I think the 67. I think the Egyptians won against the Israelis. It's not about. I'm telling you, the leadership, the corrupt leadership, the weak leadership will have a lot of effect on society, on economy, on military. So that can affect it. Don't forget a big part of what you said, Yemenis are Arabs. So you are comparing, saying Saudi couldn't win again Yemenis. Yemenis are Arabs. And you are mentioned Sudanese. Sudanese are Arabs. So I don't know what you are talking about. So America fought in Afghanistan against mainly a big part of the Arabs, and we see the results. But I think fighting as if we had like a good leadership, I think we have a good chances. But sadly, it's because we have a pro-US leadership, a corrupted one, and it was like planned to be like this by the West. This is one of the reasons we lose a lot of wars recently. This is one thing. You can say on a lot of regions like this. You can say this about South America, about Africa, about East Asia. So it's not typical to Arab wars. It's a large issue. You know, this is one thing. I forgot what else we were talking about, but I had to. It's okay. I will respond if I remember that
But then,
later.
Nika, by the way, when I say about not having a warrior culture, it's not like an insult. There are a lot of places that don't have a warrior culture. People of Madagascar don't have a warrior culture.
No,
It's
no,
not,
but the problem is very clear here. It's I'm telling you, it's the corrupt leadership, because in a lot of battles, for example, against the Israelis.
Come on, Nika. Own it.
Yeah, sorry.
Own it.
No,
Okay?
no. I will tell. I'm telling you, it's the corruption. There's a lot of issues, but it's not about
Look,
those are the issue. I'm telling you, we are failing because of that. I'm not telling you we are winning. I'm telling you we are
what did
failing.
the
And
Dude,
Houthis
the
do
Arabs
last week?
have been conquered, have been a conquered people for pretty much the entirety of the last 1,000 years, right? They've been conquered by the Turks, almost the entire Arab world. I
we
mean, the
don't
last time that the
consider
Arabs
them.
were strong, the last time that
We
the
don't.
Arabs were
We
independently
don't.
strong was, was before the Seljuk Turkic invasions,
Yeah, you
when the
consider.
Turks came in from Central Asia and conquered the entire place. I mean, all of the great Arab dynasties of the last 1,000 years. I mean, you look at the Ottomans, right? That was a Turkish empire, right? The Persians were quite strong for some time, but it's
In
not
your
the
point of
Arabs.
view, in your point of view, you consider it is like a conquest. I don't consider it conquest. It's an empire, a Muslim empire. I don't care if it's Arab or not Arab. For
Then
me, it's
Saudi
a
Arabia
Muslim
should be the
empire.
Yeah.
most
So you
country, right?
shouldn't care when the British or the French took over the Arab world either,
No,
right? I mean,
this
it
is
was
a big
just an Arab.
difference. This is
No,
a
what's the difference?
big difference.
What's the difference? The
No,
Turks are just as
those
foreign to the Arab world as the British and
no,
French are.
no,
Just as
no.
foreign.
They are
Absolutely.
Muslim.
The Turks,
For
they're
us,
Muslim.
yeah,
They
yeah.
became
For
So
us,
Muslim, yeah.
which
for
Arab
us,
country in history is more powerful than Saudi Arabia?
recently, I mean,
Well, the Arab caliphates were powerful, right? In between when Muhammad began in, Islam in 632 up till about the year 1000, the Arabs were quite strong. You know, the Umayyad and the Abbasid caliphates. But then that fractured, and then it completely got conquered by Turks, right, from Central Asia, who also conquered India around the same time. You know, I mean, this is the thing, right? The Arabs are not some unified, powerful force like
It's a
people imagine them
triangle.
to be. It's just not the case.
Yeah, and
just now
And then
I
after
heard
the Turks,
Saladin was
declined,
Kurdish,
right?
right?
The Russians, the British, and the French came in and took over the place. You know,
Then
so they're
Saladin is
conquered people. They will be.
Kurdish. I didn't know until just now. You guys mentioned that Saladin is actually Kurdish.
Yeah, I forgot about
Yeah,
that.
he is.
yeah, I'm telling you, culturally, it's not a big deal. You can be any kind of ethnicity. It's not a big
Well, of
deal
course, right?
in the regions.
I mean,
This
Nika, if
is
I'm
a
not
big.
mistaken, you define Moroccans, you define, people from Mozambique and Sudan as Arabs, don't you?
No, I'm telling you, even if I have a non-Arab ruler, I will not be like very upset. If it's a Muslim ruler, if it's fair,
Exactly.
I don't
It's
want to
about
be
if it's
upset.
Muslim or not, right?
Yes,
Islam is
this
itself
is a big
a
deal.
anti-racial
Yeah,
creation, right?
yeah. So
It's
we
global
will not.
homo 0.9. You know what I mean? That's what
But this is
Islam is.
where
It's global homo.
this is even in Quran. So I will not like
Well, it's
even if
literally global homo, right? I mean, you look at the symbolism of the Hajj, right? You see everybody coming from all around the world. They come to
it
Mecca,
is about
and
that.
they wear the exact same clothes, right? And it's quite beautiful, even
Yeah,
whether you're
it is
rich or
about
poor.
that.
And every single person wears the same clothes, you know. But this is very similar to the project of globalists, right? Ultimately, it's not
Yeah,
very different.
it is a globalist project. It's a globalist project because It is what a religion is. And any religion is a globalist religion.
Muslims are wonderful,
general.
very good goys. They're very good goys. That's why they're never going to take down the Israelis.
But
That's what he did.
Nick, by the way, to kind of explain, it was not mainly an attack. Of course, there are many circumstances in this kind of a situation. For example, the West has been at war with the Arab world for decades, right? All these groups like ISIS, Al Qaeda, their primary targets are basically Muslims and Arabs. So it's very hard to fight against such strong forces. But I've always been surprised as to how the average person reacts to these things. You know, there's this guy, he's Palestinian. He basically, like, whenever I need a suit, he's the one who measures on whatever. And right before October 7th, we were talking about Palestine in general. And his main concern at the time was, I don't know what he was reading or watching, but his main concern was Iranian interference. And I'm like, dude,
That's the effect of Western propaganda, because he's practically living in a Western propaganda field war.
Well, can I ask a question to the chat? I mean, you know, I'm thinking about predictions for 2025, and I'm sorry, I know you have your finger up, Gabriel, but I don't give a fuck. My question is, what do you think are the chances that the Iranian regime collapses in, you know, the next year or two?
Nil, near to nil.
Nil? I'd give it like a 10-20% chance.
I
there is
say
a
near to
chance,
nil.
of course, but there is not.
This year, not. I don't think so. Sorry.
There is, no. I think, in my opinion, sorry, Gabriel and Toby, but the chances are not here, because the conditions are not like 100% met to have that, because they have a good grasp about in their country. There's a strong leadership, you know.
Oh yeah, there definitely is a strong leadership, but the problem with the leadership is how it reaches out into the population, and that's through different layers of administration. And there's a certain point in which the leadership gets too detached from the population, and then a government can fracture because it loses its base. That might happen in Iran. There's worrying signs of that in something similar to what Machiavelli was saying of sort of Arabs that believe in Western propaganda, and I mean, this is in Arabs, but like Muslims that believe in Western propaganda, or and there is quite a segment of the population which is like ever more detached from the geopolitical reality of their situation, and ever more sort of seduced by the Western promises. There's still people today that believe that, and it's very frightening to see how, like, but I guess that's the power of the mainstream media, that like we can say that internet has a
but not
influence and all that, but still there is a certain level of legitimacy in whatever CNN or BBC or Al Jazeera does, that people tend to, like, the laymen tend to give some credence to, and that's worrying. But it's a trend that's decreasing, but it's not completely out of power yet.
One correction, Gabriel. There is that aspect, but not in the likeness of the West, like what we see in the West, because we live in a corrupt regime, so we don't believe everything in general. The population don't believe everything that TV said, in the West here.
Oh,
so
yes,
there is a lot
I
of
understand what you're
mafias.
saying, Nika. The corrupt regime. You keep on saying that,
I'm
but
telling you. No, listen.
there's two things with that.
That's the reality too. That's
There's two
the
problems with
reality.
that. First is that every regime can be claimed to be corrupt. So that is an excuse to topple even the most favorable regime. Like, for example, they always accuse Russia of being a corrupt regime. And if the Russians believe that, they say, oh, we need to topple Putin because he's a corrupt regime, even though it's the best government they've had
for me,
forever. And the second thing,
I will define that. I will let you speak, but I will define that. I will define the corrupt regime.
So first you have a legitimate regime that can be accused of corruption and be toppled. And then the second thing is that
I will define
you
that.
have a
Just
corrupt
1 second.
regime and you don't topple it. Both things
Okay, I
are
will
happening.
define that. I will define a corrupt regime. If a regime go against the benefit of its population of its country and work against that, I think that would be a corrupt regime. Whatever. If a country goes against the benefits of its own population, its own country, its own future, that's a corrupt regime. And that applies on
So
a
can you
lot
really
of
define the Saudis as corrupt then, under that definition?
all Arabs are corrupt. All Arab regimes are corrupt for now.
Listen, I think Iran's fate is going to be decided in the South China Sea. I saw recently China is entering into a massive rearmament at the moment. I don't know if it's true, saw it on the internet, could be true, but the headline that I saw was that China's rearmament is the largest since the Second World War in terms of scale. And let's not be silly about this. If there looks like war in Southeast Asia, it's almost certain that the US will go into Iran because of all the oil that Iran supplies to China. On the issue of the H1B visas, I saw the non-Westerner. Like for anyone who's not aware, Euro accused me the other day of being a Westerner. So like he is above us, right? Like he comes from this higher plane and he looks down on Westerners, and his comments.
Everyone looks down on you, Toby. You're in Australia. It's the bottom of the world.
Yeah, like right, where we are the indigenous Jews of the South Pacific, and our people have fished these waters for many moons, etc. But the point is, right, that Euro is really characteristic of a huge part of the West. This is like he is a self-hating Westerner, right? He's so full of anger and hatred because he's a communist that he spits it out all over his own people, like a pustulous boil giving forth its venom. And this is like coming to a bit of a crisis in the West that we're seeing with the H1B visa. One of the super chats before said that Elon's current crusade against the UK is based on the fact that he got ripped a new one by the good people of X because of his position on cheap foreign labor. And this is absolutely true, right? It was glorious. Elon was being eviscerated. And there's still like lots of Elon hate. And there's probably, people gnashing their teeth at me because like I support the king. I'm all for Elon because like I'm a one issue dude. And as long as he destroys the UK, I'm with Elon, right? So Elon can do no wrong. But a couple of days earlier, I was like, boo, get rid of Elon. He's a globalist. He likes cheap labor because he does, right? Like, let's not be too drunken. Elon is a billionaire. And like Trump, he employs loads of people on the H1B visa scheme because they're cheap labor for his corporation. And corporate profits are above all things. That's how you know someone's a good person, if they've got shares in the right multinational. And so that issue is not going to go away. We're going to listen to what Trump does when he comes into office. There's a lot of signals that he's going to deport a lot of people. The Mexican president has actually changed her position 180 degrees. First, she was going to go to war with Trump, and now she's saying that Mexico will actually accept all of these deported people. Trump is polling people everywhere to see how they feel about him declaring it a national emergency. That's what he's going to have to do if he wants to get anything done. He's going to have to basically use the military, because otherwise the court system will just stop him. To give you an example of what I mean, this happened in Italy. Everybody's darling and Trump's main squeeze, Meloni. She said in October that anybody who arrived in Italy would be instantly deported, right? It was a big deal. Everybody said, yay, right? And she meant it too. So how did that actually work out in practice, right? What was the leader of this EU state to do? Well, they deported 12 people to Albania, right? And that might not seem like a lot, but it's more than, say, 11. And so then what happened? Well, they deported these 12 people to Albania, and then an Italian court said, nah, nah, you may be Maloney and you may be Elon's like love interest and whatever. We don't care. We're the Italian courts, and you have to take those people back. So that's how that went, right? And that's how that's going to go in the US as well. Trump can say all kinds of fancy things on the campaign trail about like deporting millions of illegals, but at the end of the day, the courts are going to say no, right? Because that's how courts in the US operate now. They're completely, and the UK and Australia and everywhere. Like courts are basically big virtue signaling centers now. You have all of these very, very soft, effeminate people, some of them women, virtue signaling to the whole world the people they are, and they're out there and they're saving kittens from trees, and they're crying with all the people who want to have a cry. And so for sure, all the Democratic judges are going to basically put a spoke in the wheels of Trump's plan to deport people, and then he'll give up because what can he do, right? Because it's hard to go against the judiciary. Well, the one thing that he can do is use the military, right? And this is not new. People have been calling it an invasion for a long time, and this is why, right? Because if he uses federal powers as the commander-in-chief, then the courts just become a bunch of effeminate people sitting around chatting at a coffee table, right? In fact, then their power to tell the police to go do stuff doesn't really matter very much. They can whistle Dixie, as the saying goes, and they probably will. So will Trump use the military to deport millions of people? It's not unprecedented. After the Second World War, there was a thing called Operation Wetback, where the US got rid of huge amounts of immigrant labor to Mexico, right? They were called wetbacks because they crossed the Rio Grande and got their backs wet. But the operation to deport them all was called Operation Wetback. You go look it up if you want. So it's not unprecedented, but all of the, like Archimedes and other 5D chess players will tell you that this whole thing with the H1B visas and the Pajit menace, all of this is like smokescreen, and it's shifting the Overton window so that everybody will accept the mass deportations by the military when Trump gets in. I hesitate to agree with Archimedes at the best of times, but he could be right. I don't really believe in 5D chess.
Well, I don't think it's 5D chess. I just think that I don't think it's Elon's intention to do this, but I do think the Overton window is shifting.
You haven't even got a light on you. In fact, so
that's true.
Yeah,
I'm
we'll
black.
have to wait and see what Trump does. I do think with the H1B visa scheme, like there's a growing anger in the West, and this is true across the board. This is true in Australia. It's true in the UK even. It's certainly true in America. A lot of people are growing very sick and tired of people like Euro calling us lazy and stupid at the same time as wanting to move to our countries, right? It doesn't make a lot of sense. It's like, okay, well, if we're lazy and stupid, if we're Westerners, the way Euro, talks down to us and says, you're Westerners, right? Because he's not a Westerner. He comes from somewhere. It's like, okay, well, if we're so bad, if we're so lazy and we're so stupid, well, then, go back to your paradise in the Middle East or wherever it is that you came from and leave us be, right? And that is, my wife is an immigrant from Lithuania, but like this is a growing sentiment and it's not going away. And I would say that, Elon was absolutely shocked at the sentiment. It's almost like Vivek, because Vivek was another one of these brilliant people like Euro who said, yeah, Americans are stupid and lazy, right? And we've even got politicians in Australia who crack wise. They post memes about, Chinese people mocking Westerners for being bad at math, right? And it's like, yeah, it's very funny, but it's also like it's not going to improve relations between the folks. So this isn't going away. Globalism does seem to be based on this idea of contempt for Western people. And I think that there's reasons for that, but I won't ramble on for too long. But Elon Musk and Vivek, they basically discovered America a few days ago. And like Columbus, they were not impressed with the natives, So So we're going to have to watch that space, because it's almost inevitable that people are going to start waking up to the fact that Trump and Elon are billionaires. And for all of their talk, they love cheap foreign labor. And if globalism came to an end, they would lose their billions. Elon has like billions of dollars worth of loans to the Chinese banks for his huge factories in Shanghai. You know, so this is the reality underlying the whole H1B visa debate. But
yeah, well, that's
probably Gabriel Macchiati has his finger up.
That's probably why Archimedes is in the dark. He's scared of getting deported.
Yeah, I'm terrified.
Yeah. So, by the way, Australia defeated India in the cricket, doing our part.
So no one cares. No one cares.
Be grateful for small favors, you know, for small W's.
I've been hearing a lot of niggerdom the last couple hours.
So Nika, so this is what I was coming from with this, right? So like I read through various media.
Not
right?
you, Makati. Not you at all. Dude. How about these other motherfuckers?
No. I was having so I was talking to these Russian guys, and it's the same question I was asking them, and I think I brought this up in the previous open mic. Was people who are directly at war still think of it as if it's a mistake or a misunderstanding. It literally blows my mind. It blows my mind. I go through all these Russian YouTube channels, and I translate whatever they're saying, and they're not even angry at nations that are waging war on them in a way that, and it's not just like you need to be angry for the sake of emotions, but the nation needs to realize that it's under attack, and that it's an existential issue. Like literally they're under attack. And it's the same thing I've observed, like when I read most of these like the Arabic channels, like when I translate the like the comments, it just shocks me that most of the average people commenting fall for the most idiotic propaganda. It just blows my mind. Like they were all believing all these things that are being exposed about Syria, how people are living underground for years and stuff, and saying, "Oh my God!" They were talking about that Al Qaeda dude who's now the leader. They were saying, "Oh my God! Thank God a real Muslim is in power." I'm like, guys, are you guys out of your mind? And the reason why I compare that to the Russian situation is that the West has generally been at war with the Arab world. Like 1.4 million Iraqis perished, 150,000 Libyans perished, 500,000 Yemenis perished. In Syria, I can't remember what the number is, but it's definitely close to 500,000, if not more, if you count the whole duration of the conflict. But when I see how the average person tries to to like understand what's happening to them, it's crazy. If you go right now to, let's say, like Kenyan YouTube channels, or generally many African YouTube channels, if you say anything that sounds like you're parroting Western media, literally everybody calls you out. If you go out there and start talking about freedom and democracy in the way it is pushed by like the NED or something like that, everybody will be like, "Hey, dude."
Yeah, or in the VC.
Yeah, are you trying? Are you trying to bring us democracy through war? So it always shocks me. Like, I'll give you another example. Finally, is when Iraq was invaded. There were these guys who were being interviewed in the streets, and they were just average people. Some dude is a farmer or whatever, and one of the guys was saying, "Oh, we are going to expose what the Americans have done to us, and America will be ashamed." And I'm like, dude, are you out of your mind? They'll be ashamed? What world are you living in? Like, ashamed? nobody.
You didn't hear me, but I chortled on behalf of America for you.
No, it doesn't work like that anymore. People don't feel ashamed. It's it's different. But anyway, Nick, I know I went on a rant there, but that was some of that was directed towards you to answer.
Okay, so
God.
I
Here we go
think
again.
everyone believes here that everyone knows that in all countries you have a stupid part of the population and a large part of it. So it's in every country. That's one thing. A lot of it's
Yeah,
in
they're called
a
women.
lot of countries. So in a lot of countries there is a large proportion of stupid, dumb people in all countries. We cannot deny this. We will find a lot of proportion of Arabs, stupid Arabs, and a lot of portion of stupid Americans in all countries. This is one part. Second part, you need to understand one thing. You cannot go to social media and understand Arab feelings, and because not in all Arabs can go into social media and type what they think and express their mind. That doesn't happen. You need to understand that. You see what was going in the Soviet era. It's what happening now in a lot of Arab countries. There is some countries you can speak, but in a lot of Arab countries, that's what happened. You cannot even go to the social media and say what you are thinking. You will go to fucking jail. And I'm talking about experience here. I'm not theorizing. I was in an Arabic country, and I know what I'm talking about. A post in a social media will get you a ticket to the deepest prison in any Arab country. If you are talking about the important subjects, so you cannot fathom the sentiment of Arabs, at least. It's as the Soviet times. You can imagine the Soviet times, the freedom of speech there, and apply it on the Arab world. There is some small exceptions. I will not go into details, but there is small exceptions, and some topics you can speak of normally, but it's stupid topic. You can speak on the weather, you can speak on the football, you can speak about famous singers and stuff, but the other shit you cannot even dare to write it. This is a thing. Everyone knows that the enemy is the West and the Arab world, and everyone hating American because of that. It's not yeah, forget about the stupid proportion, but everyone knows the enemy is the West and
yeah, well, except for the leaders in the entire Gulf states, right? The most powerful and wealthy Arab states. They love America.
Of course, America is the one guaranteeing their existence.
The problem
For example,
isn't hating or loving America. The problem is
no, but
in their values. The problem is if you believe
not all of them. No.
democracy and
Not all.
all of that. That's where you start loving America.
There is
you can say I hate America, but
Nico, you could maybe let people speak instead of interrupting over all the time.
we have
I was speaking. I didn't interrupt anyone.
No,
I don't know who you.
That was not
maybe
directed towards you, Nika. That was not directed towards you.
Oh, sorry.
We're talking about this whole issue with the American population getting all jumpy and uppity on its oligarchs on account of them dismissing them because they're not working hard enough and all of that. And there's this constant theme going on of the populations being pushed over by their leadership, their democratic leadership. That like when a leader does anything in favor of their population, oh, they're nationalists, they're populists, they're evil, they're fascists, whatever, pro-Russian. Every time a leader does anything for the sake of his own people, he's immediately condemned by the global community. Like, oh my God, how can he be such a fascist, such a nationalist? And it's hilarious because they even condemn the people for picking these people who say what they want to hear instead of picking, you know, those elegant and superior enlightened ones who don't care about what they want. They care about what's actually good for them, you know, like flooding with immigrants, or, you know, like reducing their social security and everything, you know, like
that's all
pushing their
all politicians.
No, it's not all politicians, because there's politicians
all politicians are controlled by the corporate oligarchy. So Trump just betrayed his populist base by going with Elon and Vivek to flood the U.S. with Indians, Chinese, and Africans. Right?
Yeah,
He went against his base.
There's a compromise there to be had, which will be worked out.
Let me address. So the thing is that every politician might lie, okay? And even the ones that are most staunchly populist and supportive of the interests of their populations and whatever, they can turn coat or whatever. But the point is, the gall, the sheer hubris and arrogance of telling the people, oh, you're so stupid because you're electing the one who states the things that you want instead of electing the one who says the opposite, you know, exactly the contrary of what you want. So, like, even if they lie to you, it's still a statement, a political statement of your interests to vote for that guy. And he might be lying and whatever. And something positive that I see that has happened with this whole Vivek and Elon shenanigans with the imported labor is that the people, instead of doing what they usually do, which is this sort of partisan support to my side, you know, like, yeah, I'll criticize whatever the other side does, but if my side does it, I'll just shut up and eat it, because then I can, like, sort of still believe that my side is better. And we didn't see that happen at all. Like, some people did, some of those ridiculous pundits, you know, and butt lickers. But this massive backlash Toby was talking about, ripping a new one into Elon and even into Trump, that's a extremely, like, auspicious omen of the state of affairs in the population, that they can see that, oh, they're veering off course, and we're gonna outrage immediately. We're gonna make a scandal. We're gonna rip a new one, so to speak. That's a massive change, because it hasn't been like that in the past, I don't know, decades. That people,
yeah, but that's because Twitter hasn't been free. Like, I don't know if you noticed, but there's been no free speech, right? The only reason that happened, the only reason that Elon got tore a new one is because he recreated free speech. And what was his reaction? Straight away, he's starting to bring in anti-free speech measures on Twitter. And so it's actually really interesting. Like, sociologists are going to study this. You can see a technocracy and a caste system evolving in Twitter in real time. Now, depending on how much money you put in, you get a different colored check mark. Now you can mute the people you don't want to mute. Everybody's being told by King Elon they have to be more positive. So, like, I don't know how long that will last.
He also banned a bunch of those accounts that were critical of him too. He also banned them. All they did was they were critical of him for the H1B.
Yeah.
I mean, he straight banned them as well. He did that too.
Yeah. No, we all got a good hard look at what freedom looks like when a guy owns it. It's like all ideas are free, but some ideas are more free than others. But, you know, like, I saw a really interesting thing on the Twitterverse, which was like some right-wing loser in Australia who waves the flag and says, oh, there'll only be one flag, while he's waving a Union Jack, which is like 4 flags on an Australian flag, which makes 5. But anyway, this guy said something that, like, it was like an echo from the past. And he goes, oh, those scummy unions. And I thought, unions? When was the last time you saw a union? Right? This is like a British lion. When did the last lion die in the UK? Like, when was the last time anybody really saw a union? Unions belong in this, like, long distant past when the West had factories.
Ancient mythology.
Yeah, ancient times, back at the dawn of time. And it's kind of interesting because I think it shines a light on the conflict between the scum on Twitter and the elite, the real people like Elon and Vivek, because this didn't just fall out of the sky. This comes from that long history of struggle between union members and the factory owners, right? This went on for hundreds of years in the West, this hammering out the social contract between the commoners and the elite, right? Between the serfs and the nobility. And I think this explains something that's a real mystery. This explains why the billionaires hate their own people. Because, and you know, I've thought about using that word, but it's true. The common people, we disgust the billionaires. They are disgusted with us, right? And they show it openly as well. Like and this is why it's one of the reasons that the child prostitution was legalized in the UK too, by the elite, because they figure, never mind those people, their children were born prostitutes, they're lower class. And if you think I'm joking about the UK, this is exactly how the elite of the UK look at their own people. But it's true in America as well. Vivek couldn't contain himself. Vivek could not contain himself. Like, you see, Yura apes it because Yura wants to be important. He wants to be, you know, wealthy, and so he pretends that he's an aristocrat. So he looks down at other Westerners and calls them lazy. But Vivek actually is a billionaire, and Vivek did not miss a beat as he told Americans that they were lazy and stupid, right? Then he tried to walk it back, right? But the reality is that the billionaires have disgust, right, for the people in the West. And I'm talking about actual Western billionaires. They're not just critical of their own people. They're disgusted by their own people, right? And this comes out of the ancient past. This comes out back in the days when there were unions, and before that when there was serfs. Call it class struggle if you like, right? But there's something else, like Warren Buffett, the dude I used to work for, who he said a while ago, there is a class war and my class is winning, right? And it's kind of interesting because, like, he said the reason he said that was not to mock the working class who no longer work. He understood how bad that was. He understood that the instability, right, that was going on was bad. He understood that you can't decimate the middle class. If you eradicate the middle class, if you rip up the social contract, then all of the nationalists who are waving their MAGA flags, right, and who are, quote, right-wing, right, they pivot left. And instead of being nationalists, they become socialists as well. And this is the real threat to the globalists, because, like, the British royal families have always been Fabians. They've always had their pie in the left wing, right? They're the Chardonnay socialists. And in the world today, in the Western world, if you're a left winger, that means you support billionaires and globalism, absolutely, right? Absolutely. And you share their contempt for the working people, right? Because you're left wing. It's very, very schizophrenic. But see, what happens is, if all of the nationalists who support Trump, if they decide that they're now the poor, right, and that they hate the billionaires, then they adopt socialism as well as nationalism, and then you have national socialism, right, which is a term that nobody's all that enthusiastic about for vague historical reasons. And there's a very good chance that that's where we're headed, because Elon Musk, in his great wisdom, is going to go out and gut middle-class welfare. And I see the same thing from the great brains in Australia as well, that it's a populist platform to go out and cut government waste, right? Because in their view, all of these government employees are doing completely useless jobs, right? And just getting in the way with their fursuits and their environmental regulations. Now, I would agree that those people in their fursuits with their environmental regulations, I do think they are a waste of space and time. They don't do anything constructive, no doubt, I think, right? It's like nobody would miss them. Except here's the problem. They are the last remnants of the middle class in the West. And so when Elon and Vivek, in their wisdom, go out and they gut what remains of the middle class, right, and they send all those people to the breadline and put them on welfare, what they're going to do is they're going to swell the ranks, right, of the commoners, of the underclass, right? And all of those people are going to pivot hard left, right? And you're going to have an extreme stratification of society, and everybody on the bottom is going to despise the globalists and the billionaires even more than they do. And you're going to have National Socialism in a big way, because this is exactly what happened in Weimar Germany. So yeah, I'll leave that at that and hand it over to Andrew.
Andrew.
Yes. Can you hear me? I just wanted to say, well, as Toby said, nationalism can go socialist real fast, and that's why I have a very strong hope for the MAGA. It's basically a community at this point, you could say. It is clearly you know, a remnant of, as Toby said, this is all a result of you know, what happened in the past century, but even before that, with, you know, the class struggle. I think MAGA is probably the only hope America has left at this point. I mean, the community, I'm not talking about the leaders, which are, as Toby said earlier, they're crooks, you know, talking about millionaires like Elon, Vivek, etc. They're not on our side, and that's clear in my opinion. Why would they be on our side? What are they, some kind of generous, you know, paternalistic, you know, noble millionaires? What are they? The Edelmillionären? No, they're not. They're
billionaire of leaves.
Yeah, they're not gonna help us at all. And that's why I really wish that this MAGA community achieves you know, at a certain point, some kind of self-awareness, right, of their position, what their future will be, what their enemies are, right? And a lot of people don't understand that the enemies are up above. The enemies are the rich, and that's what I'm sorry, what? The
enemy is up above, so we are pointing at the upper row of people.
You said above,
and
Nick is above me, and he's Muslim, so I was tripping.
Yeah. No,
Some of the enemies are within, like Vaughan is a little bit suspect here, you know.
Oh,
yeah. We need to swap. Like Vaughan is actually on top. Like he's one of those bad guys.
Yes. But
Wyatt is trying to act like he's one of us now.
Yeah,
we all know
exactly.
that
that's what Elon did. That's what Elon did, and it doesn't matter that Elon is not part of the left-wing establishment, right? The left-wing establishment is open. Elon Musk is our savior, sure.
Toby, you are full of shit. Elon Musk is out savior.
No, man, Poopa. Well, today I'm with Elon. Tomorrow I get my pitchfork out.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter that the left-wing establishment, right, ostracized Elon, and so Elon is supposedly on our side. He is not. The left-wing establishment is openly, you know, against us. It is openly disgusted by us. You know, us being common people, right? Us commoners, us peasants, even. While Elon is still part of the millionaires, he's just, you know, hiding his contempt for people like us. And it's clear. That's it. I just wanted to say that.
He let it out. He let it out when he said that thing about the visas. He let it out.
Yeah. So I've lived in the U.S. for many years, and I actually still have a business there, and I generally understand the U.S. from an outsider's perspective, right? So let me dispel something a lot of people say, that is Americans are lazy. That is total bullshit. Absolute bullshit. And by the way, most Americans think Americans are lazy because they have never been outside the country to see that, right? Even those people who are angry at Vivek for saying that Americans are lazy, they actually believe that, but they are also wrong. If you go to the US, it's the one country I've seen where people have 3 jobs. People work day and night. If you go to many countries, if you come like, for example, Kenya, and you tell somebody you work at night, they ask you, are you a security guard? Because nobody works at night. Americans hold 3 jobs, especially women over there, women will do like 3 jobs, fast food and a nurse and all these things. They work really, really hard, and life is very expensive there. And so yeah, anybody saying Americans are lazy just doesn't know that, right? And then why import HB labor? It is not because Americans cannot. See, every time you look at data, it shows you something completely different. The issue, I believe, is the government does not organize labor the way people think it does. It does not tell people which industry to follow. It does not tell people what to study. And so eventually they balance out, but they'll notice something is wrong. I give the example of doctors, right? Nobody wants to graduate with $350,000 in student loans. Nobody wants to do that. So it becomes unattractive. So most of the doctors you see in the US, they're doctors because they love it. It is not because of the money. Because even after you make the money you'll make as a doctor, the amount you pay in insurance to avoid lawsuits is out of this world. And the public always wants to blame the doctor for almost everything, and the public does not understand the situations that doctors are in. If somebody goes to an American hospital and says they want some type of medication, that's the first time I've seen that. The doctor has to give them that medication because this person may say, guess what? I'm getting worse because the doctor did not recommend what I wanted to do, right? So like you see the commercials on television in the US, they tell somebody, ask your doctor if Vicodin is good for you. Ask your doctor. So why do they say that? Because they know the public can actually tell the doctor, hey, even though the doctor thinks this brand of medication is better, the patient will keep on insisting on a different one because they heard it's better. So that's one of the main reasons. So that's why they import, let's say, doctors from India and them. So that's the structural issue. The other issue, which everybody knows, is you hire labor for cheap, and the moment you get that person in the country, the law even does not allow them to even go work for another company. They have to work for that company. If Microsoft is the one that brought you, you're prohibited from moving to a different country within the same country and things like that. So you end up getting insanely reliable labor at a very low cost. If you say they have to work 80 hours, like I think somebody was mentioning on Twitter, one of the celebrities was saying, well, you tell them to work 80 hours, they work 80 hours a week,
Yeah, that was Vivek.
Yep, the reason they say that is because that is absolutely true. Because if this person does not work the 80 hours you demand, then you'll tell them to go back, and then you'll bring somebody else who will work those 80 hours. So in itself, it's quite and so, but the US until they sit down and structurally organize the economy in terms of schools and whatnot, they'll always keep doing that, not only for the cost, but because, again, you can't regulate they don't regulate the market the way
that's never been the problem. The problem is the oversaturation, not the filling of the vacuum. And one of the issues that's been happening lately, and with this I'm going to pass it to Brad, that has been waiting for a while, is that the tech companies that want to fill in with HIV visas, they've been doing massive layoffs this past year, and these past few years, like unbelievable stuff. Even Elon's companies, especially Elon's companies, but also Google and Amazon and Facebook and all of them. So it's like insult to injury.
But what do you mean oversaturation, by the way?
No, that oversaturation is lowering the market price of that labor. When you have too much doctors or when you have too much lawyers or too much tech programmers, whatever, the price of that market, of that profession drops. That's what I mean. So it's not about filling in the vacuum of a field of work that is missing. It's about saturating the market, the work.
Oh yeah,
you want to talk?
By the way, let me respond real quickly. But yeah, that's another issue. By the way, I didn't mention that. But all those issues. So it's not just one issue. All those issues are also connected. They are all these games these companies play, and that is definitely one of the issues.
Super chat. Aski said, "I've been to US, worked there. Most of them are lazy."
Yeah, Aski's trolling. I think we should like.
And Brett doubled. No, he doubled down. No, he's on screen,
All right,
but
I'm
he's
going to
still
come in. Just give me 1 second here.
The whole point is to lower the wages of
Yeah, it's all right. I still like super chatting, man. It's all good. So here's the thing. I just want to get into here, guys. You know, Trump was when Trump was campaigning, the whole thing was, I'm going to stop the Mexicans from coming in. I'm going to stop the Mexicans from flooding into the United States. I'm going to stop them. And you know what? The thing is that the MAGA base did not understand is that Mexicans don't want your job. Mexicans are going to do the work you don't want to do. Like, they're going to pick the mangoes, they're going to pick the oranges, they're going to pick the strawberries. Now, here with the HIV visa, those Indians that are coming in, they want your job. They're going to take your job, computer process analyst. They're going to take a computer programmer, web developer, Java developer. They're going to take your job. That's the difference between the Indians and the Mexicans. So actually, if I'm a Trump supporter, I'd actually say I'd rather have Mexicans than Indians. You know what I'm saying? But the thing is, and they're not doing just a little bit for tech. They're going to flood the country because all the corporations benefit from this. These Indians are beholden to the corporations. If they mess up at their job, if they don't show up to work 6 days a week, 80 hours a week, they're going to get deported. There is a much higher degree of fear that they have working in the United States because the fear is deportation. They're going to work harder than the Native American is going to work.
It's not just economics. It's not just economics. Like, the reason that the globalists, that the billionaires are going to flood the West, right? It's not just economics. It's because they fear and they hate their own populations, right? Like, as hard as this is to hear, it's transparently obvious, right? Every time they open their mouths, right, they let the cat out of the bag a bit more, right? And they've inherited this fear and hatred, right? They don't like their own populations, right? If you want to know what it's like to be despised, right, just be a white dude now, right? In your own country, just sit there. Not only do your own billionaire class despise you and call you lazy and stupid, because they're doing it, so can everybody else, right?
Yeah, especially women.
Right, and all, not all women, right? But the women that are in love with the billionaires, right, and that follow the money and just parrot whatever that is fashionable, they'll tell you as well, right? It's like everybody hates the traditional white working man, right? But nobody hates them as much as their own leaders, as the wealthy people in their own countries. And the thing is, it's not some grand conspiracy. We all take the world as we find it. All of these billionaires, all the wealthy globalists, they're just inheriting the same ideas they got from their parents. There's just no balance to it anymore.
Super chat. Oski said, illegal Mexicans, the word makes a big difference.
And also, on this bit with the Mexicans, they will come in and do the jobs you don't want to do, right? This is such a wrong way of looking at it. If those jobs were paid a living wage, right, where you could actually survive and have a family, absolutely normal Americans would do them, right? But normal Americans won't do it for nothing. They won't do it to live on scraps in their own country so that they can send a couple of pesos back home to even poorer people back in, in Central America somewhere. So this is the thing. Those aren't real jobs, right? What they are, they're plantation owners who want people to work for nearly nothing, right? Let's not make any bones about it, right? All those jobs that are for the immigrants, these are slave labor level. These are bare subsistence level jobs. These are jobs that people can't afford to do if they want to raise a family, right? And live in the same ways that their parents lived. So this is, it's really like, it's not true that these are real jobs. If you start going down that direction, you end up with Vivek, right? And what Vivek wants is for you to work, right, for 80 hours a week in his factory for nothing, right? That's what he actually wants. That's who he is, right? He doesn't like you. He has no respect for your heritage, right? All he cares about is money. He's entirely coin operated, right? And he's been found out.
Oh yeah, definitely. And also
Paul.
Oh, yeah, please, Paul, go ahead.
Am I still muted or no?
No, we can hear you
All
loud
right.
and clear, sir.
Well, on your second point, I completely agree with you that you know, I even though you know I'm a lazy lawyer, in other aspects of my life, I've worked on a farm and so forth, and I really liked it. I mean, and I think a lot of young people in this country would like working on a farm, going out. You know, have you ever hustled fertilizer and planting and picking? I mean, you're out in the good weather and stuff like that. It's not a bad thing to do. But as Toby points out, it doesn't pay shit. I mean, that's but that's also tied into the fact that Wall Street has what do you want to say? Taken over the commodities industry, so farmers are squeezed so bad that they almost have to like get slave labor to do the work because the profits are all skimmed off the top by the conglomerates that buy the products and so forth. So it's kind of a problem that not just generated by the producers at that level. It's also generated by the wholesale market and the way commodities are sold in this country. But on your other point that the billionaires hate the working man, I almost think it's because they despise them, because they realize that like if they were put on like on a desert island, the billionaires couldn't survive. I mean, like everybody I know that don't make it, that doesn't hardly. They can trick out. They can repair cars. I mean, like as I said, I worked on a farm. I know these farmers. They can fucking do anything. I mean, anything. If you present them with a problem, man, they square it away so fast. They know all what's wrong with the machines. They know how to fix them. They know how. They just have so many normal skills. They can't come up with a logarithm to make money off scamming your health insurance company, but they can certainly survive without anybody's help. And I think that maybe that's one of the reasons they're despised, because they have such
Definitely
better
the
qualities.
fact that
Right. So Gabriel, I guess you're next, seeing you're already talking. Unless I'm
thanks. Yeah, these guys definitely have their form of survival is based on like the labor of others, and therefore they have this inferiority complex in which their form of survival is through the skill of others, which they lack, and therefore they are inferior in as a matter of fact in the factual world, and their superiority is their capacity to extract resources from them, and therefore they have to believe in their superiority, and that's why it's such a visceral hatred, because they could just be snob about it, but it's hatred because there is an inferiority complex there, and it shows. And
look at Euro. Euro is a classic example, right? The word you're looking for is quality as a man, right? When you don't have it, you get angry, and your anger spews forth, right?
Oh yeah, definitely. And another thing about what you were saying, it's hilarious how there's this
I
like
enjoy
nominal
you
right.
giving me attention. Thank you, Toby.
That's okay.
Yeah, he
Just
loves
know
it.
where that came from.
Yeah, I'm loving it.
There's this thing about the nominal right, and it's super hilarious. But they do have this sort of fanboy complex towards the billionaire class and the oligarchs. And you know, like I've been hearing certain pundits and guys, commentators on the issue of the HIB, and yeah, like there's a lot of those guys that are like complete fanboys of Elon, and they make excuses for him and they defend them. So that's been happening a lot in the right. But then you have people that they recognize the problem and they throw shit at it, and they, you know, like they criticize Trump because of his flip-flopping on the issue, and then they go and blame the unions, you know, like what you said before, Toby. Like they go and say, no, yeah, we can't bring cheap labor, you know, but the unions have to stop inflating our own labor. And I'm like, dude, what the fuck? And at some point that shit's gotta break, you know, like the right has to like break out of the shackles of their own ideological fixation, you know, and start realizing what the really, who their real enemy is. Like, stop blaming China, stop blaming the Soviet Union, and start sharpening those pitchforks. Go on, Vaughn.
Go for the 1%, man. Get those 1%ers, man.
Well, I think
Not
part of
gonna
it too,
happen, Gabby.
and I'm not defending or anything, but I think some of it too is, you know, people glob onto these billionaires or other celebrities because, you know, they have problems or issues or policies that they like or don't like, and then somebody like a broken clock comes along and is right twice a day, and this person's famous and thinks like you think, and they might have the money and means or a platform where you think maybe they can get this done or stop it. So I think that's what a lot of, you know, like, I mean, think about it. There's reasons people like Elon. There's reasons why they don't like him or these other guys. And it's, you know, because they say the right things on certain things, you know. So I think that's part of it too. A lot of these guys, you know, they say a few good things, which they may or may not believe, and they may be for or against it, and they may actually try to do something about it, but it still doesn't change their overall personality or maybe what they're really about. I mean, of course, they'd be willing to compromise a little bit and throw you some scraps if it meant that they could get more down the road later. I mean, yeah, it seems kind of nice, but, you know, maybe it's not really nice. So, but yeah, I think that's why a lot of people glob onto him. Because think about it, there's plenty of idiots out there. Oh, you know, did you hear Cardi B said taxes suck? So did everybody liked Cardi B for 5 minutes because she was anti-tax. You know, she's libertarian all of a sudden. It's like, okay,
Yeah.
whatever. You know, I mean, that's probably half of it right there. These guys, if somebody says something you like or you don't like or you agree with, and then you glob on and support them.
No, yeah, that's definitely true, Vaughn. The right wing is
Gabriel, there's a super chat here that I want to respond to. All right,
Please, go ahead.
66. The
Toby,
resident
if you
troll.
cannot make a living with those jobs, how that Mexico will live in US with a low-paid job and have enough money to send back home? You wrong.
Okay, so this is actually an interesting point. That Mexican that's living in the US, right? They don't have a mortgage. They don't have children to raise. And if they do, they're not raising them in the same standard of living that my parents enjoyed or that Vaughn's parents enjoyed. I get that you can survive. This is what Aski's saying. He's saying, oh, you can survive on that. And this is what Vivek is saying as well. They're saying, you know, you can survive. You can survive on that. What are you talking about? Look at those people in China. Look at those people in Guatemala. They're surviving on that. You can survive on that. You're lazy. You're lazy because you won't eat rice, right?
A lot of the reasons those people survive on that, like here in Kentucky, is you got farmers that get busted from time to time. You know, they got 10 guys living in a fucking 2-bedroom house.
Right.
And he's charging them $100
the
a month each to live there. You know?
Yeah. And yet,
I mean,
you won't live in a dormitory. You're lazy, right? If you won't live like a third world person, right? That makes you lazy and stupid. And that's what you're saying, ASCII, right? And this is the thing, right? This is the thing. Maybe we are. Maybe people in the West are lazy and stupid because we're so stupid, we don't understand that we have to be like the third world, right? We don't understand that we can't have what our parents had and our grandparents had. And that makes us lazy and stupid, right? Maybe that is the truth.
Now the third world is living better than the US. Look at China. Look at Africa.
Answer the super chat. For example, I worked in a Gulf country, and I wasn't paid as high as the locals. So what people do is like, as Vaughn and Toby said, you live in a shared apartment or something like this, and you live on a low cost. You don't go outside like everyone do. You don't buy shit. You don't expend a lot of money.
Like here, you have 10 guys.
I'm telling you, I experienced that, and
they got one. They got one van to go to the job. Yeah, they don't all got cars.
The small money that you can spare, and you make you send it to your country is enough to make your family live easily. So for you is a small amount, but in those countries it's a big money. I know people, they work in a security job in a Gulf country. They building houses in my country because of that job. And you cannot, even with an unemployed in the government, can do that in my country. So this is an example.
I mean, if you're TF, you talking about?
I mean, if you're sending money back to Mexico to your family, I mean, you're keeping it a buck, keeping it real.
Yeah, but if you remove those illegals, who will work in the fields? Yeah, you can have couple thousand of.
Who's gonna pick my strawberries?
Yeah, well, maybe there has to. Nika.
Exactly,
this
Vaughn.
is
Who's going to pick your strawberries, your mangoes, your oranges? Who's going to pick that shit? Really? That's a good question.
I'll tell you. Okay, here's the answer to that, right? Then you end up having a conversation about that. And it may be that the big landowners, right? It may be that they go bust, right? It may be that there's some real hard economic medicine in the West. It may be that the billionaires and the millionaires and the big landowners and the corporate owners, it may be that their whole world falls to pieces, right? And a new one rises from the ashes. It may be we can't have our mangoes and our strawberries and our avocados without illegal immigration. But that doesn't mean that we have to live like Mexicans, because we can maybe just burn the whole thing down and start again. And this is what the National Socialists are going to come out and start promising people. If you offered people in Australia a 1950s deal, if you said you can live like people in Australia in the 1950s, they would bite your arm off to take it. And it wouldn't matter what you were called, right? Because the standard of living is becoming so low, right, that we look at how people lived in the 1950s with absolute wonder. And so this argument that, like, we can't have the same system without cheap immigration labor, this only goes one place.
Yeah,
and the place it goes is, that's right, let's burn the whole thing down.
I was watching a YouTube, and I saw an African guy in China. He was in China, African guy. He's paying $200 or $300 a month of rent for his villa with 20-foot ceilings, and it's got glass windows, floor to ceiling, and he has a beautiful Chinese wife. I want that. I'm in Canada. I can't live like that. It's impossible, man. I can't. The beautiful house, beautiful wife in China. What's going on here? This is what the globalists want. We're getting crushed here in the West because they're all about money and corporate and profits. They're going to flood us with Indians. They're going to make us fight for the jobs, you know. It's crazy.
By the way, it's also important to note that not all cheap farming in the U.S. is done by illegal labor, right? So if you go to, like, I lived in a place called Immokalee, Florida. If you go there, there's like a ton of farms for fruits and everything, right? And all those guys are on some agricultural visa or some kind. Most of them are. Now, there are a whole bunch of illegals there as well, but most of them are from a certain visa. But I'll tell you something, Toby. One thing you have to know. Americans will not work in the Florida sun to pick up fruits. They pass out from dehydration. True story. I'm not kidding. They just won't. Like, and those guys, they make about $15 an hour, which is not much. But I've seen Haitians kind of try and do it, but most of them, those guys who work in those farms in Florida, the sun is just brutal. Like, it's just brutal. Like
we have other cultural habits too. Like, we don't send children down into coal mines.
Even
right?
in soft
We have all kinds of cultural peculiarities. You know, like there's all kinds of things we won't do. Like, you know, because and so this is the thing. It's like, who says those industries should even exist? If your industry can't pay a living wage, right? If your industry needs slave labor and the exploitation of people to survive, yeah, well, that's a hint. That means that it shouldn't exist, right? You don't get to. Nobody has the right to get rich off the exploitation of humanity, treating humans like machines. If you start thinking like that, that's how you end up with children down in the coal mines, right? That is exactly how you get there. When you start having billionaires who say the index is everything and that my right to make profit is sacred and it doesn't matter how you live and it doesn't matter how your children live, right? Then you end up with every kind of industrial horror. And that is actually in our history. That's dealing with these questions is how we hammered out a social contract, right? And that is gone now. And now you just have billionaires like Vivek and Trump and Elon, right, doing as they please. And there's no opposition to them. And if you do try and oppose them, they just bring in another million Indians, right? Or they bring in another million, you know, people from Central America. This is the crisis in the world today. It's like we're going back to children in the coal mines. All because billionaires say this is good. This is good.
I just want to respond about ASCII 66. You're not living in reality, man. You're
Can
not
Wyatt
living
read
in
it
reality.
first?
People.
Sure.
Yeah,
Can
nobody
Wyatt-
sends kids in the mines. Brainwashed Toby. Yeah, people are going to
Yeah,
mine
the
in
cobalt
Africa.
mines don't exist.
Yeah, in Africa, people, children, and adults and women are dying in the mines, literally.
This is other
every
super
day.
chat. When immigrants would do the lower jobs, people would get lazy. They wouldn't do hard works when there are better paid jobs available. That's what I say.
Even
But it's
I
just
live in Canada.
capitalism, right?
Toronto will how many native like Canadian work in a Tommy coffee you saw lately?
Right now, there's zero.
So,
it's all
in
foreign
my
workers. But
own-
it's like that. It's not like that just in Canada. It's like that in Australia,
Just an
USA,
example.
all of these
Just an
places. It's
example.
only people on a temporary work permit that work in fast food now,
You see
or
Tim
Walmart in these
Horton?
places.
All Tim
So
Hortons,
what Toby
there's
said,
Indians.
it's very important.
One second, Euro.
If
One second.
if
One
those
second. I will just
jobs were
finish
living
this.
wages,
Wait, whoa,
the Americans will do it.
Whoa.
You can see
Don't cut me.
landscapers,
Don't
right?
cut, please.
Everyone,
Please.
you can see
Euro.
landscapers doing it.
Learn
You can see
to-
some Americans landscapers.
Euro.
It's not just Mexicans, so
Euro.
it's
He's old already, he cannot hear.
if it's what is Nika?
Euro.
Can you say something?
Yeah, I am saying something and you cut me.
No, you're stretching
feeling-
it very, very long. Can you say something?
Oh,
You know,
you are talking
without
about wrong
stretching it?
stuff?
Do you want?
Look who's talking about
Euro
long,
is
long
creating
stories.
more pratas as we go on. No, you will become a prata. You will become a prata.
He was like
So you don't wanna-
bitching about Prata like a half an hour for his stupid pride, and now he's saying I'm speaking too long. I was just
I'm
started-
bitching. I was bitching.
Yeah.
What are you stupid? Are you stupid? Are you stupid?
Bro,
You didn't
sir.
read the private chat,
Trust
right?
me, bro.
You didn't read his insults. So I didn't
Oh,
plan
my,
that.
my,
but
my heart
because-
is broken for you. Grow up, man. Grow up.
So you
The
can,
fact
you
of the
can be
matter is,
stupid, right?
there
You can be
definitely
stupid.
is child labor.
No, you can be stupid, right?
Anyway,
Mika?
it's not
You
even
can be
hard
stupid.
jobs.
I was
It's not.
for
Yeah,
half hour
I hurt your
crying
feeling,
about
man.
Prata.
Grow up and
Hey,
be an
asshole.
adult.
Muslim
Be an
asshole.
adult.
Hey,
Be an
Muslim
adult.
asshole.
Be
You
an
wanna kill
adult.
each other?
Really,
Keep
you're
on doing.
Be an
Okay,
adult.
there you go. There you
An
go.
we're gonna make this a religious
There you
war,
go.
Euro.
Do you like it?
Yeah, it's his
Do you like the
maturity.
bullshit?
Hey,
This is
Euro,
his
I thought you are
maturity.
liberal. Why are you insulting his
bullshit too,
religion?
right?
Deus
What?
Volt
Doesn't matter.
versus
He's
Allahu
bullshitting. I'm
Akbar.
bullshitting too.
I
What's the
said
difference?
not even
Point.
What's the
hard
difference?
jobs, not even hard
If
jobs
he's bullshitting, I
as
can
farming.
bullshit too, right?
Even working in Tim Hortons.
You're going into the
Which
red.
is-
You're gonna blow a valve here, my buddy. Be careful.
So even soft jobs as working in Tim Horton is like people will not do it. I'm talking because I'm seeing this everywhere. Even like a soft job compared to farming, no native, like no Canadian will do it here. You will find all Indians doing that kind of jobs with minimum wage.
Yeah, but
Somebody in the
again,
chat said Filipinos are at Tim Hortons. That's not the case. It's all Indians now. It used to be Filipinos maybe
Even
5-10
Filipino
years
will
ago,
not do
not
it.
anymore.
Yeah, all Indians. I'm swearing. So
yeah, and there's
I think
definitely
It's about what Toby
a
said.
retro.
It's about what
There's
Toby said.
there's definitely
That
a
if
retro
it's a
feel
decent
in that
wage,
issue.
people will take those jobs and will work it, right? But it's not a decent wage. But the another conundrum that Gabriel was talking about is very important. Those same people that complain about immigrants are also fighting minimum wage because they believe in Austrian monetaristic economic theories. So you cannot have both. You have to break it, right? As Gabriel said, you want two opposite things. You want the decent wages to do those jobs, but you don't want the only way to achieve decent wages. So what to do? You want to fight both? You will never achieve anything, right? So you have to decide, as Gabriel said, the right need to decide what are the correct economic theories, what works, what doesn't. So what
Yeah,
to do
you have
there?
to get their ideas straight. We have to get their ideas straight because it's a mess. Go on, Commander. I'll go after you.
No, so I'm not sure. When I listen to all of you guys, like I feel like you guys like are totally ignoring the government's role in all of this. Like the government's legislation will decide the labor. No, it's the labor law that decides everything. And let's say if the labor law or the government's law on manpower is that if you do not hire certain people, then then you're not allowed. Or you get taxed.
No, Wyatt, you're wrong.
Yeah, like in
You're
Singapore,
wrong.
there's a law. You have to have 50%.
Singapore is
Singaporean.
awesome. We're talking about the West. But here's the thing,
West
Wyatt.
Let
Wyatt,
him
it's the
finish.
companies, the
Let him
corporations, the
finish
billionaires
this
control our
point.
politicians. The
Brad, I
billionaires
wanted to hear
control our
what he
politicians.
said.
They make the law.
Brad,
Don't
Brad,
interrupt the
I wanted to hear what he
commander.
had to say. He hadn't finished.
No, you guys are like jumping ahead, ranting on Elon Musk and whatnot. Trump is not even the president yet. No, they haven't even enacted all the laws that they say want to do. Because if they say they're going to deport all the illegal immigrants, they're going to tariff all the potential competitions. They're going to encourage all the companies to bring back their factories. They're going to reduce taxes for further for all the corporations, secure the border. Then the Americans themselves will have a mass increase of salary. Like what happened during the first term. Even my friends who are really at the bottom stratas, they're in the United States, they're doing well. Like everyone telling me that they're doing the best in their life. Even those days in the first term of the Trump era. So in this new term, I believe something similar is going to happen. Everybody going to earn much more money. The whole American citizen, everyone will go up. And then they will have to give out the H1B to bring in people to fill up the jobs that the Americans don't want to do. So everything will still match up exactly as what Elon Musk said. H1B is important, they're going to be needed. But then at the same time, the Americans are going to get more jobs, more salary and whatnot. Because during the first term in during the Trump's first term, there was already too much jobs to the point where they have to expedite the immigration, the acceptance of more immigrants to come and fill up the jobs, because the Americans, everybody are just jumping jobs, and then they don't have enough workers to fill up all the jobs during the first term of the Trump's administration. So we are just like go over the place where like we are not addressing, like we're just addressing one small thing, but we are not seeing all the rest of the picture.
Wyatt. The corporations, they want you to be beholden. They want you as a slave. They don't, not only do they want the H1B visas indentured to them, they want the Native Americans indentured to them. How do they do that? They're going to change the culture. So by having the H1B visas, guys, they're 80 hours a week, 12-hour days. That's the new corporate culture. If you don't align yourself to that corporate culture, then you're going to be out of a job. So maybe there's going to be more jobs, but it's going to be that type of job where you're going to work like that.
No, wait. It doesn't matter to the US government. The US government take care of the American people. The 80-hour jobs the Americans want to do, they throw it to the foreigners. And then they'll get stuck in that job because the visa is only for that company.
US government takes care of Israel, first of all, before...
No, this is exactly the same law in Singapore.
US government take care of Israel before everything, man.
No, I'm just saying. Under the Trump, theoretically, I'm just saying that this law, this method of managing foreign workers is exactly how Singapore is running it. If you get a work permit, it's only to that company. You cannot change your job so easily. You must first find another job first. The other company is ready to take over your permit. Then they will have to apply for your permit. Then you resign this job. So you have an in-between like 1-2 weeks. Then you can change your jobs. So because once you cut off your permit, you'll become a tourist. Then within the 2 weeks, you apply another one and change another job. You cannot change freely. Only permanent residents can quit their job anytime. For any other foreign workers, the moment you quit your job, you become a tourist automatically. And then you will have to leave the country within like a month.
So what stops everybody becoming a foreign worker? What stops that foreign worker standard applying to everybody?
There's a quota. So
no. What I'm saying is, if you legalize that kind of behavior, if certain people, right, can be treated as wage slaves, if certain people have no freedom to move jobs, my point is, if that becomes the norm, if that becomes lawful conduct, right? Well, what's to stop that applying to everybody?
It applies to everybody. What are you talking about? I just told you
this is the thing.
Singapore law.
This is the thing, Wyatt. A lot of people don't want to live in a society with no freedom. A lot of people don't want to live in a society where the Central Communist Party tells them exactly what to do under pain of incarceration, right? Because they have a dream of a better time and a different system.
No, but wait. The government of any country has no responsibility for the citizens of another country. We offer you a financial opportunity to earn money in this country so they can go home, feed your family, and have a better life in your own country.
There is a lot of issues.
What it is. If you're a poor country, you don't have this benefit. It's only in the first world countries or the rich countries that you can actually hire foreign workers. And then it's not slavery. You can quit anytime. Anytime you can buy an air ticket and just fly back.
So Wyatt, in other words, what you're saying is it's a contract, more or less. It's a contract.
It is a contract. It's not slavery. If you abuse your contract, then then it's very unlikely that the government will permit you to come and work again, because it's like you're gaming, you're not following the law, something like this. So you can quit anytime. I can tell you, my friend hires a lot of Indian workers, for Bangladeshi workers. Like they come here, they work for 1 month, they're very uncomfortable, they cannot get used to it, they quit. Then they fly back. But then they incur costs, but on their own side, because they have their agents to help them find their job in Singapore. Then they incur costs on their side. It's nothing to do with the Singapore government. So so anyone can quit their job, anyone can find another job if you can find it. So it's not slavery. What happened in the United States is different, because these people are illegal immigrants. They go in, they have no choice. So they have to work regardless whatever is happening, and they are getting even below minimum wage. In Singapore, foreign workers have there's a wage categories. there's a minimum wage. So the lowest wage are the maids, the people who do housemaids, and the construction workers. And even them, they have like no minimum wage that protects them. They make sure, and most of these people, they are protected by law, by other means, like they have to be sponsored dormitory. The company have to pay foreign levy. So then they have to provide health insurance and whatnot. So, and in the end, their whole salary, if you package all their housing, everything, is actually pretty decent. Just that the foreign worker, they purely earn the money and they don't have to spend most of the money. It will be just pure saving. They just send back all the money back to their own country. So but that's Singapore, United States, they have a different problem because they just illegal immigrants just make labor very cheap. If you are willing to hire them. Sorry, Nika.
No, wait. I was waiting first, and I have to go, so I'm going to kind of do my closing with this one.
I promise you, it will not take too long.
No, I have to go, man. I have to go, and you've been talking a lot, and I've been waiting for a while. Okay. So first of all, Singapore is a very interesting example. It's like it's used by the neoliberals often as a like the city on the hill, so to speak. It's a shining example of the great success of neoliberalism. Okay, and maybe it's true. By what I've heard from Wyatt, it has a lot of social security, so right to housing and stuff. And for what he's saying about how they treat the foreign workers, it seems like they do have like strong regulations on social security, on like social rights, so to speak. So it's a weird experiment, and I'd love to know more about how it actually works, because by what Wyatt has said, and comparing it to like the Latin American experience of neoliberalism, it's completely different. It's a whole different thing. And compared to what I know about the United States, at least, and the Western world in general, it's completely different. Like the level of regulations that White is talking about is unimaginable under the American like idealism of labor law, of labor rights. Like in
It's
America,
called human rights, Gabriel. It's called human rights. You can't say, "Hey, look how well my slaves are treated," right? Because people have an idea that slavery is bad and that all human life is valuable. So that's the cultural incongruity here.
So, for example, one thing that like most of the states in North America and in United States have a no reason clause, I think, but the idea is basically that you can fire your employee without any reason at any moment. You don't need a reason, and that's like all states except one or two, and that's crazy. For like, we're a neoliberal colony down here, but usually you need to give an excuse to fire your employee. Like, he has some certain level of security under the contract, and you can't just fire them out of the blue. And so the United States is a really weird place. Like, its oligarchic practices are fucking insane, and they do have that contradiction, which like Vaughn said, that people agree with something that the right wing said, or that this person said, or the other. But I'm not talking about that, Vaughn. I'm talking about like fundamental principles in the right wing ethos. That is, that the billionaire class, they're entrepreneurs, they're good people who make the country move forward. And that's the neoliberal doctrine, that the best people in the world, they're the oligarchs and the billionaires who can create wealth. Like, they create the wealth out of the thin air, out of the blue. That's the neoliberal doctrine. Wealth isn't something that you pull out of the ground with the sweat of your brow and the blood of your hands. Wealth is something that you materialize out of thin air from your genius. You're so intelligent, you're so brilliant, and that's modern monetary theory. And like, when we're talking about Elon Musk, we're not talking about like the oligarchs in itself. We're talking about Elon Musk as a representative of an administration, as a representative of Trump. So we're talking about the political direction the country is going, and the people's outrage is on account of him throwing out like it's no big deal that we're going to have unlimited working visas. And so people freaked out. And then all of his billionaire friends jumped out and started saying, oh, yeah, because Americans are lazy and they can't do the job. And that's completely different of saying, oh, we lack these. Maybe that's how it works in Singapore. We don't have enough workers for construction, so we're going to bring Bangladeshis and we need 500. Okay, we bring 500. We need 300,000. Okay, we bring 300,000. Not like, oh, we're going to just open the floodgates so that it gets full of people and we can lower all the prices, because that's what they've been trying to do. And that's the American ethos. That's the neoliberal idea.
Exactly.
And that's the problem, that these guys have this principle of like neoliberal modern monetary theory in which wealth comes out of the blue, and the best moral good in the world is for everything to be profited from the maximum. And like this guy, Murray Rothbard, I think his name is, this neoliberal thinking, he was saying, for example, and with this I'm going to finish, like about the level of depravity and demonic influence that is behind that idea, that it's completely Satanist. And it's crazy because like Satanism truly has as foundational principles or geniuses, they have Ayn Rand, just like, and the all these neoliberal avatars and saints. And like this guy, this Rothbard guy, he was saying that like in a purely free society, children markets will be normal thing, and it might seem horrible for us now, but it would actually be a moral good thing, because then they could find the best possible parents, you know, like if we have open child markets. And so that's their principle, and like the right really needs to shake that shit off their backs. Go ahead, because they're supporting Satanists. Go ahead, Commander.
I just super chat. No, yeah. Will Ukraine endure 2025 without the 18 years olds? And then, true about it not being slavery, but in practical terms, H1B holders bring their families with them and effectively leave themselves trapped here, which is the in Singapore is not allowed. The one that can only bring family is the highest rank. There's different categories. So only the highest rank can bring their family. The one in the center, I think you need to apply, but usually they will reject it. The lowest rank, the one those construction workers made, you can forget about it. It will never happen. So yeah. So because you don't have the financial power to take care of them. Nika.
Okay, so the example that you gave, Wyatt, it's as Gabriel was saying, it's not like even in Canada we have a lot of workers' rights here. We have that type of contract. It's not working at all. We are trying it. We have it here, so you are legally bound by one company to work, and I don't know the details of with that, but we have it here, and it have a lot of problems because the employer have so much power and have so much advantages that it can make the living of the employee very, very. It can make his life sucks anyway. But there is like
makes them a slave, and then you get all of the
exactly.
the
But
distasteful things with slavery, sexual exploitation, etc., etc.
Exactly, we have that as an example. Even with the Canadian laws are better than, I mean, for protection of the workers, better than the American, which non-existent. It's a catastrophe. There's another contracts. I think I don't know if we have it here or not, but it's a bit better. Is that you are allowed to work in any company in that field. So you are allowed to work in a certain field in any company you want, but in a certain field. So, for example, they will give you a visa for construction, for example, companies, but you can choose and quit any construction company and choose any other construction company. And I think it's a better solution. About the super chat, can Ukraine endure 2025 without the 18 years old? I think even with 18 years old, it will be a hard 2025, because those 18 years old, they don't have any experience. The others, at least they had like some time in military, so they have some experience they can build on. But 18 years old, they don't have any experience in life practically. So they will need to train them, and they need to discipline them, and that will take too much time. That will take too much. If they will give them the weapons and leave them to the trenches, they will die in vain, and they will be just like cannon fodder. I think Toby next, and then
no, Macchiati was
okay.
next. He's
I didn't see you. Sorry.
Oh, no, it's cool. Oh yeah. By the way, Wyatt, that the thumbnail you used, oh my god, it's perfect. Like I loved it. The thumbnail they used for this. Yeah.
Everybody say it's me.
That's what I thought you were trying to play on yourself with that. You know what I mean? Like they said this is.
But then his face.
I was yeah. I'm surprised Ukrainians didn't call him North Korean.
Yeah, I'm surprised too. They should have said this freaking
They
North Korean.
They couldn't. He was speaking
He
Russian.
speak perfect Russian. He even curse in Russian. Then when he stepped to Ukrainians,
I don't know whether you guys discussed about that video, but you know, I mean, I kept telling people that is the reality of war. When people say, we in Germany are going to go into the trenches. Like, do you really want to deal with that shit, bro? Like, do you really want to roll around with some yakut with a very sharp knife? But
Nobody want to fight the Russians, man. No way.
But with the super chat, I think Ukraine is gonna do it. They have already started doing medical exams on people between 16 and 25 or something like that. So yeah, they're going to do it. And I always tell people, if I was Russian, I would keep telling myself, be careful, because Ukraine can pull out some surprises. They can pull out some surprises. And those troops will probably be ready by March. So Ukraine has to basically hold on till March until they join in. Are they going to win the war? Of course not. But at this point, what they're doing is, I think what they're doing is they're trying to buy time. They're trying to make it such that if they do make a deal, if they do have negotiations, and negotiations may be actually undergoing, because I saw on RT that the parliamentary group from Ukraine and a parliamentary group from Russia met. That's supposed to have been like insane big news, because that means Ukrainians flew to Russia, which is crazy. But so they may be talking about it more or less, because if they do make any sort of peace deal, it has to be etched into the Ukrainian constitution, which is what's going to be the biggest deal. But Ukrainians will still fight. And I don't know whether you guys, I was driving, I didn't hear you guys quite well. I don't know whether you guys talked about Kursk, that little offensive. It's not a full-blown offensive. It is not a full-blown offensive. I think they were testing. I think it was more or less a test than anything else. There's a high possibility they're going to go into Bryansk.
Vaughn.
You can go ahead, Toby. I need to remember what I was going to say.
Okay, so yeah, on this Ukraine in 2025, I just want to like a heads up on the 9th, in a few days, there's the next Ramstein meeting. For folks who aren't aware, the Ramstein group is basically everybody who supports Ukraine with military weapons. So it's like all the NATO countries plus everybody else, like whoever else is, on Team Ukraine. The reason it's an interesting deal is the last Ramstein meeting, which was in October, got cancelled, and Zelensky was scheduled to have a big presentation, and he just got like cancelled. So that was really weird. It was basically like they didn't want to get together and support Ukraine. It was a big blow for Ukraine politically. This is the first one since then, and it's the last one before Trump takes power. And so it would be fascinating to be a fly on the wall in that meeting and to see what is being said. in a way, it's like the last chance for shenanigans to get like put into play. It's hard to see. There's not enough time between the 9th and Trump taking power. What is it, 11 days? There's not enough time to get anything done. I suspect that this meeting on the 9th is everybody saying, okay, what are we going to do now? Because Trump's about to take power. There's also been a phone call between Zelensky and Trump, which has been reported on X. God bless Elon. It's pretty interesting. It's worth looking at because Trump has summoned Zelensky to Washington. He has said, you will appear before me and I will tell you what you are to do. And this is from Zelensky's own mouth. This isn't me paraphrasing. This is what Zelensky has been told. And Zelensky relays this information, you know, with the face of a 4-year-old child. He understands that he's being told. So this suggests to me that he's done and that this war is going to get called. But the difficulty is, you know, as everybody has said and as Vaughan will confirm, Russia do not have to negotiate. Russia are achieving all of their objectives, and it's not territory. They're not after territory. They're after Ukraine, not in NATO, right? That is the sticking point. And like in practical terms, what does that mean? That means that Ukraine becomes a client state of Russia. That means that you have a government that is pro-Russia, right? And for all the people who say, oh, well, you know, that's not possible because everybody in Ukraine hates Russia. It's like, yeah, look, even if that were true, there are millions of people in Russia who come from Ukraine who were born there who would quite happily form a pro-Russian government. So the idea that you can't have a pro-Russian government in Ukraine is nonsense. However, if Trump agrees to that, right, then that is giving the whole game to Putin. And it also means pretty much a death sentence for every NATO pro-NATO Ukrainian who remains in Ukraine, because they will be hunted down and eradicated for good and bad reasons. So Europe is going to get like a massive, massive influx of Banderites and other Ukrainian nationalists, which is just what the doctor ordered for those folks right now. So it's very difficult to see how this gets resolved, because it's almost impossible to believe that Putin would accept a ceasefire. The whole Russian strategy of demilitarization and denazification is basically like the execution of men. It's not about territory. That's why they haven't bothered closing the Kursk salient. The Kursk is such a ridiculous thing. Like Kursk and Krenki have just been the sacrifice of men for the sake of PR. And at this stage, for Zelensky to be Zelensky to be sacrificing men for PR, right? When as if Trump can be swayed by this kind of nonsense, it's beyond stupid. It's an absolute slaughter of men by a moron. And so, you know, there's morale problems all across the front line, because nobody wants to be the last guy who dies in a war. Like and so everybody knows that like something's going to happen. Nobody knows quite what, but Russia won't accept a ceasefire where Ukraine get to rearm as part of NATO. And I don't know that Trump can really give the whole thing to Putin. It's kind of interesting, and sometimes I wonder if Elon going after the British government the way he has isn't Trump trying to get the Brits in line. Because the reality is that Ukraine has been a British-led project. The Americans have been quite happy to make a lot of money out of it and launder money through it, but it's been a British project. Arguably, it's been a British project for a couple of 100 years. And so, yeah, I do wonder about the diplomatic fallout between the US and the UK. And I guess all we can really do on the Ukrainian situation is wait until Trump takes power and see what happens. But frankly, I'm not hopeful. I can see Russia just killing Ukrainians indefinitely. And I can see Ukraine feeding their young men into the cannons indefinitely. You know, as ghastly as that is, well, that's where we are, right? That's how we got here. That's where we are. I don't see a solution. Not unless Trump gives Putin the whole thing. And yeah, we'll have to wait and see, I guess. So Vaughn.
Yeah, I was just gonna say on the
some good shit.
I was just gonna say on the 2025 thing, I don't see how they could hold out past 2025 with or without the 18-year-olds. And I think if they were to drop it to 18, that might actually cause more desertions and create a panic, because a lot of people might realize the gig's up if they're going after 18-year-olds. It may not be big, but I just think it would be a negative effect. I don't think it would help them at all. And I really don't think they'll make it past this year, unless NATO comes in or something on the ground. But I kind of doubt that.
Would the older guys decided to military coup or mutiny to protect their younger kids, brothers or nephews? It's like, no, I fight to save them. Now you got to mobilize them. Sorry, I got to fight you now. I'm not sure. Imagine they drive all the
because
leopard
the banderites won't happen.
Yeah, how many banderites are there? How much the banderites can fight? This guy will drive the leopard tank to Kiev.
I mean, they can't fight the Russians and the pissed off territorials at the same time very well.
So I would like to do my closing. I'm kind of tired, and it's almost 4 a.m. It's funny thing, but Toby mentioned about Kursk wasteful, sending the people into Kursk to die. Well, a funny thing is the Zelensky did an interview with Lex Friedman, and it's gonna be on I think today. It was gonna be published today, and he was saying in the interview, like, what kind of president would send his own people to another country to die? So it's like, just like, it's amazing. I don't want to advertise Lex Friedman podcast, but it might be interesting just to watch this Zelensky interview. I mean, it's gonna be too cringe, I believe, because I think some already seen it and say it's too much cringe. No matter you cannot get any information most likely from it. So you should click and subscribe to the DPA, not to Lex Friedman. So like it here. And I wanna say so that people realize like how stupid they are. Like when I showed up here, I didn't want to talk about Prata, but he started insulting here in a private chat on StreamYard. So I decided to say why he hates me. That's the reason. Nobody knew who cannot read the here on the StreamYard chat. Nobody knows what's going on. But that was Prata's intention. Just like last time, after a half hour boring talk.
Why does he hate you? I missed that.
See, he said something about, I'm going to tell you why you hate me too. So,
okay.
What happened was he, after a half hour talking boring shit, he insulted me in the end sentence, like nobody noticed that. Like he's like a total bitch, right? Sneaky insulting that nobody will notice. So I'm get triggered. So that's why I do it, right? I do this because.
Did you cry? Did you have a cry?
He did. So are you gonna have cry now? Because I'm gonna say why you hate me too. Because when Toby was pretending to be economist in a DPA lounge here, so he was spewing total Austrian bullshit. So I said to me, I had to say it because it's just right that. It's a perfect theory that wealthy made to exploit people. So it's just perfect. There was no better perfection of the wealthy propaganda than Toby was spewing. So he doesn't like me. That's why Toby is talking shit about it, about me, like I didn't react at all, right? He was shitting and bullshitting. What I said, I'll say that it's a Western mentality to think that China and Russia will behave just as West and be attacking, and doing the hegemony the Western way. That's what I said. And what Toby explained, what I was saying, it's just funny, right? But everything he talks is building up bullshit and more bullshit and more bullshit to make it an interesting story. So, Toby, do you like it now? This is
what do you
happened.
mean? When you say it's a Western thing,
I'm closing
what do you mean?
now. I'm closing now.
Toby is a
so let me say it. You
retired
can say after I
globalist
leave.
lawyer. Toby is a
Okay, I
retired
thought you were
globalist
inviting
lawyer.
me to speak. My
Obviously.
mistake.
So this is what I wanted to say. So, but Kursk offensive already kind of failed. I mean, the initial day, right? They're gonna continue sending more and more, and probably there's gonna be another direction that they go. Most likely between Kursk and Volchansk over there in Kharkiv area, somewhere there. That's what they plan, and maybe they connect it. That's most likely area that they're gonna try another position, and it's obviously that is not going well for them already, and that's immediately moral hit against Ukrainian attempts, and maybe even Russian discover where is the central command that connects, that directs this offensive, and send Oreshnik or a new weapon against it, brand new weapon, missile, who knows? But it seems like this Orthodox Christmas on Tuesday, it's not going to be easy either on Ukrainians or Russians. They're not going to be able to celebrate properly because of the such stupid offensive. Yeah, but we could celebrate open mic, peaceful people, right? Peaceful talk and everything. So I hope you don't attack me. I won't return fire. So there you go. Have fun and Happy New Year.
You fire a broadside and then say, you don't attack me.
Happy New Year, Europe.
I will attack you for sure. I will do my closing.
Pray for your withered little soul.
Praise Allah.
Okay.
Praise
Let's
Allah.
do closing since we are already
he went, but I will attack him anyway. He went, but I will attack him. So Euro, I don't know, but I don't think you reach adulthood yet. But when we were kids, yeah, we cared who like mean to us.
That's
no one cares. No one cares about who's loving you or not. In adult world, in the adulthood, like we don't give a shit about who loves us or not, and definitely when we don't give a shit who loves you or not. And this is one thing you need to understand. This maybe you didn't reach adulthood, I don't know, but I know for myself and the people I know, no one give a damn about that, and especially for someone who we don't know. So I hope you understand this. I know it's a difficult concept, but yeah. And Toby, you are mean because you think that going into Kursk is a stupid idea. How you insult the genius of the Ukrainian commanders. Maybe we don't like rationalize their genius, but it is genius. We don't know why, but it's genius. So don't insult their genius. So this is the thing. I don't think about what Von said. Von said they cannot like finish 20. Maybe they cannot like survive 2025. Yeah, but I think they have the capability to survive it. But in what condition? Because maybe Russian will like keep them like keep the meat wave going and like going through that. Maybe they will like extend the war. We don't know. They have the manpower. They cannot go indefinitely because we don't have any manpower left. So European and American will never fight for Ukraine. No one gives a shit about Ukraine. This is a sure thing. So we will see when the army will crack. That's and maybe the attitude when Trump will take power will change, and we don't know. We will see in the next month. We will have a big idea about what will direction the war will go. They will do stupid stuff. By stupid stuff, I mean like making Russian angry or killing more Ukrainian fast. But this is like the Ukrainian geniusness. Anyway, as another thing about maybe in 2 weeks the 2-month truce will end in South Lebanon, and Israelis said they will not go. This is what they promoted. They will not go. So maybe we will have a second round in South Lebanon. Who knows? We'll see. But that's what Israeli is saying, is they will not leave some areas. That's it. And I hope everyone will have a nice 2025. And I hope the wars will end and we have less killing and less raping everywhere in the world. I hope that every raper they'll cut his dick. Child raper will be like do even nasty stuff to them. No one like rape people who rape, and definitely not children. Only wicked people will promote that stuff. So Syria is a difficult situation. No one knows like where it will go, but what I see now in the news, there's a lot of inside political happening. Like there's like a lot of factions, and everyone trying to get a good position and preparing for there's a talks will happen to determine what will happen in the future. A lot of the new government trying to pull a lot of weapons from the old army and the militias that were with the Assad regime. Anyway, hopefully it will calm down and all the Syrians get back to their country and live in peaceful life, but that's very doubtful with this regime. So
that's it.
Who's next?
So thank you, Nika. Vaughn, closing.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, like, subscribe, and share. You know, if you're busy, check out Wyatt's Frontline Reports. If you got more time, then check out the situation reports, because that's a little more detail. It was a good open mic, feisty, like it should be. Some headbutting. That little Kursk incursion, I mean, I don't believe it was a test, because I don't think you test by getting people killed for real. But I think they tried there, maybe because they thought the Russians were light. But they obviously don't take into account that the Russians can bring in a mass amount of drones and artillery and air support. Even if they don't have a lot of troops there, it doesn't really matter, because they can just hit them with that stuff, slow you down until somebody gets there to block you. So I don't think it's going to turn into much. I think they were trying to grab some more territory before Trump gets in, to maybe try to act like they got something to negotiate with. And, you know, like Toby said, and I think a lot of people agree, Kursk is just a killing pocket now. And the Russians will close it out when they're bored with it, I guess. I would imagine sometime this week that highway on the southwest side of Pokrovsk is going to be cut. I think Turney's probably going to fall maybe this week also. And then obviously Kupiansk is always something going on there. Maybe, you know, something will happen. Seversk. You know, I still think if you look at Kherson and you go north along the river, up where it's real skinny and dried out, and you draw a triangle up to Kivy Ree, and back down to the river. There's like that triangle area on the northwest or northeast side, I guess, of Kherson. I think that's a good place to cross and move towards Kryvyi Rih and threaten Nikolaev, Kherson, and at a later point Odessa. And the only thing I think that holds that up is them just preparing the area, because I've noticed that they've gone after air defense in that area and other artillery units and stuff in that area that could easily be supporting a defense. So maybe when it gets colder, things freeze up more, and there's 10,000 less Ukrainians there. They'll make a move. It's not like they have to go deep or anything. They just need to get across and set up a nice beachhead and then wait for the Ukrainians to come and just create another killing field. And then when they're done with that, they can either sit there or go forward. But I would keep an eye on that area too. I think there might be something going on there. And then, like I said, for 2025, my only real crazy one right now is just, I think at some point the North Koreans will get involved, either directly supporting or involved directly on the ground, maybe as part of a final offensive to finish things off and solidify their partnership, like make it official. But, everything else is all up in the air until Trump gets sworn in. But I hope everyone had a good, happy New Year. I know people got Orthodox Christmas coming up in New Year, so enjoy that. And everybody have a good week and take it easy. I'm enjoying like 10 inches of snow and ice. Ice, baby. I'm not going to be like Lambo and sing a song, though. Y'all have a good one.
So everybody know Vaughan is 10 inches. So now is Toronto. Right? It's closing. You are muted.
Yeah. All right. So I was glad to come on the chat, guys. So thanks for having me on. I don't come on. I stay in the chat. I don't really get on the mic, the panel or whatnot. But I had some free time today, so it's all good. I was glad that you guys talked about the H1B visa, because that's really making me very upset. And I want you guys to understand that you guys talk about politicians, they can do this and that, but you got to understand politicians on both sides. They're owned by the corporations. They're owned by the 1%. You guys see that AIPAC owns all the politicians in the United States. It doesn't matter who you vote for. So somebody was here, Toby was mentioning that eventually you're just going to push everybody into one camp, and then it's going to get dangerous because people, it's so blatant that they don't care about us. It doesn't matter Republican or Democrat. They just care about the corporations and protecting their profits, shipping in millions of people to lower our wages, make us fight like monkeys for jobs, So, I'm glad you guys see, because I know a lot of you guys here in the chat, you guys see what's going on here, and that these guys like Elon and Trump, they're not your friend here. They're here to make money. And the problem that we have here in the West, we have a toxic culture, and we have a situation where just 1% of the population is controlling 90% of the assets. They're the ones that make the laws. It's not the politicians. They make the laws. They implement the regulations. They give you the effect of democracy, but there's no democracy. We live in a corporate oligarchy, and the corporations run the show. No matter what you want to think or anything like that, that's the situation. They run the show left or right. You vote for Democrat, you vote for Trudeau, or you vote for Pierre, you're going to get the same shit. They're going to bring in millions and millions of people into your country to keep your wages down, to keep you disempowered, to emasculate you from power and wealth and happiness. So I just hope you guys have that clarity. Other than that, Happy New Year, guys. Hope everything is good. And, as far as the war in Russia, it's over already in Ukraine, but 2025, 2026, Ukraine's done. That's all I have to say.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year, guys.
Macchiati. So it's something funny I saw, after watching that video of the Russian guy fighting with a knife. I always draw ready to see what the NATO guys are talking about. And it's gotten so crazy with these people, man. They were saying that Ukrainians need to be taught more hand-to-hand combat. I'm like, good God. Is this really what you got from this video? Like, God, it was so. And this continued on, and they were talking about, oh, we need to focus on hand-to-hand combat. Really? God, these people, bro, it just blew my mind. I'm like, you do understand, first of all, the Russian is brave, the Ukrainian is brave. But, man, we're talking about chances here. Like, they should focus more on camouflage. If I was them, I would focus more on camouflage, knowing how to hide myself, knowing how to dig better. That's better than teaching people hand-to-hand combat, Secondly is I saw some news talking about Ukrainians are saying that Putin is planning to kill Zelensky. So they're saying that Zelensky should be hiding because Putin is getting desperate to kill Zelensky. And the funny thing about it is, as a leader, the one thing you'd be more afraid of if I was Zelensky is not Putin, is actually that threat somebody is saying that Putin will whack him, because somebody else will whack you and then say it's Putin who did it. So it's like somebody sending Zelensky a message, and I think he's scared because the last two videos I saw of him, other than Alex Friedman, he was talking in the toilet or something. You know how you see him with the back on the wall talking. Lastly, I'm very interested to see how Russia resolves the issue with Transnistria. Apparently, they have like 50 more days of electricity. They have they're probably like just 500,000 people, but I don't know how they'll resolve that. I've seen people suggesting that Russia will do a dash towards that direction, and I'm like, no, the amount of people who would die trying to go through Mykolaiv to Transnistria is just, it will be disastrous. But as everybody said, happy 2025. Hopefully this will be a good year. It didn't start very well politically. You got a whole bunch of explosions and stuff, planes falling off of the sky. But hey, who knows? Who knows?
Thank you, Macchiari. But yeah, that was a great start. Yeah. It ensures DPA will survive 2025 because there's a lot of things for me to report on. And Toby.
Yeah. Okay. I came late, so I missed the start. Look, I hope Wyatt watches that Zelensky interview with Lex Friedman and summarizes it, because I cannot take Friedman, so I'm not going to watch it. But I will watch the DPA summary. Click like and subscribe.
Oh, okay.
I think it's fascinating what's going to be said at this Ramstein meeting in a few days, and I think that probably even more important than Russia is Europe at the moment. Because we pretty much know what Russia's position is. We know what their strategy is. Nothing's really changed there. But Europe is a big deal. And Europe is very politically unstable. So I'm actually more interested to see how Trump deals with Europe than how Trump deals with Russia. Because Europe's not very happy. And it's not just Slovakia and Hungary. Slovakia and Hungary don't exist in a vacuum. The only reason that they are able to take the positions that they do is because there's a great many people in Europe that feel the same way. Europeans aren't entirely stupid, they can tell that they're going to be paying for American gas at many multiples the time that they were paying for Russian gas. It's a big deal. It crushes the German economy, and the German economy was the engine of the EU. So this is a lot of people are seeing the whole thing as the American jackboot on the neck of Europe for the sake of corporate profits. And the only Europeans that share in those corporate profits, of course, are the elite. It's like Brad was saying, right? There's this growing awareness in the world that doesn't matter whether you're left or black or white, right? The only thing that matters is if you're a shareholder of a multinational or if you're just a useless eater. Right, or an imported slave labor unit of commodity. So I'm interested to see what happens with Europe and how Trump deals with Europe. there's an irony, which is that like we could see a peace hammered out where Trump gives Ukraine to Putin under the sphere of influence, and we see a pro-Russian government in Ukraine. So effectively, Russia gets Ukraine, and then Trump gets Europe for his LNG exports. But then the West win, right? Trump wins. They win their prize. They get Europe. Then they get to occupy an increasingly unhappy Europe. So that's fun. So yeah, I can totally see George Orwell's prediction of Eurasia, East Asia, and Oceania coming true in 2025. I just hope we get there without too much bloodshed. That's probably a forlorn hope. One thing I would say about like the analysis of the war in Ukraine and elsewhere is, I think a lot of people keep looking at it as though we're in 1940, in the pre-nuclear era. People expect large armies to be mobilized and sweep across the creation, taking large amounts of territory. But the reality is that nobody really has these large militaries anymore because we have nuclear weapons, right? Nuclear weapons came along, the great powers invested heavily in them, and they've been relying on them. Like the reality is that NATO don't have the ground forces to invade Russia, but nor does Russia have the ground forces to invade Europe, because both sides rely on nuclear weapons, right, for their power. And the thing is, it's like it doesn't make sense to build up huge amounts of ground forces, because what are you going to do? Use them and trigger a nuclear war, right? So this is the thing. It's like I think we should get used to the idea that we live in the nuclear age, right? And get away from these fantasies of large scale conflict with conventional armies. I even think that like the conventional deaths and battles in Ukraine are overstated. Whenever you actually see them, they tend to be small scale, company or lower squad engagements. We're not seeing the clashes of divisions, like was seen in World War II and World War One. So yeah, I can see that Ukrainian conflict and elsewhere in the Middle East, these will just like percolate along, and not a lot will change. And hopefully Trump won't invade Iran, but I guess we'll have to wait and see. As far as Yura is concerned, like we'll all pray for his withered little soul. The thing is, he's not here, so I'm going to he will wait, right? Like I'll put him on ice until next week, and then we will revisit his sins. He speaks down to the rest of us Westerners from great height, and I'm still curious to know what he thinks he is, because he's clearly above Westerners. It seems to be a bit weird. But that's what you get with communists and the godless. They will talk down to you. Like and subscribe. Thanks, Wyatt. See you all later. See you next week.
What is above the Westerners are the Northwesterners.
What, Hyperboreans or Singaporeans?
All right. Thank you, everyone.
All right.
Thank you, guys.
Thanks,
Have a great
Thank
week
you.
ahead. Have a great week. Happy New Year. So it's my turn to do closing. So thank you everyone for watching another 7-hour session of the DPA Open Mic episode 110, Ukraine War, Russian Winter Offensive, Counterattack, and the Knife is Scary episode. And actually, I there's some other stuff that I want to address, but I forgot. I forgot what I want to say. So, but yeah, I mean I was interested to talk a bit more on the labor thing. I just felt like we have to have faith and hope that the governments can do better, and all the politicians that we elect can do better to reform the government to do better. Because government by nature is self survival. Like they will focus on survival. That means the people will just want to make sure that they still have a job, because that's the whole reason of them joining the government, because they want an iron bowl, they want a safe job, stable salary. So their focus, government civilians, government workers, primary preoccupation will be the survival of their job, their career. So that's why you need good politicians to make sure that these government workers continue to do good work. If not, then they will get sacked. And of course, which is also why, because I was thinking about this just like before the open mic, like the government workers will naturally become part of the deep state. Like for example, if they have to go to the election, then they know that Donald Trump is going to cut the government workers, then you would automatically just vote against Trump, and that automatically put you into a deep state. Like you're part of the deep state because you're going against what is actually good for the country. So, which is kind of the irony of being government worker. You are naturally deep state as long as you're part of the government workers. Which is which is why as we must have faith, that the politicians will do the right thing, do the right regulations, clear up the government, make them more efficient, and then enact the laws. Because when we talk about all this, like just now about the labor, about salaries and like foreign workers, it's like all these are driven by economic, fundamentals. Like for me, I can't hire a video editor in Singapore because their salary is just way too high. I can't afford them. I have to hire someone from another country who their cost of living is way lower. It's just how economics works. If not, then I just don't have any video editor at all. So the similar things go for every business owner. So they'll say that the capitalists will always be the weaponized or enslaved foreigners. Like, it is a bit funny, but there is, however, legitimate concerns is that like all those plantations and whatnot, they actually earn way more money than they earn by the millions. Like a lot of money. They easily could have hired Americans to do all those jobs, like easily, and you just make a small dent, and they will still earn the same near amount of millions and millions of dollars. So so there is no excuse to say that just because you cannot have those low wage foreigners, then it makes your whole plantation or business cannot work out. Most of the case, the big ones, it's not true. They still earn those money. So yeah, that's something that I wanted to say just now, but I didn't have a chance. So anyway, people starting to say I'm an oligarch. No, I'm not an oligarch. If I wish I am, if I'm that rich, or some people like to say that I'm funded by the Russians, whatnot, or the Singapore government or whatnot. If I am, I wouldn't need to grind so hard. I don't need to grind the YouTube videos or the report so hard. I have to work so hard. Viewership is lower nowadays because of how the algo works, and the competition, no choice. So I have to grind. Yeah, so that's what it is. So yeah, you cannot imagine. So anyway, thank you for watching. Press the like button, subscribe. Thank you for watching the DPA Open Mic. So have a great week ahead. For those that haven't seen any of the DPA videos, haven't heard me say Happy New Year. Happy New Year to you. Have a great year ahead. Be safe, have prosperity, and great health. And hopefully you don't get drafted, and we all don't die in the World War III. And just before I end off, I need to repeat Mike F's advice. He said that World War III is coming. Everybody need to learn how to do electrical stuff. Everyone cannot run away from it. We all go back to the cave age, so we better learn some skills that can help to revive the civilization. So so that's it. And have a super chat from the Evolution. Have a good week. Have a good week, Wyatt. A white meal on me. Thank you so much for the meal. It will be very useful. And also the only way to peace is US is accepting multipolar world. This thing I don't agree, but because to me multipolar world means more wars. But whatever it is, thank you for watching. And I put in the outro, and I'll see you guys in the next update. See you guys.
Share your voice, share your opinion. Swallow your ego, expand your mind. DPA open mic, free speech so. DPA open mic, we are live. DPA Every corner of a spinning globe, gathered voices, the stories they probe. Ideas like rivers, they ebb and they flow. In the meeting of minds we grow. Together we stand, diverse yet alive. In the arena of thoughts we find a world where every voice inside, debating the future unconfined. Opinions like colors, vivid and bright, clashing, merging in the light. From whispered winds to roaring might, in our discourse we ignite. Together we stand, diverse yet alive. In the arena of thoughts we find a world where every voice is signed, debating the future unconfined. In the clash of ideas we see the birth of what the world could be. From conflict we find the key to unlock our collective destiny. Round the table